Long before the sun rose, long before mountains carved their shadows upon the earth, there was only chaos, a yawning void, vast and infinite, where silence breathed and the unformed waited. From this emptiness emerged Gaia, the earth herself, solid and enduring, her surface waiting to cradle life. And from the depths of the void arose Uranus, the sky, stretching over Gaia like a protective, yet oppressive veil. Gaia and Uranus joined, and the first beings were born, the Titans, immense and primal, forces incarnate, each a living embodiment of the elements and the cosmos itself. Oceanus, river of all waters, flowed endlessly around the world. Hyperion, bright of sun and observation, heralded light and the passage of days. Zeus, of intellect and questioning, bore the gift of thought to the stars. Crius, axis of constellations, measured the heavens and bound them in order. Hephaestus, whose children would inherit both foresight and folly, held within him the seeds of both wisdom and disaster. And then came Cronus, the youngest of all, bold and sharp, whose hand would one day seize the sickle of destiny itself. He watched his siblings and his father, a spark of cunning already glimmering in his gaze. Uranus, fearful of his children's power, pressed them down into the earth, imprisoning them in Gaia's body, turning her womb into a prison of suffering. The Titans cried in silence, and Gaia groaned beneath the weight of her children, her heart heavy with pain and longing. Yet from suffering comes defiance. Gaia forged a plan. To her youngest son, Cronus, she gave a sickle, sharpened from the hardest oars, curved like the crescent moon, and whispered the words of revolt. "When Uranus comes to lie upon you, strike with this," she said, "and sever the hand that binds you." The moment came. Uranus descended upon Gaia, as he had done countless times before, and Cronus leapt with the sickle in hand. The blade struck true. The sky itself bled as Uranus was wounded, his rein fractured. From the blood that fell to Gaia's surface, the Erinyes were born, the avengers of crime and injustice, the giants whose rage would shake the earth, and the mealy nymphs of the ash tree emerged to roam the world. And from the foam of the sea, where Uranus's severed flesh touched the waters, the goddess Aphrodite would one day rise, embodying beauty, desire, and the complex power of love. With Uranus struck down, Cronus and the Titans ascended, claiming dominion over the cosmos. A golden age began, where rivers flowed with abundance, where mountains stood unchallenged, and where the world, as yet unscarred by human toil, thrived in its untamed, primal splendor. But even as peace reigned, the shadow of prophecy lingered. Cronus had heard Gaia's warning. He would be undone by his own child. And so, with the throne of the Titans beneath his hand, fear rooted itself in his heart. Each child Rhea bore, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, was swallowed by Cronus as soon as they were born, locked away in the dark belly of their father, and the golden world remained under his uneasy control. Rhea wept in silence, her grief heavy with each child stolen. But the cycle was not yet complete. A final child would be born, hidden, protected, the spark that would ignite the future. Rhea, heavy with her final child, knew the cycle of grief and loss could not continue. Her womb carried not just life, but the weight of destiny itself. She could not allow Cronus to devour this child. She had seen too much sorrow, felt too much despair, and she vowed that this god, her youngest, would live in the dead of night, under the hush of the mountains of Crete. Rhea fled. Her feet barely touched the earth, her heart pounding with hope and fear intertwined. The cave of Amalthea awaited, hidden, secret, safe from her husband's hunger and suspicion. There, in the embrace of shadow, the final child of Rhea and Cronus was born. His cry was fierce, a sound that seemed to echo across the ancient rocks. Yet it was softened by the protective presence of the Curetes, warriors of the mountain, clashing their spears and shields, to mask the infant's cries from the ears of the all-consuming Titan. Rhea swaddled the child, whose tiny hands already seemed to grasp destiny itself. She carried a heavy stone, round and unyielding, and presented it to Cronus in place of the newborn. Cronus, greedy and fearful of prophecy, swallowed the stone without hesitation. He did not question, he did not pause, he did not sense the clever deception woven by Rhea's cunning. And thus the child, Zeus, survived. In the cave of Crete, nurtured by the goat Amalthea, and tended by the Curetes, he grew in strength and wisdom. The mountains became his first playground, the rivers his first teachers, and the wind whispered secrets of the world into his ears. Zeus' infancy was one of growth, of learning the ways of the earth and sky, of listening to the songs of nymphs, and understanding the rhythm of nature itself. Even as a child, he carried within him a spark that would one day ignite the cosmos, a spark of justice, cunning, and divine strength. Meanwhile, the swallowed gods, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, stirred within Cronus, alive, waiting, patient. They whispered to Gaia through the secret threads of earth, their voices like faint wind across the mountain peaks, calling for freedom, calling for the child who would liberate them. Years passed, and Zeus grew taller, stronger, wiser. Metis, goddess of wisdom, appeared to him, guiding him in strategy, cunning, and the careful arts of divine planning. Every lesson, every whispered secret, prepared him for the moment when he would face Cronus, face the Titans, and reclaim the world. The prophecy could not be avoided. Time itself seemed to bend toward it, drawing all threads of fate together. Zeus, now young and powerful, knew that liberation was at hand, that the hidden children of Cronus would soon see the light of day once more, and that a great upheaval awaited the cosmos. The potion was prepared, bitter, potent, a tool of cunning, and Zeus approached his father. Every step carried the weight of destiny, every breath a silent prayer, every heartbeat a drum of courage. When Cronus drank, the imprisoned gods were expelled, one by one, whole and unbroken. Hestia emerged, Demeter emerged, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon followed, their eyes wide with wonder and disbelief, their spirits ready for the war to come. The mountains shook with the echo of the ancient prophecy. The Titans, once unchallenged, stood now against a force born of secrecy, nurtured in wisdom, and tempered in courage. And so the first steps of the Great War began. The Titanomachy, a struggle of cosmic scale, where the earth would tremble, the seas would roar, and the heavens themselves would bear witness. But in the quiet of Crete, as the infant god became the young warrior, the lessons of patience, cunning, and foresight had already begun to shape the fate of all gods and men. The golden age of Cronus had ended, and the world waited, silent, trembling, expectant, for the rise of Zeus, the child hidden in the shadows, who would challenge the might of the Titans and usher in the age of the Olympians. As the years unfolded, the world transformed under the silent watch of the Titans. Mountains rose higher, rivers carved deep valleys, and the sky stretched endlessly, blue and eternal, guarded by the invisible eyes of Uranus, ever watchful yet weakened by Cronus' rebellion. The earth, Gaia, sighed in relief. Her body no longer weighed down by the imprisoned cries of her children. Life began to stir across her surface. The first forests whispered in the wind, animals roamed freely across the plains, and rivers carried fertile waters to every corner of the land. But beneath this harmony, the shadow of prophecy lingered. Cronus, though ruler of the cosmos, was haunted by fear, by the knowledge that one day, a child of his own blood would rise against him. Each child born to Rhea was swallowed, yet the cycle of grief could not break her resolve. Her love for her children, and her understanding of fate, drove her to craft the greatest deception the cosmos had yet seen. The birth of Zeus marked a turning point, not merely because he was hidden, but because he carried within him the cunning of Metis, the endurance of Amalthea, and the silent strength of the mountains themselves. In the caves of Crete, Zeus played among the shadows and stones, learning the language of the earth, the whispers of the wind, the rhythm of flowing water. He listened to the stars above, absorbing their patterns, their stories, their ancient memory. The Curetes, armored and vigilant, danced their clashing ritual around him, each strike of their spears and shields, masking the cries of the young god, yet also teaching him rhythm, movement, and the first lessons of strategy. Amalthea's milk nourished not only his body, but also his spirit, and the nymphs, singing lullabies older than time itself, wove into him the essence of nature, its wisdom and resilience. Zeus learned patience as a virtue, and foresight as a weapon. He saw beyond the immediate, beyond fear, beyond the hunger of Cronus, into the threads of destiny itself. Meanwhile, Cronus remained ignorant of the hidden god, his fears placated by the stone that Rhea had offered. He ruled, confident yet uneasy, believing his golden age unchallenged. But beneath the surface, the swallowed gods stirred, their whispers threading through the earth, calling for freedom, calling for the child who would one day liberate them. The first lessons of leadership came early to Zeus. He observed the patterns of his fellow beings, from the nymphs to the goats to the wind itself. Every movement, every sound, every shifting shadow taught him the delicate balance between power and subtlety. Metis, unseen, whispered to him as he grew. She spoke of the cunning required to overcome the mighty, of the patience to wait for the right moment, and of the wisdom to know that force alone could not achieve destiny. Zeus's youth was not marked by simple games, but by a careful cultivation of mind, body, and spirit. He learned to control the energy within him, to channel it into purpose, to understand the strength of allies and the weakness of adversaries. When the time came to act, Zeus was ready, not just with strength, but with strategy, foresight, and the wisdom to wield his power effectively. Rhea, observing from the shadows, felt both pride and relief. The hidden child, nurtured in secrecy, was now prepared to fulfill the prophecy, to challenge the Titan father who had devoured his own children, and to bring about the dawn of a new era. The mountains of Crete, silent witnesses to these formative years, seemed to tremble with anticipation. The rivers, flowing from high peaks to fertile valleys, carried whispers of destiny to every corner of the earth. The wind, soft and persistent, echoed the promise of change. And in the hearts of the imprisoned gods within Cronus, hope began to flicker, small and fragile, yet growing with each passing day. They felt the presence of the hidden child, the one who would strike at the heart of tyranny, the one who would restore balance to the cosmos. At last, the moment approached. Zeus, now strong, wise, and vigilant, held in his hands the tool that would begin the end of Cronus' reign. A potion, cunningly prepared with Metis' guidance, bitter and potent, capable of forcing the Titan to release his swallowed children. The stage was set, and the winds themselves seemed to hold their breath. Every mountain, every river, every shadow of Crete waited for the act that would echo through eternity. When Zeus approached his father, every step was measured, every breath deliberate. The weight of destiny pressed upon him, yet he moved with calm certainty. The potion was given, and Cronus, unsuspecting, consumed it greedily. The swallowed gods, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, emerged one by one, whole and unbroken, their eyes wide with wonder, their spirits ready for the war that was to come. The golden age of Cronus had ended. The world trembled in the silence before the storm, the calm before the clash of Titans and Olympians. The threads of destiny had been woven, and the rise of Zeus was complete. With the siblings freed from Cronus' belly, the air seemed to shimmer with possibility. Hestia, guardian of the hearth, breathed warmth into the world once more. Demeter, bright with the promise of harvest, felt the weight of lost seasons lift from her shoulders. Hera, queenly and fierce, gathered her strength for what was to come. Hades, lord of the unseen realms, gazed upon the world above with patient calculation. Poseidon, restless and untamed, felt the tides within him stir in anticipation. And at the center of it all stood Zeus, the hidden child, now a young god of purpose and resolve. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, saw not only the titans above but the threads of fate weaving around them all. He understood that the cosmos had been shaped by rebellion before, and that now it was his turn to bring balance, to guide the world toward a new order. The titans, proud and ancient, felt the shift in the air. Cronus, their leader, now vulnerable and wary, had no idea that the child he had tried to destroy would rise not only to challenge him, but to reshape the destiny of gods and men alike. The first alliances were quietly formed. The freed gods, grateful for their liberation, pledged themselves to Zeus. Together, they devised strategies, considered strengths and weaknesses, and prepared for the inevitable confrontation that would determine the ruler of heaven, earth, and sea. The earth itself seemed to hum with expectation. Mountains stood taller, rivers flowed with purpose, and the winds carried whispers of coming conflict. To every corner of the cosmos, as Zeus trained, he learned not only to wield power but to inspire it in others. He cultivated patience, honor, and cunning. He studied the titans, understanding that brute force alone could not guarantee victory, that wisdom, timing, and unity would be essential. And the world watched silently as the young Olympian grew into his role, the hidden child becoming the beacon of a new age. Then came the first signs of the war to come. The titans, sensing their precarious position, began to muster their strength. Mountains shook as they moved, storms rose over the seas, and the sky itself darkened with the power of ancient might. Zeus, unshaken, stood at the forefront, his siblings at his side, ready to face the challenge of the titans. Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of prophecy, every breath a silent promise to restore balance. The final preparations were made. The earth, sea, and sky awaited the clash. The Olympians, united under Zeus, stood ready to claim what destiny had promised. And so, the stage was set for the greatest conflict the world had yet known. The Titanomachy, the War of Gods, was about to begin. Yet in this moment of stillness, before the first clash of lightning and stone, there was a quiet reminder that even amidst power and war, the threads of love, loyalty, and wisdom would shape the outcome, and that the cosmos, in all its vastness, would witness the rise of a new order, born from courage, cunning, and the enduring spirit of the hidden child. The mountains of Crete, silent witnesses, stood as guardians of history, as the rivers whispered the tales of beginnings, and the winds carried the memory of the child who had survived, the child who would lead, the child who would change the course of eternity. And in the heart of Zeus, there burned a fire, quiet yet unstoppable, the promise to the cosmos that from chaos comes order, from fear comes courage, and from hidden beginnings comes the dawn of a new era. Thus, the first scene of the cosmic story concludes, the stage prepared, the players ready, and the universe itself holding its breath for the rise of the Olympians and the unfolding of the ages to come. Before the world knew the reign of Zeus, before the earth trembled under the thunder of the Olympians, there was the golden age of Cronus. Time itself seemed to flow slowly, measured by the cycles of the sun and moon, untouched by greed or fear, yet shadowed by the quiet tension of prophecy. Cronus, youngest of the Titans, stood at the pinnacle of power. He ruled with authority tempered by fear, aware that the destiny spoken by Gaia would one day turn against him. To the mortals, he was a god of harvest and order, a benefactor who ensured that seasons flowed, that abundance reigned, and that the world experienced harmony. Yet behind closed doors, Cronus bore a secret terror. The prophecy, whispered by the earth itself, warned that one of his own children would overthrow him. And so, each child born to his consort Rhea was swallowed whole, hidden within the dark depths of his body, a prison of his own making, meant to forestall fate itself. Rhea, bound by love and despair, wept quietly in the golden halls of the Titans. Her sorrow was a river flowing unseen. Yet even in despair, her mind plotted, her heart nurtured the hope that one day, a child would survive, a child who would restore balance, a child who would bring light to the shadowed halls of Cronus' reign. In the midst of this golden age, the world flourished. Rivers glistened under the sun, fields bore fruit without toil, and the mountains stood as silent sentinels. The Titans, proud and unchallenged, enjoyed the spoils of their own rebellion against Uranus, unaware that the cycles of history and the promise of the hidden child would soon shift the balance of power. It was in this delicate, precarious balance that Rhea conceived her final child. Unlike her previous children, this one would not fall victim to Cronus' hunger. She conceived a plan, a secret act of cunning, to preserve hope amidst oppression. In the hidden valleys and caves of Crete, Rhea prepared the birth. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath, guarding the child from the reach of Cronus. She called upon the nymphs, the spirits of the mountains, and the loyal Amalthea, whose milk would sustain the godchild in secret. When the time of birth arrived, the cave was silent but alive with vigilance. The Curetes, armored and vigilant, circled the newborn, clashing their spears and shields in rhythm, masking the cries of Zeus from the ears of the all-consuming Titan. Rhea swaddled the infant, whose small body already radiated strength, whose tiny hands seemed to clutch the threads of destiny itself. And with careful cunning, she presented Cronus with a stone wrapped in swaddling, which he swallowed greedily, believing he had consumed the last threat to his reign. In the secret cave, Zeus grew under the care of Amalthea and the nymphs. Each day, he absorbed the rhythm of the earth, listened to the whispers of the wind, and felt the currents of rivers and seas beneath his feet. Even in infancy, he learned the art of patience, the subtle ways of observation, and the hidden power that grows from knowledge and quiet strength. Metis, the goddess of wisdom, visited him in secret, teaching him strategy, foresight, and the delicate balance of cunning and courage. She whispered to him of the tools he would need to overthrow Cronus, of the patience required to act only when the moment was perfect, and of the wisdom that must temper strength to achieve lasting change. And so, under the veil of secrecy, the child Zeus thrived. He learned the laws of nature, the patterns of the stars, and the ways of power itself. Each lesson, each whispered secret, was a step toward the inevitable confrontation that would shape the cosmos. The world outside the cave flourished, yet shadows lingered in the halls of Cronus' palace. The swallowed gods, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, waited patiently, their spirits alive and aware of the coming liberation. They felt the presence of their hidden brother, and the promise of change stirred hope within them. The golden age of Cronus continued, yet the threads of destiny were weaving a different tapestry, one that would see the fall of the Titans and the rise of the Olympians. In the quiet cave of Crete, Zeus grew beneath the watchful eyes of Amalthea, the gentle goat whose milk nurtured his body and spirit. The walls of stone echoed with the soft clattering of the Curetes, their shields striking in rhythm, masking the cries and movements of the young god from the ears of Cronus, whose hunger for his offspring remained unquenched. The nymphs sang to him, songs older than mountains, older than rivers, teaching him not only the cadence of the world, but the wisdom hidden in the subtleties of nature. Every leaf that trembled in the wind, every ripple upon the water, was a lesson in patience, observation, and understanding. Zeus learned the balance between silence and action, between watching and intervening, and between strength and cunning. Even as an infant, he seemed to absorb the lessons of the world itself, his mind already weaving patterns of thought that would later define his leadership among gods and men. The Curetes, armored and vigilant, taught him discipline without words. Their dance of clashing spears and shields was more than protection, it was instruction. Zeus felt the rhythm in his bones, the power in movement, and the strategic timing necessary to act in the world. Amalthea, patient and serene, imparted quiet strength. Her gentle eyes reflected not fear, but encouragement, and her presence reminded the young god that nurturing and care could be as powerful as any sword or thunderbolt. The nymphs, in their ethereal grace, whispered the histories of the cosmos into his ears. They spoke of Uranus and Gaia, of the Titans' rise and fall, of Cronus' fear and cunning, and of the prophecy that had set all events into motion. Through their stories, Zeus learned the importance of foresight, of understanding not just the present, but the long currents of fate that shaped the world. As he grew, Zeus began to understand the nature of power itself. It was not merely in strength, nor in force, nor in speed, but in timing, patience, and the ability to inspire others. He saw the necessity of alliances, of trust, and of the careful calculation of every move. Metis, the goddess of wisdom, visited him in secret, her presence subtle yet transformative. She taught him strategy, the delicate art of persuasion, and the importance of using cunning alongside strength. Through her guidance, Zeus learned that true power was measured not by domination alone, but by the ability to act decisively when the moment demanded it. In the mountains surrounding the cave, Zeus explored the wilderness, learning from the flowing rivers, from the soaring birds, and from the creatures that roamed freely. Every challenge he faced, every lesson learned, prepared him for the confrontation that awaited. Meanwhile, Rhea watched from the shadows, her heart filled with love and hope. She saw her child thriving, learning, growing, and preparing for the destiny that even she could not fully foresee. Her quiet guidance, her protective vigilance, ensured that Zeus would survive the trials to come. The world outside, meanwhile, continued its rhythm. Fields of grain swayed beneath the sun, rivers carried life to every corner of the land, and mountains stood tall and patient, silent witnesses to the preparation of a god who would one day reshape the cosmos. The golden halls of Cronus, unaware of the growing threat, echoed only with his own fears and obsessions. The swallowed gods waited, alive within him, their spirits sensing the presence of their hidden brother, and whispering hope through the threads of earth, wind, and shadow. As Zeus matured, he began to test his strength and abilities in small ways, challenging the limits of the cave, of the mountains, and of the surrounding rivers. Each trial was a lesson, each moment of struggle a preparation for the greater challenge that awaited beyond the cave walls. In the quiet nights, under the light of the stars, Zeus listened to the winds, absorbed the lessons of the sky, and felt the weight of destiny pressing softly upon his shoulders. Even in solitude, he was never alone. The earth, the nymphs, Amalthea, the Curides, and the whispers of Metis guided him, shaping his mind, heart, and spirit, and thus the hidden god of Crete grew strong, wise, patient, and prepared. He was no longer merely a child, but a young god of immense potential, ready to fulfill the prophecy, to liberate his siblings, and to challenge the reign of Cronus. The golden age of Cronus, once unquestioned and absolute, was now approaching its twilight. The world, fertile and abundant, awaited the shift that would come with the rise of Zeus. The first sparks of change danced silently across mountains and rivers, heralding the dawn of the age of Olympians. And in the heart of the hidden child burned a quiet, steady fire, the fire of destiny, of courage, and of the promise that order and justice would rise from the shadows of fear and oppression. As Zeus approached the cusp of adolescence, the cave of Crete had become both sanctuary and school. Every stone and shadow held a lesson, every whisper of the wind carried guidance. The hidden child was no longer merely surviving. He was learning, shaping, preparing, absorbing the wisdom of the ages in silence and patience. The mountains themselves seemed to recognize his presence, their peaks standing taller, their crags sharper, as though lending strength to the young god below. The rivers sang songs of guidance, their waters carrying both life and understanding. Even the creatures of the forests became silent witnesses, watching the growth of the one destined to challenge the Titans. Amalthea, ever gentle, tended to Zeus not only with nourishment, but with quiet counsel. Her eyes reflected the calm of the earth, teaching him that patience could be more powerful than rage, and that careful observation often led to insight greater than force. The Curetes continued their sacred dance around him, their rhythmic clash of bronze and steel, masking the presence of Zeus from Cronus. Yet in every step, every strike, they taught him balance, rhythm, and the subtle timing of movement. Through their dance, he learned the interplay of offense and defense, the necessity of strategy, and the elegance of controlled power. The nymphs whispered the chronicles of the cosmos, sharing stories of creation, chaos, and the rise of gods. Through their tales, Zeus understood the weight of history, the consequences of hubris, and the delicate threads that bound destiny together. He learned that actions, even small ones, could ripple across the heavens, changing the course of events in ways both subtle and profound. Metis, the goddess of wisdom, remained a constant guide, her presence invisible yet undeniable. She taught him the arts of deception, diplomacy, and foresight, ensuring that when the time came, he would strike not as a child, but as a strategist, a leader whose mind could outmatch brute force. Rhea, ever watchful, observed the growth of her child with quiet pride. Her heart swelled with both hope and anxiety, knowing that the prophecy would inevitably unfold. Yet she also understood that every lesson, every moment of preparation, was shaping Zeus into the leader the world desperately needed. Beyond the cave, the world moved on. Fields ripened, rivers flowed, and the sun traced its path across the sky. But beneath this veneer of tranquility, the tension of fate lingered. Cronus, unaware of the growing strength of his hidden child, continued to rule with a mix of authority and fear. The swallowed gods, still alive within him, waited patiently, whispering hope through the currents of the cosmos. Zeus began to test his own abilities, exploring the limits of strength, perception, and cunning. He learned to read the signs of nature, to anticipate the actions of others, and to act with precision when necessary. Every challenge, every moment of trial, honed him for the confrontation that would inevitably come. The final months of his upbringing were marked by subtle exercises of strategy. Metis encouraged him to plan, to observe, to predict the reactions of those he would one day face. He practiced patience, understanding that power without timing was wasted, and that the greatest victories often came to those who waited and acted with wisdom. The nymphs taught him the languages of the earth, of the rivers, of the winds, so that he could understand the rhythms of the world, the flow of events, and the balance of forces. Amalthea's care reminded him of the value of nurture, of protecting the weak, and of finding strength in compassion. And so, the hidden god matured. His mind was sharp, his body strong, and his spirit resilient. He had absorbed the lessons of patience, observation, and strategy, and now he was ready to take the first steps toward fulfilling the prophecy. The day came when Zeus felt the stirrings of change more acutely than ever. The whispers of the swallowed gods grew louder. The winds carried urgency, and the mountains themselves seemed to hum with anticipation. It was time. The moment for action approached, and the child who had been hidden, nurtured, and trained would finally begin the journey that would challenge the very titans themselves. With careful deliberation, Zeus prepared the potion that would force Cronus to release his imprisoned siblings. Every element, every herb, every drop was chosen with precision, guided by the wisdom of Metis and the lessons learned from the world itself. This potion was more than a tool. It was a symbol of cunning over fear, strategy over brute force, and destiny over tyranny. The mountains, silent guardians, watched as he moved. The rivers whispered their approval. The winds carried the promise of change, and even the nymphs held their breath, knowing that the balance of the cosmos was about to shift. And so, with courage tempered by wisdom, Zeus took the first decisive step toward liberating his siblings, challenging his father, and fulfilling the prophecy that had haunted the Titans for so long. The day of reckoning arrived with a quiet inevitability. Zeus, now strong, wise, and resolute, approached the golden halls of Cronus with calm determination. Every step he took was measured, deliberate, his mind weaving strategy, patience, and courage into a singular purpose. Cronus, consumed by fear of the prophecy yet ignorant of the full extent of his child's preparation, greeted the young god with false serenity. The golden age he had nurtured was secure, or so he believed. But beneath the surface, the currents of destiny were shifting, and the balance of power was about to tilt. Rhea watched from the shadows, her heart beating with anxious hope. She had nurtured this child in secret, protected him from the hunger of Cronus, and guided him with love and wisdom. Now her son would enact the plan that had been whispered across mountains, rivers, and stars. The potion, carefully prepared with the guidance of Métis, was presented to Cronus. Its bitter, potent aroma filled the air. Yet Cronus, confident in his authority, consumed it greedily, unaware of the trap he had fallen into. The swallowed gods, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, emerged one by one, whole and alive, their eyes wide with wonder, their spirits ready for the challenge of liberation. The air shimmered with anticipation, as if the world itself held its breath. Zeus, standing among his freed siblings, felt the weight of destiny settle comfortably upon his shoulders. Hestia, guardian of the hearth, breathed warmth and reassurance, a quiet reminder that even in turmoil, balance and home could be preserved. Demeter, radiant with maternal strength, felt the cycles of nature once again align with purpose, her grief transformed into resolve. Hera, regal and fierce, stood ready to assert her place among the forces of change. Hades, patient and calculating, gazed toward the underworld with quiet authority, while Poseidon, restless and powerful, felt the tides within him stir in anticipation of the coming struggle. The siblings, united under Zeus, gathered in silent resolve, their hearts and minds aligned for the task ahead. The Titans, proud and ancient, were now aware of the shift, their confidence threatened by the cunning, strength, and unity of the young Olympians. Mountains trembled and rivers surged as the first whispers of war spread across the cosmos. The golden age of Cronus, once untouchable and eternal, was now challenged by the hidden child, the nurtured, prepared, and cunning Zeus, whose very existence signaled change and renewal. Zeus, standing at the center of this gathering, felt the currents of strategy, foresight, and courage converge within him. He understood that this confrontation was not merely physical, but a test of patience, wisdom, and unity. Every action, every decision, would determine not only the outcome of the immediate conflict, but the shape of the cosmos for generations to come. The first exchange between father and son was measured, deliberate. Cronus, enraged and fearful, attempted to assert dominance, but Zeus moved with precision, intelligence, and strategy. The battle was not just of strength, but of wits, timing, and the subtle application of learned skill. One by one, the freed gods took their positions, each contributing their unique strengths to the effort. Hestia maintained focus and order. Demeter influenced the rhythms of the earth. Hera asserted authority and protection. Hades held the unseen realms in silent readiness. And Poseidon stirred the oceans to align with the forces of change. The clash was both epic and quiet, a harmonious dance of power, strategy, and destiny. The heavens watched, the earth trembled, and the forces of the cosmos aligned with the unfolding drama. With patience, cunning, and the wisdom nurtured in secret, Zeus emerged victorious over Cronus, not merely by force, but by understanding the balance between power, timing, and strategy. The Titan, though proud and ancient, was unseated by the unity, foresight, and resilience of the Olympians. The world seemed to exhale with relief. The golden age of Cronus had ended, and the era of the Olympians was born. Zeus, standing among his siblings, felt the weight of responsibility, yet also the quiet satisfaction of destiny fulfilled. The mountains, rivers, and winds carried the echoes of this moment, a resonance that would last across eternity. The cosmos itself seemed to acknowledge the new order, the dawn of an age defined by the wisdom, courage, and leadership of Zeus and his kin. And so, the hidden birth, secret upbringing, and patient preparation of Zeus culminated in the liberation of his siblings, the unseating of Cronus, and the dawn of the Olympian reign, a reign that would shape the heavens, the earth, and the hearts of mortals alike. The stage was now set for the Titanomachy, the war of gods that would define the cosmos, a war whose threads had been woven since the dawn of creation, and whose outcome would rest in the hands of the prepared, wise, and determined Olympians. In the quiet aftermath of liberation, Zeus and his siblings gathered, their unity both a shield and a promise, a testament to preparation, patience, and the careful cultivation of power. The air, still vibrating with the tension of recent events, now held the quiet anticipation of the battles yet to come, and the world itself seemed to shimmer with the promise of a new order. Thus concludes the second scene, the golden age of Cronus transformed by the hidden birth of Zeus, his secret upbringing, and the liberation of the Olympians. The stage for the epic struggles of the cosmos had been set, and the threads of destiny now awaited the unfolding of the next chapter. The world held its breath, as the newly freed Olympians stood together for the first time, their hearts aligned with purpose, their minds sharpened by lessons learned in secret. Zeus, the hidden child grown into a god of strategy and foresight, surveyed the landscape of the cosmos, where mountains trembled and skies roared with anticipation. The Titans, ancient and proud, stood upon their thrones of stone, ready to defend the order they had ruled for generations. The first clash was not of mere strength, but of presence, of strategy, of calculated timing. Hestia maintained the sacred balance, her calm heart a beacon amidst the storm. Demeter, radiant and resolute, influenced the very soil, making the land itself rise in support of the Olympians. Poseidon stirred the seas, sending waves that clashed like thunder upon Titan-held coasts. Hades, patient and silent, held the underworld in careful readiness, prepared to unleash shadows that could tip the battle scale. Hera, queenly and fierce, stood beside Zeus, her authority a rallying force for those who would follow him. Together, they embodied unity, strength tempered with wisdom, power balanced with strategy. The Titans responded with equal fury. Cronus, though defeated once, still embodied the raw might of the old order. Oceanus stirred the waters, Hyperion cast light that scorched and blinded, Zeus calculated the strategies of old, and the mighty Atlas bore the weight of mountains as if to crush the earth itself. But the Olympians, guided by Zeus' foresight and unity, moved with precision. Every wave, every strike, every movement of stone and thunder was orchestrated like a symphony of war. The currents of air and water, the shaking of earth, even the hidden threads of fate itself, aligned in subtle harmony with the Olympian strategy. Zeus, standing at the forefront, felt the pulse of the cosmos beneath his feet, the rhythm of destiny in his heartbeat. He knew that victory would not come through brute force alone, but through patience, foresight, and the careful orchestration of every element. The first days of battle were a blur of motion and power. Mountains split, rivers roared, and skies burned with celestial energy. Yet amidst the chaos, Zeus remained steady, his siblings following his lead, their unity giving them strength beyond their individual might. Athena, goddess yet unborn in myth, had not yet joined, but the seeds of her wisdom were already sown within the mind of her father. Ares, chaotic yet untamed, awaited the moment to unleash his fury. Each god and goddess, whether present or yet to rise, would one day take their place in the tapestry of this epic war. The Titans, though ancient and powerful, were not united in vision. Their pride and individuality created cracks in their ranks, allowing the Olympians to exploit openings with precision. Even the mighty Hyperion, casting blinding light, could not match the cunning and patience of Zeus. As the battle raged, the earth itself seemed to resonate with energy. Volcanoes erupted, not in destruction, but in witness. Rivers surged, and the winds carried whispers of prophecy, reminding all who fought that destiny flowed with inevitability. Zeus' tactics grew more sophisticated. He understood the strengths and weaknesses of each titan and guided his siblings accordingly. Poseidon's storms clashed with Oceanus' tides. Hades' shadows countered the power of Zeus, and Demeter's fertile influence ensured that the land sustained the Olympian forces. Hera, ever vigilant, protected the vulnerable, ensuring that even in the midst of chaos, the unity of the Olympians remained unbroken. The careful coordination, learned in secret over years of preparation, began to turn the tide. And then came the first great confrontation: Zeus versus Cronus. Father and son, bound by blood and prophecy, met not just with strength, but with the weight of generations, the currents of destiny, and the accumulated wisdom of careful preparation. Lightning clashed against ancient might, strategy met brute force, and the battle became a testament to the power of foresight, unity, and patience. Cronus, though formidable, could not overcome the carefully orchestrated strategy of Zeus and his allies. The siblings, freed and emboldened, fought with a combination of power and cunning. Hestia maintained balance and order. Demeter nurtured strength from the land. Poseidon unleashed the oceans. Hades manipulated shadows with precision. And Hera inspired courage and unity. The Titans, mighty and proud, were forced into retreat, their cohesion fractured, their authority challenged by a younger, wiser, and united force. In the skies above, storms raged, thunder rolled, and the earth quaked with the intensity of the clash. Yet within this chaos, the quiet, deliberate mind of Zeus guided every movement, every strike, every strategy, ensuring that the victory would not merely be of strength, but of wisdom, unity, and destiny fulfilled. And so, the first chapter of the Titanomachy drew to a close, with the Olympians gaining the upper hand, their unity and preparation beginning to overshadow the raw might of the ancient Titans. The world held its breath once more, knowing that the battles were only beginning, that the struggle for the cosmos would test every limit, and that the cunning, patience, and strategy of Zeus would continue to shape the outcome of this epic war. The battlefield of the cosmos stretched across the heavens and the earth, a vast expanse where lightning clashed with stone, oceans collided with rivers, and the cries of gods echoed through the mountains and valleys. Zeus, standing at the forefront of the Olympians, felt the pulse of the world beneath him, the rhythm of destiny in every gust of wind, every ripple in the waters, every tremor of the earth. He understood that brute strength alone would not secure victory. Strategy, unity, and patience were the weapons that would shape the outcome. The Titans, sensing the growing resolve of the Olympians, launched counterattacks with terrifying force. Hyperion's light scorched the skies, blinding those who dared approach, while Oceanus' tides surged with the fury of ages, threatening to sweep the Olympians from the battlefield. Atlas, burdened with mountains, sought to crush the earth itself, forcing the young gods to navigate treacherous terrain. Yet the Olympians moved with deliberate precision, their coordination honed through years of preparation and secret training. Poseidon's storms met Oceanus' tides with equal force, creating whirlpools that challenged even the mightiest titans. Hades' shadows twisted and danced, countering the assaults of Zeus and Cronus with silent efficiency. Hera, steadfast and commanding, ensured that every Olympian acted in harmony, her authority a beacon guiding the chaos into a disciplined force. Demeter, channeling the vitality of the earth, restored the strength of the land beneath them, transforming every challenge into an opportunity for resilience. Zeus, the architect of their strategy, grew in mastery with each passing moment. He understood the flow of battle, predicting the Titans' movements before they occurred, anticipating their strikes, and countering with precision born of years spent learning patience and cunning. Lightning crackled from his fingertips, not merely as a weapon, but as an extension of his will, a manifestation of the divine strategy that guided every action. The heavens themselves seemed to bend to his command, and even the Titans, proud and ancient, felt the weight of a force that combined strength with intelligence. The battle intensified. Mountains shattered, rivers overflowed, and the skies were torn asunder by the clash of elemental powers. Yet amidst the chaos, the Olympians moved as one, their unity and foresight beginning to turn the tide. The freed gods, now fully aware of their strengths and roles, acted with deliberate coordination. Hestia's calm ensured the battlefield remained balanced, preventing the fury of combat from descending into reckless chaos. Demeter's influence nurtured their resilience, allowing them to endure the Titans' relentless assaults. Poseidon's mastery of water challenged oceanus tides, while Hades' command of shadows created openings in the Titans' defenses. Hera, ever vigilant, protected the vulnerable, ensuring that no Olympian would falter. Her presence inspired courage, and her authority maintained cohesion amid the raging storm. The Titans, formidable and relentless, struggled to adapt to the calculated unity of the Olympians. Their raw might, once unquestioned, was challenged by a force that combined patience, foresight, and strategic coordination. The battlefield, vast and tumultuous, became a testament to the power of preparation and unity. Zeus, observing the ebb and flow of combat, realized that victory required both innovation and adaptability. He adjusted his tactics, changing the tempo of battle, redistributing forces, and exploiting the Titans' weaknesses with precision. Every strike of lightning, every surge of water, every shadow cast was part of a larger plan, a symphony of strategy orchestrated by his vision. The first great turning point came when Zeus focused his power, channeling the combined strength of the elements around him. A storm of lightning and wind, synchronized with Poseidon's tidal mastery, swept across the battlefield, disrupting the Titans' formations and shattering their confidence. The ground quaked beneath Atlas' feet, forcing the mountain bearer to struggle under the weight he carried. One by one, the Titans began to falter. The cohesion that had sustained their dominance weakened, and the calculated strikes of the Olympians carved openings that could not be ignored. The tide of war, once uncertain, now began to flow in favor of the younger gods, guided by the steady, deliberate hand of Zeus. Even in the heart of chaos, Zeus remained calm, his mind analyzing, adapting, and orchestrating. He understood that the outcome of the Titanomachy was determined not only by the power of gods, but by strategy, unity, and the patience to act at the precise moment. As the day drew on, the Titans' counterattacks lost force, their confidence eroded by the coordinated strength of the Olympians. The cosmos itself seemed to recognize the shift, the air vibrating with the promise of a new order, a new era of gods whose leadership would be defined by wisdom as much as power. The first stages of the Titanomachy demonstrated the depth of Zeus' preparation, the effectiveness of his secret upbringing, and the unity that bound the Olympians together. Victory was not yet complete, but the momentum had shifted, and the Titans could sense the inevitability of change. The battlefield, scarred and tumultuous, held the echoes of strategy, patience, and foresight. Every lightning strike, every tidal surge, every shadowed movement was a testament to the careful orchestration of the Olympians. And at the center, Zeus remained the quiet, commanding force, a god prepared for destiny, ready to fulfill the prophecy foretold since the dawn of time. The clash of gods and titans escalated, transforming the cosmos into a theater of power, strategy, and divine resolve. Zeus, standing at the heart of this storm, felt the currents of battle flow through every mountain, river, and sky. The unity and foresight he had nurtured over years of secret preparation began to reveal their full effect. Hyperion, god of the sun, unleashed rays so bright they scorched the heavens, blinding those who dared face him directly. But Athena's wisdom, though unborn in the larger myth, was already reflected in Zeus' mind, guiding his hand to redirect the forces of light with cunning and precision. Atlas, bearing the weight of the heavens, attempted to crush the battlefield with sheer mass. Mountains shook beneath his steps, and the earth trembled with the pressure of his immense burden. Yet Poseidon, riding the waves and currents, found leverage in every tide, turning Atlas' weight into a force that weakened his balance, exposing cracks in even the mightiest of titans. Zeus, keeper of intellect, sought to outthink the Olympians, predicting their maneuvers and countering their strategy. Yet Zeus' foresight, honed in the caves of Crete, allowed him to anticipate Zeus' calculations, redirecting forces in ways that rendered the Titans' knowledge less effective. The battlefield roared with clashing power, yet beneath the chaos, a subtle rhythm emerged. The Olympians, united by purpose and guided by patience, acted in concert, each complementing the other's strength. Hestia maintained the sacred balance, Demeter nurtured the land to sustain their efforts, Poseidon commanded water to shield and strike, Hades manipulated shadows to disrupt and disorient, and Hera inspired courage and cohesion, her voice carrying authority that bound the Olympians together. Zeus, at the center, orchestrated every movement, every strike, every surge of power. Lightning crackled from his fingertips, not merely as a weapon, but as an instrument of divine strategy. Each bolt was calculated, aimed to exploit weakness, to fracture the Titans' formations, and to turn their raw might into chaos they could not control. The Titans, though proud and ancient, were forced to adapt to a level of cunning and unity they had never faced. Oceanus tides met Poseidon's mastery, creating turbulent waters that challenged the Titans' coordination. Hyperion's light, blunted by precise maneuvering, was redirected to expose openings in enemy ranks. Even the immense strength of Atlas was countered by careful placement of earth, wind, and water, turning brute force into a liability. The battle raged for days, each moment a delicate balance between survival and strategy, power and foresight. The Olympians, though younger and initially fewer, gained confidence as their unity and preparation began to outweigh the Titans' raw might. Zeus, aware that momentum could shift in an instant, kept his mind focused, calculating, adjusting tactics in real time, ensuring that every Olympian acted at the precise moment needed. The battlefield became a living expression of strategy, a symphony of coordinated action that mirrored the hidden lessons of his youth. Hera, standing firm beside Zeus, cautioned against arrogance, reminding all that even in victory, patience must be maintained. Demeter, sensing the balance of nature itself, aligned the earth with the Olympians' purpose so that their foundation would remain unshaken. Hestia's calm influence radiated through the ranks, stabilizing chaos and preventing missteps born of fear or excitement. As the war unfolded, cracks began to appear in the Titans' resolve. Ancient pride collided with the reality of strategy, and the precision of Zeus' orchestration revealed vulnerabilities that raw power alone could not conceal. The turning point came when Zeus concentrated the full force of his lightning, synchronized with Poseidon's tidal surges and Hades' shadows. A wave of divine energy surged across the battlefield, disorienting and scattering the Titans, breaking the cohesion that had sustained their ancient dominance. Atlas struggled under the combined forces, Hyperion's light faltered against redirected strikes, and Zeus' calculated plans crumbled under dynamic adaptability. One by one, the Titans began to falter, their unity broken, their pride shaken, as the young Olympians' preparation and strategy bore fruit. Zeus, mindful of the delicate balance between mercy and authority, allowed no room for hesitation. He directed his siblings with precision, ensuring that the Titans' retreat did not become a chance to regroup. The battlefield, now chaotic yet guided by strategy, showed the emergence of a new order, where foresight, unity, and patience triumphed over mere age and strength. The Titans' defeat was not merely physical. It was a collapse of cohesion, of certainty, a testament to the power of careful preparation, deliberate action, and strategic vision. The Olympians, though battered, stood resolute, their unity strengthened by the trials they had endured. Zeus, surveying the battlefield, felt the culmination of his hidden upbringing, the nurturing of Amalthea, the lessons of the Curides, the counsel of Métis, and the patience instilled over years of preparation. All had led to this moment, a moment where strategy, wisdom, and unity overcame the raw might of ancient titans. And so, the stage was set for the final phase, where the titans, broken but not yet imprisoned, would face the full judgment and authority of the Olympians, and the dawn of a new divine era would be proclaimed. The winds of the cosmos carried whispers of change. The rivers and mountains echoed with the pulse of destiny, and the stars themselves seemed to shine in acknowledgement of the power, patience, and foresight that had guided the younger gods. Through the first great victories of the Titanomachy, the battlefield now echoed with the final stages of the Titanomachy. The air, charged with divine energy, was alive with the clash of cosmic forces, the trembling of mountains, and the roar of oceans unleashed. Zeus, standing at the forefront of the Olympians, saw the Titans faltering under the relentless precision of their younger counterparts. Atlas struggled beneath the weight of his own pride. Hyperion's blazing light became inconsistent, and Zeus' calculations faltered as adaptability outpaced ancient intellect. Hera's presence inspired cohesion among the Olympians, her voice carrying authority and purpose across the tumultuous battlefield. Hestia maintained balance amidst chaos, preventing disorder from fracturing their ranks. Demeter nurtured the earth, ensuring the land supported each movement, while Poseidon's mastery of the seas created both shield and weapon. And Hades manipulated shadows to disrupt the Titans' coordination. Zeus, the master orchestrator, directed the forces with unerring precision. Every surge of lightning, every tidal wave, every shadow cast was part of a symphony designed to exploit weakness, to fracture cohesion, and to establish the inevitability of Olympian victory. The Titans, ancient and proud, realized the futility of resisting this calculated, unified force. Their raw strength, formidable though it was, could not counter the harmony of strategy and patience, embodied by Zeus and his siblings. Hyperion, attempting a final surge of solar fury, found himself countered at every angle. The blinding light, meant to dominate, was redirected through clever maneuvers, illuminating their vulnerabilities instead of their strengths. Atlas, carrying the heavens on his shoulders, struggled to maintain footing amidst Poseidon's tidal mastery, while the ground beneath him, nurtured and guided by Demeter, remained firm and resilient, challenging even his immense strength. Zeus, the intellect of the Titans, sought to predict and adapt to the Olympian strategy. Yet the combination of foresight, experience, and unity allowed Zeus to anticipate and counter each move, turning the Titans' calculations into blind spots, exposing weaknesses that could no longer be ignored. The tide of battle shifted decisively. Momentum, once uncertain, now flowed toward the Olympians. The Titans faltered, their confidence eroded, their pride threatened by forces they could neither fully predict nor control. Zeus, aware that hesitation could reverse the gains, pressed forward with deliberate authority. The climactic moments arrived with a crescendo of elemental fury, where lightning, wind, water, and shadow converged, breaking the remaining resistance of the Titans. One by one, the ancient gods fell, not merely defeated but restrained. Their dominion over the cosmos ended, their era of absolute power giving way to the unity, foresight, and strategy of the Olympians. Atlas was bound, condemned to bear the heavens in penance, a reminder of the weight of pride and the inevitability of cosmic order. Hyperion was restrained, his solar radiance diminished, while Zeus, Crius, and other titans were confined to the depths, their intellect and power now held in check by divine authority. The battlefield fell silent, except for the soft whispers of wind and the gentle murmur of water. The earth, oceans, and skies reflected the shift, the establishment of a new order, and the dawn of Olympus as the seat of divine authority. Zeus, standing among his siblings, felt the culmination of years of hidden preparation, patience, and wisdom. The lessons of Amalthea, the guidance of Rhea, the courage instilled by the Curides, and the strategic foresight nurtured in secret, all had led to this moment. The Olympians, though weary from battle, stood united, their roles now defined and their purpose clear. Hestia, guardian of the hearth, ensured domestic and cosmic balance alike. Demeter, attuned to the cycles of life and harvest, remained a force of stability and nurture. Poseidon, master of the seas, claimed dominion over oceans and storms, while Hades assumed command of the underworld, guardian of the departed and keeper of shadows. Hera, regal and authoritative, stood beside Zeus, her influence extending over marriage, loyalty, and divine justice. Together, they represented the core of Olympian unity and leadership, a testament to collaboration, foresight, and deliberate action. The sky shimmered with the glow of victory, and the cosmos, now realigned, acknowledged the new era of the Olympians. The Titans, restrained and diminished, served as a reminder of the past, a cautionary tale of pride, resistance, and the inevitability of change. Zeus, reflecting on the struggle, understood that victory had been achieved not by raw power alone, but through preparation, patience, unity, and strategy. The Titanomachy had revealed the depth of his leadership, the strength of his siblings, and the wisdom of orchestrating power with foresight and care. With the Titans imprisoned and the cosmos secured, Zeus divided dominion among his siblings, establishing the order that would define the heavens, the earth, and the realms below. Poseidon commanded the seas, Hades ruled the underworld, Zeus himself took the sky and the ultimate authority among gods. Hera, Hestia, Demeter, and other Olympians assumed their respective spheres, each contributing to the harmony and balance of the cosmos. The era of the Olympians had begun, an era defined not by the chaos of raw strength, but by the wisdom, foresight, and unity that would guide them through millennia of myth, legend, and influence over mortals. The echoes of the Titanomachy lingered. Soft whispers of wind and water carried the memory of struggle, the lessons of preparation, patience, and unity, and the promise of a divine order that would shape both gods and mortals alike. Thus concludes the final part of the Titanomachy, the epic war that established Olympus as the supreme realm of the gods, a triumph of strategy, foresight, and collaboration, and the beginning of a new divine age under the leadership of Zeus and his siblings. The cosmos, once trembling with the thunder of war, now settled into a new rhythm, a harmony orchestrated by the victorious Olympians. The Titans, ancient and proud, were bound and imprisoned, their immense power subdued by the unity, foresight, and strategy of younger gods. From the ashes of conflict, the Olympians rose, each assuming their place in the celestial order, their roles defined by strength, wisdom, and the subtle intricacies of divine personality. Zeus, the ruler of the heavens, stood atop Olympus, his eyes surveying the earth below, his mind a network of strategy, foresight, and endless curiosity. Lightning crackled at his fingertips, a symbol not merely of power, but of authority, wisdom, and the ability to govern both gods and mortals. Hera, regal and unwavering, assumed her role as the goddess of marriage, fidelity, and divine justice. Her presence radiated authority, a counterbalance to Zeus' impulsive tendencies. Though her heart bore the scars of betrayal, her vigilance over union and loyalty ensured the stability of both divine and mortal relationships. Poseidon, ruler of the seas, claimed dominion over oceans, rivers, and all waters that shaped the earth. His moods, volatile yet purposeful, dictated storms, tides, and the rhythm of coastal life. He bridged the gap between creation and destruction. His influence felt in both the calm of gentle waves and the fury of tidal onslaughts that reshaped landscapes. Hades, silent and resolute, took control of the underworld, guardian of the departed and arbiter of shadowed realms. Though he rarely sought the notice of mortals, his authority was absolute, maintaining balance between life and death, and ensuring that the cycles of existence continued without interruption. Hestia, quiet yet essential, presided over the hearth, the sacred center of domestic life, where mortals and gods alike found stability, warmth, and continuity. Her gentle presence was a reminder that even amidst grand tales of power and conflict, peace and order were necessary to sustain life. Demeter, goddess of harvest and fertility, tended the cycles of growth, ensuring that mortals experienced abundance, and that the earth bore fruit in harmony with the changing seasons. Her grief for Persephone, though still present in whispers of myth, was a testament to the depth of maternal care, and a reflection of the intertwining of divine emotion and mortal experience. Athena, born from the mind of Zeus, embodied wisdom, strategy, and crafts. Though she had yet to intervene in the world, her future presence would shape cities, laws, and the hearts of mortals, balancing the chaos of war with the clarity of reason. Ares, the embodiment of conflict and bloodlust, stood ready to channel chaos into purposeful action, while Aphrodite, the goddess of love and desire, wove threads of beauty, passion, and occasional discord across the lives of gods and mortals alike. Hephaestus, the divine artisan, honed his craft in the forges of Olympus, creating weapons, tools, and artifacts that would empower gods and heroes alike. His labor quiet yet transformative, demonstrating the subtle strength of skill and ingenuity over raw force. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, balanced cunning and loyalty, bridging realms of gods and mortals, commerce and mischief, movement and communication. His influence would ripple through human societies, guiding travelers, traders, and the occasional trickster alike. Dionysus, born of divine and mortal lineage, exemplified the wild, ecstatic, and liberating aspects of life. He would later preside over celebration and madness, revealing that divinity could embrace both order and chaos, joy and excess, in ways that challenged the boundaries of mortal and divine understanding. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, and her twin Apollo, god of light, prophecy, and healing, stood as embodiments of balance, one fierce, protective, and untamed, the other illuminating, guiding, and inspiring. Together, they reflected the duality of existence, where instinct and intellect, shadow and light, coexisted in delicate harmony. With the Olympians' rise, the world of mortals became intertwined with the divine in unprecedented ways. Their influence permeated culture, law, agriculture, and human ambition. Mortals built temples to honor these gods, offering prayers, sacrifices, and devotion, seeking guidance, protection, and favor in return. Yet the gods themselves were not distant, abstract, or impartial. They were flawed, emotional, passionate, and sometimes cruel. Their personalities magnified reflections of mortal traits, with impulses and desires that influenced the fates of men, women, and cities alike. Zeus, impulsive yet cunning, could reward or punish, inspire awe or terror, his decisions rippling through mortal lives with unpredictable consequences. Hera's vigilance over marriage often brought both protection and strife, while Poseidon's temper could destroy fleets or offer safe passage. The Olympians' dominion was a delicate balance of power and influence, where divine personality shaped the unfolding tapestry of mortal experience. Through their roles, they taught lessons of loyalty, cunning, courage, and restraint, and reminded humanity that even the smallest actions could be observed and influenced by forces beyond comprehension. In this new order, mortals learned to navigate a world where gods were ever present, their stories entwined with human triumphs, failures, and desires. Temples rose, festivals were celebrated, and the myths of these divine beings became woven into the very fabric of culture. The rise of Olympus marked not only the victory over the Titans, but also the establishment of a system where divine influence guided, challenged, and inspired mortals. Every thunderclap, every season, every act of love or conflict was a thread in a tapestry that connected gods and humanity, linking cosmic authority with earthly experience and shaping the unfolding story of civilization itself. The influence of the Olympians on the mortal world was subtle yet profound, like the slow turning of tides or the whisper of wind through the olive groves. Each god's presence, though unseen at times, shaped the lives, ambitions, and destinies of men and women alike. Zeus, the king of gods, was not merely a ruler of the skies. He was a judge, an arbiter, and a source of inspiration. Farmers prayed for rain, kings sought guidance in battle, and travelers lifted their eyes to the heavens, hoping for his favor. Yet his temper was swift, his judgments sudden, and mortals learned to respect the balance between petition and provocation. Hera, vigilant and proud, watched over the bonds of marriage and loyalty. Her influence extended into the homes of mortals, where love and trust were tested, where fidelity and betrayal played out under her quiet observation. She could bless unions, strengthen families, or inflict trials upon those who faltered, reminding humanity that devotion carried responsibility. Poseidon, restless and formidable, held sway over the oceans and the seas, over ships, sailors, and coastal cities. A calm tide brought safety and abundance, while a storm could sweep away fleets in fury. He demanded respect, and mortals learned that survival often hinged on appeasing him, offering sacrifice or ceremony to acknowledge the capriciousness of the waters. Hades, though rarely invoked in mortal prayers, influenced the ultimate journey of every human soul. Kings, warriors, and ordinary folk alike knew that their deeds in life could determine their fate in the shadowed realm. Hades' dominion reminded mortals of the inevitability of death, and the need to balance ambition with morality, strength with humility. Hestia's quiet presence permeated hearth and home. Through the warmth of the fire, the nurturing of domestic life, and the rituals of daily living, humans experienced stability and continuity. She was the subtle thread that wove the divine into the mundane, allowing mortals to feel the touch of gods in everyday existence. Demeter's influence was palpable in every harvest. Seasons reflected her moods, and mortals depended upon her generosity for survival. When Persephone descended into the underworld, the earth bore witness to grief through barren fields, and when she returned, life flourished once more. Through Demeter, humans understood the connection between divine emotion and earthly cycles. Athena's wisdom guided kings, statesmen, and warriors. Though she did not always intervene directly, her counsel manifested in dreams, omens, and inspiration. Cities rose under her guidance, laws were shaped by her principles, and mortal ingenuity flourished through the spark of her intellect. Ares, embodiment of war, influenced battles across the lands. He stirred courage and fear, driving warriors to acts of valor or folly. In the clash of armies, mortals felt the presence of chaos and conflict, reminded that the power of the gods could elevate or destroy. Aphrodite's touch rippled through love, beauty, and desire. She inspired passion, envy, and attraction, shaping human relationships, alliances, and rivalries. Through her influence, mortals learned that love was a force as transformative as war, capable of both creation and destruction. Hephaestus' creations, though forged in the divine forges of Olympus, found their way into mortal hands. Weapons, tools, and artifacts bestowed advantage, ingenuity, and protection. Mortals revered craftsmanship as divine wisdom, learning that skill and patience could rival raw strength. Hermes, the messenger and trickster, bridged worlds in ways subtle and profound. Merchants, travelers, and thieves alike felt his influence in commerce, trade, and cunning. Through Hermes, mortals learned the value of adaptability, communication, and ingenuity, and the art of navigating uncertainty with wit. Dionysus, bringer of ecstasy, fertility, and madness, introduced mortals to celebration, release, and transformation. Through wine, ritual, and revelry, humans glimpsed the wildness of life, understood the power of joy and chaos intertwined, and learned that liberation often came with both ecstasy and danger. Artemis, protector of women and children, influenced the natural world and the human experience of growth, survival, and independence. Her presence encouraged respect for life, the wilderness, and the strength of those who nurtured and defended it. Apollo, her twin, illuminated paths of prophecy, healing, and artistic inspiration. Mortals found guidance through oracles, music, and knowledge, their spirits shaped by the duality of protection and illumination. Through these divine presences, the stories of gods and mortals intertwined. Heroes were born, demigods who walked the line between human vulnerability and divine favor. Their deeds reflected the lessons of gods: courage, ingenuity, endurance, and the consequences of moral choices. In city-states, kings sought Athena's guidance, armies invoked Ares' fury, and lovers prayed to Aphrodite for union or reconciliation. Festivals, rituals, and sacrifices became the bridge through which humans engaged with the divine, recognizing that their destinies were interwoven with powers beyond comprehension. Even the imperfections of gods served as lessons. Zeus' impulsive affairs taught caution and the complexities of desire. Hera's vengeance highlighted the potency of loyalty and retribution. Poseidon's volatility reminded humans of nature's unpredictability, and Hades' silence underscored the certainty of mortality. In the mortal realm, these divine influences were not merely abstract. They shaped wars, agriculture, politics, art, and culture. Mortals learned to navigate life with awareness of the divine presence, to honor, appease, and sometimes fear, understanding that human experience was enriched and complicated by the watchful eyes and personalities of the gods. The rise of the Olympians marked an era where the divine was intimate, where gods were reflections of mortal virtues and vices, and where humanity began to comprehend the intertwined nature of cosmic and earthly order. Through the careful orchestration of Olympus, the world of mortals became a canvas for the expression of divine influence. Every decision, every act of courage or folly, every harvest, festival, or war was touched by the presence of the gods. And through these interactions, myths and stories began to flourish, ensuring that the lessons of Olympus would endure across generations. With the Olympians firmly established, their attention gradually turned toward the mortal realm, where cities rose and fell, and human lives unfolded in a delicate interplay of ambition, desire, and destiny. Mortals, though small in stature compared to the gods, were vessels of potential, courage, and ingenuity. Zeus watched kingdoms and armies, observing the patterns of power and the consequences of choice. He guided some, punished others, and in every act, reminded humanity that the cosmos was neither indifferent nor purely benevolent. Hera's influence was keenly felt in households and courts. Queens sought her favor, marriages were sanctified under her gaze, and when betrayal occurred, her retribution was swift, not merely as punishment, but as a lesson in the delicate balance of loyalty, trust, and authority. Poseidon's tempestuous nature resonated in the mortal experience of the sea. Fishermen, sailors, and coastal cities learned to respect his moods. Tides, storms, and earthquakes were not random acts of nature, but reminders of divine presence and the necessity of humility and preparation. He fostered both reverence and fear, ensuring that mortals approached the natural world with care and strategy. Demeter's maternal care extended to every seed sown and every harvest reaped. Her influence over fertility and the cycles of life reminded humanity that survival and abundance depended not solely on toil, but on alignment with natural and divine rhythms. The story of Persephone, though celestial, manifested in the changing seasons, a rhythm of grief and joy reflected in the mortal experience of life and death. Hestia's presence nurtured the hearth, a quiet but essential center of civilization. Through her, mortals learned that order and stability began at home, and that continuity of domestic life was a sacred endeavor, connecting human culture to the enduring influence of the divine. Athena inspired not only warriors and kings, but also craftsmen, architects, and lawgivers. Her wisdom shaped cities, guided justice, and influenced the evolution of culture, showing mortals that intellect, foresight, and careful planning could rival brute strength in shaping the course of civilization. Ares, the embodiment of war, was both feared and revered. In every battlefield, his presence manifested in courage, fear, and strategy. Yet his influence also revealed the moral complexities of conflict, the consequences of ambition, aggression, and the choices that determine victory or defeat. Aphrodite's domain over love, desire, and beauty touched every heart, every union, every rivalry. Through her, mortals experienced the transformative power of passion, learning that love could inspire greatness, provoke chaos, and leave indelible marks upon the story of humanity. Hephaestus, through his creations, introduced mortals to the enduring power of craft, ingenuity, and technology. His divine tools and artifacts were instruments of empowerment, teaching humans that skill, patience, and intelligence could alter the balance of power and achieve extraordinary feats. Hermes guided travelers, merchants, and messengers, introducing mortals to the principles of communication, trade, and cleverness. Through his subtle influence, humanity learned the art of navigation, both of the physical world and the complex pathways of social interaction. Dionysus, presiding over celebration, ecstasy, and transformation, invited mortals to explore the extremes of joy, creativity, and liberation. His influence manifested in festivals, music, and rites, revealing that the divine could be encountered not only in order, but also in the wild, the chaotic, and the exuberant aspects of life. Artemis, protector of women and children, guided hunters, nurturers, and the vulnerable. Her influence underscored the importance of respect for life, self-sufficiency, and the protective instinct that binds societies together. Apollo illuminated paths of prophecy, healing, and inspiration, allowing mortals to glimpse the future, recover from suffering, and pursue artistic and intellectual endeavors guided by divine insight. The stories of demigods emerged, born of union between mortals and gods. These heroes embodied the traits of their divine progenitors, yet carried human vulnerability, doubt, and mortality. Through their trials, mortals witnessed the convergence of divine influence and human courage. Heracles, the paragon of strength and endurance, faced challenges that tested not only muscle, but will, intellect, and morality. Perseus, guided by Athena and Hermes, navigated a world filled with monsters, danger, and divine intervention. These narratives became mirrors for human potential, demonstrating that courage, strategy, and virtue could elevate mortals toward the divine. Even the imperfections of gods shaped moral and ethical understanding. Zeus' impulsive desires warned against unbridled ambition and indulgence. Hera's vengeance emphasized the weight of responsibility in loyalty and justice. Poseidon's unpredictable fury reminded humans of nature's duality, creation and destruction. Through these divine traits, humanity learned lessons in balance, foresight, and ethical judgment. The interplay of gods and mortals was a dance, where divine personalities and human decisions wove the tapestry of civilization. Festivals, temples, and rituals became channels through which mortals engaged with the divine, learning respect, humility, and the art of coexisting with powers beyond comprehension. Through divine influence, human culture evolved. City-states flourished under Athena's guidance. Sea voyages and commerce thrived under Poseidon and Hermes. Wars were fought with courage inspired by Ares, tempered by Athena's wisdom. Love and beauty, guided by Aphrodite, shaped alliances and personal bonds, craft and innovation, born of Hephaestus' influence, advanced human civilization. Thus, the Olympians became inseparable from mortal experience. Their personalities, decisions, and actions provided a framework for understanding courage, wisdom, desire, and morality. Through stories, myths, and lived experience, humans navigated the challenges of existence, ever aware that their lives were touched by powers beyond the horizon, powers that demanded respect, reflection, and engagement. The presence of the Olympians in the mortal world became a constant thread, intertwining with the rhythm of daily life, the rise and fall of cities, and the unfolding destinies of men and women. From the smallest village to the grandest palace, mortals experienced echoes of divine influence, sometimes subtle, sometimes unmistakably direct. Zeus, wielding the authority of the heavens, intervened in matters both vast and intimate. Kings sought his guidance in war, farmers prayed for rainfall, and travelers lifted their eyes to the skies, hoping for favor or protection. Yet his decisions were unpredictable, teaching mortals the necessity of caution, humility, and reverence. Hera, ever vigilant, watched over marriages, families, and social bonds. Her influence guided the domestic sphere, ensuring fidelity, accountability, and respect. Her wrath, when provoked, served as a stark reminder of responsibility, while her blessings fostered harmony, loyalty, and resilience. Poseidon's reach extended beyond the shorelines, touching the lives of sailors, fishermen, and coastal cities. A calm sea brought prosperity, while storms, floods, and earthquakes reflected his volatile temper. Through Poseidon, mortals learned that survival depended not only on skill, but also on respect for forces beyond control, and the understanding that nature's duality was mirrored in the divine. Demeter's care of the earth shaped agriculture and sustenance. The cycles of planting and harvest reflected her moods, and the story of Persephone's descent and return instilled in humans an awareness of the connection between divine emotion and earthly life. Through her, mortals recognized the link between fertility, grief, joy, and the ongoing rhythms that govern survival and prosperity. Hestia's influence permeated the hearth, instilling the sacredness of domestic life, the importance of continuity, and the quiet power of stability. Even the simplest acts of daily living became rituals imbued with divine significance, where mortals found comfort, order, and connection to the divine presence. Athena's wisdom guided the minds of rulers, lawgivers, and architects. Through dreams, inspiration, and counsel, she shaped cities, governance, and culture. Her guidance taught mortals that intellect, strategy, and foresight were as critical as strength and courage, and that civilization could flourish under thoughtful leadership. Ares, though often feared, inspired courage, determination, and resilience. In every battlefield, mortals felt the duality of chaos and order, and learned that the path of conflict required discipline, strategy, and moral reflection. Aphrodite's touch infused the world with passion, love, and desire. She influenced unions, alliances, rivalries, and even wars, reminding humanity of the transformative power of emotion. Her presence demonstrated that love could both elevate and destroy, and that beauty and desire were potent forces in shaping history and fate. Hephaestus' craftsmanship empowered mortals through tools, weapons, and innovations. His influence demonstrated that skill, patience, and intelligence could rival raw power, and that ingenuity was a bridge between mortal limitations and divine potential. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, guided travelers, merchants, and explorers. Through him, mortals learned to navigate both the physical world and social landscapes, to adapt, communicate, and thrive in uncertainty. His presence encouraged cleverness, resourcefulness, and the art of timing. Dionysus, presiding over revelry, ecstasy, and transformation, invited mortals to explore joy, creativity, and liberation. Through festivals, music, and ritual, humanity glimpsed the divine in wild, exuberant, and transformative ways, learning that chaos and celebration were intrinsic to the human and divine experience. Artemis, protector of the vulnerable, guided hunters, nurturers, and those seeking independence. Apollo, her twin, illuminated knowledge, prophecy, healing, and artistry. Together, they exemplified duality, instinct and intellect, protection and guidance, shadow and light. Mortals experienced both the safety of divine guardianship and the inspiration of elevated insight. Through these divine interactions, the foundation of morality, ethics, and cultural values emerged. Heroes and demigods, born from unions of mortal and divine, embodied lessons of courage, virtue, ingenuity, and endurance. Their trials reflected the complex interplay between human free will and divine influence, teaching humanity the consequences of choices, actions, and intentions. Prominent among these stories were the tales of Perseus, guided by Athena and Hermes, who confronted Medusa, a being whose story reflected injustice, vengeance, and the reclamation of power. Her narrative highlighted divine complexity. Gods could be protectors, punishers, or arbiters of fate, and mortals were often caught in the ripple of their actions. Heracles, whose labors tested both strength and intellect, demonstrated the potential of human perseverance under divine influence. Each challenge, imposed by gods, revealed lessons about morality, resilience, and the nature of suffering. Through these stories, mortals understood that heroism was inseparable from struggle, and that guidance from the divine could manifest through trials as much as blessings. The Olympians, in their complexity, offered more than instruction. They provided mirrors of human potential and flaws. Zeus' impulsiveness reminded mortals of ambition unchecked by prudence. Hera's vigilance emphasized loyalty and accountability. Poseidon's storms reflected the unpredictability of nature and circumstance. Through observation and interaction, humanity learned discernment, courage, and humility. Temples rose, rituals were performed, and festivals celebrated, all reinforcing the intimate bond between divine and mortal realms. Mortals recognized that gods were not distant abstractions, but forces present in every moment, guiding, challenging, inspiring, and testing. Through these narratives, civilizations flourished, their laws, arts, and moral frameworks infused with divine lessons. The Olympians' influence was perpetual, not through domination alone, but through presence, guidance, and the reflection of human traits magnified in divine form. Thus, the rise of the Olympians established a cosmic and moral order, where gods were mentors, challengers, and mirrors of humanity, where mortal lives were enriched, complicated, and elevated by the watchful eyes and personalities of those who resided on Olympus, and where the stories of love, courage, strategy, and endurance formed the foundation of mythology, culture, and human understanding. At the heart of Olympus, beyond the shining peaks and the clouds of divine mist, lay the intricate network of relationships that defined the Olympian family. Here, power, loyalty, jealousy, and ambition intertwined, creating stories as compelling as they were cautionary. Zeus, the king of gods, sat upon his throne with an air of authority tempered by unpredictability. He was the arbiter of divine law, the wielder of thunder and lightning, yet also a being of desire, curiosity, and impulsive action. His choices resonated across the mortal and divine worlds alike, each decision capable of inspiring awe, fear, or unintended turmoil. Hera, his sister and queen, stood as both counterpart and balance to Zeus' volatile temperament. Regal and resolute, she embodied the principles of fidelity and oversight. Yet beneath her calm exterior burned a fire of vengeance, particularly toward those who disrupted the sanctity of marriage, and toward the offspring of Zeus' numerous affairs. Her wrath was formidable, but her dedication to order and justice was equally undeniable. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was a force of nature incarnate, both creative and destructive. his moods mirrored in the tides, storms, and earthquakes that shaped mortal realms. He held grudges with a persistence that rivaled any mortal vendetta, and his passions could alter the course of human lives and entire cities. Hades, ruler of the underworld, was quieter, more reserved, yet no less powerful. He governed the realm of the dead with a measured hand, ensuring that the cycles of life and death continued without disruption. Though often detached from mortal affairs, his presence was a reminder of inevitability and the ultimate authority over fate and finality. The relationships among the Olympians were as complex as their powers. Zeus' impulsive behavior often clashed with Hera's calculated vengeance. Poseidon's tempestuousness collided with Athena's strategic mind. Hades' reserved nature offered contrast to Dionysus' exuberant presence. Every interaction, every divine conflict, carried echoes into the mortal world, impacting kings, heroes, and ordinary men and women. The children of these gods, whether divine, semi-divine, or mortal, were shaped by the tensions and influences of their parents. Demigods, like Perseus or Heracles, exemplified the blending of mortal vulnerability with divine power. Their journeys were trials not only of strength, but of wisdom, morality, and the ability to navigate forces beyond human comprehension. Athena, born fully formed from Zeus' mind, exemplified the fusion of intellect and strategy. She intervened in mortal affairs when necessary, guiding heroes, shaping laws, and inspiring civilizations. Her wisdom often counterbalanced the chaos instigated by Ares, and her presence reminded mortals that reason could prevail even in times of strife. Ares, the god of war, represented the raw, untempered aspects of battle. Though often reckless, he was necessary for the expression of courage and for the trials that forged mortal and divine alike. His conflicts with Athena highlighted the balance between strategy and instinct, and the consequences of unbridled aggression. Aphrodite's influence permeated both Olympus and the mortal world. Her beauty, charm, and power over desire created connections, alliances, and rivalries. Through her, mortals experienced the complexities of love, lust, and jealousy, and learned that the passions of the heart could rival the might of armies. Hephaestus, often overlooked and undervalued, crafted the weapons, artifacts, and tools that shaped divine and mortal events alike. His labors, though quiet, were transformative, demonstrating that patience, skill, and ingenuity were as potent as raw power or cunning. Hermes, messenger and trickster, moved between realms with ease. He guided mortals and gods alike, mediating disputes, delivering messages, and occasionally testing the cleverness and morality of both divine and human beings. His influence reminded mortals that communication and adaptability were essential to survival. Dionysus, born of both mortal and divine lineage, introduced joy, madness, and transformation into the mortal experience. Through revelry, ritual, and celebration, humans encountered the divine in moments of ecstasy and creative liberation. He challenged norms, disrupted order, and reminded mortals that joy and chaos were intertwined elements of life. Artemis, protector of women and children, and Apollo, her twin, guided mortals toward balance, where protection and illumination, instinct and intellect, coexisted in harmonious tension. Their presence encouraged respect for life, knowledge, and personal growth. Even Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, played an essential role in binding the divine family together and connecting them with mortal civilization. Her quiet vigilance preserved continuity, nurtured stability, and reminded humans that small, consistent acts could embody divine influence. The Olympian family, in its entirety, was a web of power, influence, and emotional complexity. Their interactions of love, betrayal, guidance, and rivalry were mirrored in the mortal realm, teaching lessons of morality, ethics, resilience, and consequence. Every myth, every story of divine intervention was a reflection of human potential and limitation, an illustration of how ambition, wisdom, desire, and morality could shape the course of life and civilization. Through the trials of demigods and mortals, humans learned the enduring truths of courage, strategy, and perseverance. The rise of the Olympian family was more than a cosmic shift. It was the foundation of civilization itself. Through the interplay of divine personalities, the mortal world became a stage upon which power, passion, and purpose were enacted. From the chaos of the Titans' fall emerged a structured cosmos, where gods watched, guided, and occasionally challenged humanity, ensuring that life remained a tapestry of struggle, triumph, and reflection. Zeus, the ruler of Olympus, was not merely a figure of authority, but a reflection of human complexity magnified into divine proportions. His decisions, impulsive and sometimes morally ambiguous, rippled through the heavens and the mortal realm alike. Mortals admired his power, feared his wrath, and often sought his favor through prayer, sacrifice, and ceremony. Yet his desires frequently led to turmoil. Affairs with mortal women, nymphs, and goddesses produced offspring who were both gifts and burdens, demigods whose lives straddled the delicate line between mortality and divinity. Hera, Zeus' sister and consort, embodied the paradox of devotion and vengeance. She was the protector of marriage, upholding loyalty and fidelity with unwavering resolve. Yet, when confronted with Zeus' indiscretions, her wrath was swift and unrelenting. Mortals who witnessed her fury, through divine intervention or mythic narrative, learned that loyalty carried weight, and that betrayal, whether human or divine, had consequences. Poseidon, ever restless, expressed the duality of creation and destruction. Islands, horses, and waterways emerged from his power, yet storms, earthquakes, and tidal fury reflected his volatile temper. Mortals living by the sea understood his capricious nature, offering sacrifices, seeking favor, and preparing for the unpredictable. Through Poseidon, humanity grasped the delicate balance of respect, fear, and ingenuity required to coexist with forces beyond control. Hades, though distant from the mortal world, governed the inevitable transition from life to death. His dominion reminded humans of mortality and of the consequences of action, inaction, virtue, and vice. Through myth and ritual, mortals recognized Hades' authority, learning that life's value was intertwined with understanding and respect for the ultimate inevitability. Athena's wisdom offered guidance without overt imposition. Kings, warriors, and artisans felt her influence in moments of inspiration, discovering strategies, innovations, and insights that altered the course of events. Her presence contrasted sharply with the impulsive energy of Zeus and the chaotic nature of Ares, providing a stabilizing force that shaped human civilization. Ares, unpredictable and fierce, embodied the intensity and peril of war. Mortals learned courage, resilience, and caution through his influence, realizing that valor alone was insufficient without guidance, strategy, and ethical consideration. Aphrodite, divine mistress of love, desire, and attraction, wove passion and consequence into mortal relationships. Her influence could inspire devotion, create tension, or provoke rivalry. Through her, mortals understood the transformative, sometimes destructive, nature of desire and affection, and the enduring power of beauty and charm in shaping human destiny. Hephaestus, often overlooked, reminded mortals of the quiet yet profound impact of skill, patience, and creativity. His forged weapons, tools, and divine artifacts enabled heroes to confront challenges, alter fate, and realize potential. Mortals came to revere craftsmanship as an extension of divine wisdom. Hermes, the messenger, trickster, and guide, navigated between divine and mortal realms with agility and insight. He taught mortals adaptability, cleverness, and the subtleties of negotiation, showing that survival often depended on wit as much as strength. Dionysus, presiding over revelry, transformation, and liberation, introduced humans to the ecstatic, chaotic, and transcendent aspects of life. Through music, ritual, and festival, mortals glimpsed the divine in moments of joy and madness, understanding that release, creativity, and emotional expression were paths to deeper comprehension of existence. Artemis, protector of the vulnerable, and Apollo, her twin, illuminated the balance of instinct, intellect, protection, and enlightenment. Mortals respected the natural world, revered knowledge and prophecy, and found inspiration in artistry, healing, and insight, all guided by these twin deities' complementary forces. Even Hestia, goddess of the hearth, played an understated yet essential role. Her presence in homes, temples, and communal spaces taught mortals the importance of continuity, stability, and domestic harmony, reminding them that small, consistent acts could embody divine influence and preserve order. The interactions among these gods, of love, rivalry, guidance, and vengeance, provided enduring lessons for humanity. Stories of divine jealousy, favoritism, and moral ambiguity taught mortals to navigate the complexities of relationships, power, and ethical decision-making. The interplay of the Olympians reflected human society in microcosm, elevating human experiences into myth and ensuring that lessons of courage, loyalty, strategy, and love endured across generations. The myths of Persephone and Demeter illustrated profound emotion and consequence. The abduction of Persephone by Hades brought grief to Demeter, and through her mourning, mortals experienced famine, scarcity, and reflection. When Persephone returned, life flourished once more, demonstrating the cyclical nature of loss and renewal. Through these narratives, mortals learned that grief, patience, and endurance were integral to survival and understanding the forces that shape existence. Medusa's story revealed the intersection of injustice, power, and transformation. Once a mortal priestess, she became a gorgon through divine punishment, a victim of circumstance and capricious power. Her legacy as a weapon, a symbol, and a reflection of divine complexity taught humanity the nuances of morality, victimhood, and resistance. The love story of Psyche and Eros exemplified the transformative power of endurance, devotion, and trust. Through trials imposed by Aphrodite and guided by divine intervention, Psyche's journey from mortal fragility to divine strength illuminated the potential for growth, transcendence, and integration with the divine. Her story became a blueprint for understanding love, perseverance, and spiritual evolution. The Olympians' influence, though celestial, was inseparable from the mortal world. Through direct action, subtle inspiration, or divine example, they shaped culture, values, and the narratives that defined human experience. Every war, harvest, festival, and act of heroism carried echoes of Olympus, reminding mortals that the divine was present not only in acts of extraordinary power, but also in the choices, emotions, and struggles of everyday life. Through these intertwined stories of power, conflict, love, and guidance, humans discovered enduring truths that courage, wisdom, patience, and virtue could shape destiny, that desire, jealousy, and folly carried consequences, and that every action, seen or unseen, was part of a larger cosmic tapestry. The Olympian family, in all its complexity, became both a mirror and a guide for humanity. Their relationships reflected human virtues and flaws. Their choices created lessons, and their stories ensured that the presence of the divine would be felt, understood, and revered for generations to come. The union of gods and mortals gave rise to demigods, figures who embodied both human vulnerability and divine potential. These children carried the traits of their immortal parents, yet were deeply intertwined with the mortal world, bound by the laws, struggles, and limitations of human existence. Zeus, in his pursuit of desire and curiosity, fathered heroes whose deeds would echo through eternity. Heracles, born of mortal endurance and divine strength, faced trials that tested not only his muscles, but his mind, courage, and morality. Each labor imposed upon him reflected the intricacies of divine-human interaction, revealing lessons about perseverance, ethical judgment, and the balance of power. Perseus, another of Zeus' demigod progeny, embarked on quests that intertwined fate, morality, and divine guidance. Gifted with tools and counsel from Hermes and Athena, he confronted Medusa, whose story exemplified injustice and the transformative consequences of divine intervention. Through his journey, mortals learned that courage, strategy, and integrity were essential to navigating both mortal and divine challenges. These narratives also emphasized the consequences of desire and indulgence. Zeus' impulsive actions, Aphrodite's influence over love and attraction, and Hera's protective vengeance created a complex moral framework for mortals to interpret and follow. Through myth, humans learned the risks of ambition, passion, and folly, and the enduring importance of ethical reflection, humility, and resilience. The Olympians' interactions were not limited to acts of creation or intervention. They were mirrors of human emotion. Love, jealousy, pride, vengeance, and devotion played out on a divine stage. Mortals, observing these narratives, gleaned insight into the complexities of relationships, the consequences of choices, and the delicate balance between desire and responsibility. Demeter and Persephone's story served as a profound lesson. When Persephone was taken to the underworld, Demeter's grief caused famine and scarcity, demonstrating the tangible impact of divine emotion on the mortal realm. Through this myth, humans understood the deep connections between loss, renewal, and the cycles of life, recognizing that suffering could coexist with hope and despair could give way to joy. Medusa's tale further explored the themes of injustice, transformation, and reclamation of power. Once a mortal priestess, she became a Gorgon, punished by the gods for circumstances beyond her control. Her story taught mortals about the complexities of morality, the consequences of divine action, and the potential for resilience and empowerment even in the face of injustice. The love of Psyche and Eros exemplified endurance and spiritual transformation. Through trials imposed by Aphrodite, Psyche navigated fear, doubt, and suffering, ultimately achieving divine elevation. Her journey illustrated that love, when combined with courage and perseverance, could transcend mortality, revealing the capacity for growth, unity, and transcendence. Even in moments of celebration, the Olympians influenced mortal understanding. Dionysus festivals and rites encouraged liberation, creativity, and communal connection, allowing humans to explore the extremes of joy, ecstasy, and transformation. Through revelry, mortals encountered divine presence, learning that order and chaos, discipline and release were both necessary aspects of life. Athena's counsel and Apollo's guidance illuminated paths of reason, artistry, and insight. Mortals were inspired to create, to govern with wisdom, and to heal through knowledge. Their interventions emphasized the importance of foresight, strategy, and the pursuit of excellence, demonstrating that intellect, creativity, and moral reflection were divine gifts accessible to human endeavor. Ares' raw energy reminded mortals that courage and conflict were inseparable. Through struggle and adversity, humans learned resilience, determination, and the weight of ethical choice. His presence underscored that heroism often required navigating the tension between instinct, passion, and moral responsibility. Hestia's influence, though understated, reinforced stability, domestic harmony, and continuity. Mortals recognized that even amidst divine grandeur and epic events, the quiet constancy of hearth and home preserved order, nurtured community, and connected humanity to the rhythm of the divine cosmos. Through these intersecting narratives, humanity gained a holistic understanding of existence, that courage, love, intellect, and resilience were essential, that desire, folly, and rivalry carried lessons, and that divine influence, whether direct or subtle, shaped every facet of mortal life. The Olympian stories, preserved in myth and ritual, provided frameworks for morality, culture, and human aspiration. They taught that life was an interplay of power, consequence, and ethical choice, and that mortal existence was both challenged and enriched by forces beyond comprehension. Thus, the rise of the Olympians and the birth of demigods established the foundations of human understanding, heroism, and culture. Through observation, reflection, and participation in these stories, mortals learned the enduring truths of courage, wisdom, love, and resilience, discovering that even in a world governed by immortal powers, human agency, virtue, and endurance were essential to navigating the tapestry of life. The interplay of divine desire, mortal action, and heroic endeavor formed the basis for civilizations to emerge, thrive, and remember. Through these narratives, the lessons of Olympus were passed down from generation to generation, ensuring that even as myths evolved, their core insights about morality, courage, love, and resilience remained timeless. As the Olympians observed the mortal world, they were not distant spectators, but active participants in the unfolding of human destiny. Every decision, every act of passion or vengeance, carried lessons and consequences for mortals who looked to them for guidance, or found themselves caught in the ripple of divine interference. Heroes, demigods, and mortals alike experienced the duality of Olympus, a realm of inspiration and danger, of wisdom and caprice. Through these interactions, humans learned the complexities of ethics, courage, and the delicate balance of ambition and humility. Zeus' affairs, while morally ambiguous, produced offspring whose deeds became legends. The trials of Heracles, born of mortal resilience and divine might, taught that endurance, intelligence, and virtue could overcome even the harshest challenges. Perseus, guided by Athena and Hermes, faced Medusa, whose tragic story revealed the consequences of injustice, the complexities of morality, and the potential for courage to transform fate. The interplay of love, rivalry, and ambition among the gods mirrored the dynamics of mortal society. Hera's vigilance and occasional wrath emphasized accountability, while Poseidon's tempestuous influence reminded mortals of nature's unpredictability and of the necessity of respect and preparation in the face of uncontrollable forces. Demeter and Persephone's cyclical tale imbued human understanding of natural rhythms with emotional depth. The seasons themselves were lessons in patience, loss, renewal, and the interconnectedness of human effort with divine orchestration. Through ritual and observation, mortals internalized these lessons, creating festivals, agricultural practices, and cultural traditions that honored both divine presence and earthly cycles. The transformative power of love and endurance was exemplified in Psyche's journey with Eros. Through trials imposed by Aphrodite, Psyche navigated fear, doubt, and hardship, emerging as a being of divine wisdom and grace. Her story revealed that suffering and perseverance could lead to transcendence, that mortal limitations could be reconciled with divine potential, and that love itself was a bridge between human and immortal realms. Medusa's tale illustrated the delicate interplay of justice and injustice, of victimhood and empowerment, transformed unjustly by Athena for circumstances beyond her control. Medusa's legacy endured as a symbol of resilience and misunderstood power. Mortals learned that morality was not always simple, that circumstances, intention, and perspective shaped judgment, and that strength could be reclaimed from suffering. Dionysus' presence reminded humans that joy and chaos, ecstasy and disruption were integral to understanding existence. Through festivals, music, and ritual, mortals embraced transformation, experiencing moments where divine ecstasy illuminated the human condition. These experiences underscored the duality of life, that liberation and discipline, revelry and restraint, coexist in the journey toward understanding. Apollo and Artemis, twins embodying illumination and protection, demonstrated the balance of intellect, instinct, and care. Mortals observed that enlightenment and foresight were intertwined with responsibility, guardianship, and ethical action. The guidance of these deities reinforced the moral and practical framework by which humans navigated life. Even the quiet presence of Hestia, goddess of the hearth, played a pivotal role in shaping culture, stability, and ethical continuity. Through her influence, mortals recognized the sanctity of home, the significance of communal order, and the importance of small, consistent acts in preserving harmony. The Olympian family, in its complexity, offered enduring lessons on the human condition, that courage, wisdom, love, and endurance were virtues to cultivate, that desire, ambition, and folly carried consequences, and that even in the presence of overwhelming power, humans could act with agency, reflection, and moral insight. Through their myths, the Olympians provided a living framework for culture, governing everything from law and war to agriculture, ritual, and artistry. Mortals observed, learned, and internalized these lessons, crafting civilizations that reflected divine principles, moral complexity, and the enduring interplay between power and responsibility. The stories of heroes, demigods, and mortals inspired by divine interaction formed a tapestry of culture and morality, where lessons of perseverance, intelligence, and virtue were passed through generations. Every act of heroism, every tale of love or betrayal, carried echoes of Olympus, reminding humanity that divine presence was interwoven with the mortal experience. Even in times of strife, chaos, or apparent injustice, humans discovered patterns, meaning, and guidance. The Olympians' narratives illuminated the interplay of morality, choice, and consequence, ensuring that the actions of mortals were observed, interpreted, and remembered. Through myth, humanity understood that power, desire, and ambition needed to be balanced with wisdom, courage, and ethical reflection. Thus, the Olympians did more than govern, protect, or challenge. They taught, inspired, and mirrored humanity. Through love, conflict, joy, and vengeance, they shaped the moral and cultural foundations of civilization. Mortals, while navigating their own struggles and triumphs, were continuously guided, tested, and inspired by the complex family whose presence was felt in every aspect of existence. In this delicate dance of power and consequence, mortals realized that life was an ongoing dialogue between human agency and divine influence, where every decision, act of courage, or demonstration of virtue echoed the wisdom, folly, and lessons of Olympus. Through these interactions, humanity learned resilience, reflection, and reverence, discovering that even in a world dominated by immortal forces, the human spirit could navigate complexity, endure trials, and find meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. In the luminous halls of Olympus, where the clouds shimmered with divine light, and the air vibrated with power, love and desire were forces as potent as lightning or the tides. Zeus, the king of gods, wielded not only authority but also an insatiable curiosity and yearning. His affections were many, his decisions often impulsive, and through them, the mortal world was shaped in profound and unexpected ways. Each liaison, whether with a mortal, a nymph, or a goddess, carried consequences far beyond the moment of passion. Hera, his sister and wife, stood as both protector and judge. Her eyes, like storm clouds over a quiet sea, reflected a vigilance born of both love and betrayal. She cherished the sanctity of marriage, yet she also bore the heavy burden of wrath, targeted toward those who disrupted the order she valued. From these intertwined desires arose the demigods, heroes who bore the mark of both mortal vulnerability and immortal potential. Heracles, son of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene, was a figure of extraordinary strength and courage, yet even his muscles and valor were tempered by challenges that required intelligence, endurance, and moral discernment. Perseus, another of Zeus' children, embarked on quests that intertwined mortal ingenuity with divine intervention. Gifted with winged sandals from Hermes and the guidance of Athena, he confronted Medusa, a creature whose tragic story revealed the darker consequences of divine whim and mortal vulnerability. Through his journey, mortals learned that courage alone was insufficient. Strategy, wisdom, and ethical reflection were essential companions. The stories of Zeus' lovers, and the children born from these unions, taught mortals about the complexities of desire, power, and consequence. Mortals came to understand that ambition and passion, though powerful, were forces that demanded responsibility and discernment. Hera's interventions, though often vengeful, were lessons in accountability, resilience, and justice. Her protective wrath toward Zeus' lovers and offspring illustrated the consequences of betrayal and the importance of loyalty. Mortals observed her actions and internalized principles of fidelity, honor, and the moral weight of choices in personal and societal relationships. Poseidon's influence further shaped mortal understanding. His tempests and earthquakes, born of both power and personal grievance, taught humans about respect, caution, and adaptation. Through his unpredictable actions, mortals learned to prepare for the unforeseen, to respect the natural world, and to recognize that even divine forces could be capricious and exacting. The birth of heroes was never accidental. Demigods were crafted through the intricate balance of divine desire, mortal courage, and circumstance. Each hero's journey was a tapestry of trials, endurance, and discovery. Their challenges reflected both divine intervention and mortal responsibility, demonstrating that greatness required the harmony of inherited power and personal moral strength. The intertwining of love and betrayal was not limited to mortals. Among the gods themselves, relationships were complex and instructive. Aphrodite, goddess of beauty and desire, inspired devotion, jealousy, and conflict. Her influence extended to mortals, shaping alliances, rivalries, and the course of events, demonstrating that love, when intertwined with power, carried both blessing and danger. The stories of Persephone and Demeter, though intertwined with natural cycles, were also narratives of love, loss, and negotiation. Persephone's abduction by Hades introduced grief and famine to the mortal world, yet her eventual return brought renewal, growth, and hope. Through this story, mortals learned the value of endurance, patience, and the interconnectedness of emotional experience and natural cycles. Even the tales of Psyche and Eros illuminated the transformative potential of love. Through trials imposed by Aphrodite, Psyche navigated fear, uncertainty, and suffering. Her ultimate transformation into a divine being revealed that perseverance, devotion, and moral fortitude could elevate the mortal soul, bridging the realms of humanity and divinity. Medusa's tragic narrative taught profound lessons about injustice, power, and resilience. Once a mortal priestess, she was punished unjustly, becoming a creature feared and reviled. Through her transformation, mortals learned that victimhood, suffering, and resilience were intertwined, and that true strength could emerge from adversity. Through these intertwined narratives of love, betrayal, and heroic endeavor, humans observed the complexities of moral choice, courage, and ethical reflection. The Olympians' actions, whether guided by desire, wrath, or wisdom, shaped the cultural and moral frameworks of mortals, ensuring that lessons of virtue, endurance, and intelligence were preserved through myth, ritual, and storytelling. Even in celebration and joy, the gods influenced mortal perspective. Dionysus' revelries, festivals, and transformative rites reminded humans that life was not solely defined by struggle, but also by ecstasy, creativity, and connection. Through these experiences, mortals learned to embrace the fullness of existence, acknowledging that joy, release, and communal experience were integral to understanding life. Apollo and Artemis illuminated the virtues of insight, protection, and balance. Mortals observed that wisdom and foresight were inseparable from responsibility and care, and that enlightenment required both personal growth and respect for the world around them. These lessons reinforced the moral and practical framework within which mortals acted, highlighting the interplay between instinct, intellect, and ethical consideration. Even Hestia's quiet, enduring presence shaped mortal culture. Through the sanctity of the hearth, humans understood the value of stability, continuity, and domestic harmony. Her influence, though understated, reminded mortals that everyday actions, when consistent and virtuous, carried enduring divine significance. Through these stories of desire, betrayal, heroism, and divine intervention, mortals learned the nuances of existence. Power, passion, and ambition were tempered by wisdom, ethical reflection, and the pursuit of virtue. Love, endurance, and courage were celebrated not only as ideals, but as practical instruments for navigating the world. The Olympians, in their complexity, ensured that mortal life was both a test and a lesson. Each interaction, each myth, carried guidance for the living, revealing that human agency, resilience, and morality were as vital as the influence of divine power. Through the birth of heroes, the unfolding of love and betrayal, and the guidance of gods both temperate and tempestuous, humans discovered enduring truths about courage, loyalty, love, and perseverance. Even amidst chaos and injustice, mortals could act with wisdom, integrity, and reflection, guided by the lessons and presence of Olympus. And so, from the luminous heights of Mount Olympus to the mortal realm below, the dance of love, betrayal, and heroic endeavor continued. A delicate interplay of desire, power, courage, and moral insight, where each story, each trial, and each triumph wove a tapestry of enduring significance for humanity and divinity alike. Hera's vigilance over Olympus was not born solely of jealousy, but of a profound sense of order, justice, and the sanctity of vows. Her gaze, sharp and unwavering, monitored the unfolding of events both among gods and mortals. Those who defied divine or moral order, be it through ambition, desire, or hubris, soon felt the weight of her scrutiny. Zeus, ever impulsive, often found himself at the center of conflict between his desires and the principles Hera upheld. His affairs with mortals, nymphs, and goddesses produced children who were destined for greatness, but also set the stage for trials, vengeance, and learning. Hera's interventions, though sometimes severe, ensured that balance, justice, and consequence permeated every story. The birth of Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, brought both promise and peril. As a demigod, he inherited extraordinary strength, yet his journey was defined by immense trials, crafted by both divine caprice and mortal circumstance. Each labor, from slaying the Nemean lion to cleansing the Augean stables, was more than a feat of physical prowess. It was a lesson in strategy, endurance, morality, and the intricate balance of power. Perseus' tale similarly intertwined divine guidance and mortal ingenuity. Armed with winged sandals, a reflective shield, and divine counsel, he confronted Medusa, the tragic Gorgon. Her story, one of injustice, transformation, and misunderstood power, revealed the complexities of divine intervention and moral consequence. Through Perseus' journey, mortals learned that courage alone was insufficient to navigate a world shaped by both human and divine forces. Wisdom, foresight, and ethical reflection were equally essential. Hera's influence extended beyond punishment. Through her vigilance, she ensured that lessons were clear, that mortal and divine actions had consequences, and that the balance between desire and duty, passion and principle was maintained. Mortals internalized these lessons, understanding that ambition and action carried responsibility, and that virtue was inseparable from consequence. Poseidon, whose moods mirrored the sea's unpredictability, further shaped mortal experience. Storms, earthquakes, and sudden calm illustrated the duality of creation and destruction. Mortals learned to respect natural forces, to anticipate and adapt, and to recognize that divine temperaments often reflected human realities amplified. To cosmic scale, Demeter's grief and the abduction of Persephone taught humanity the interconnectedness of emotion, morality, and natural cycles. Famine and scarcity followed Persephone's absence, yet the return of growth and abundance illuminated renewal and hope. Through ritual, observation, and myth, mortals internalized the value of patience, resilience, and empathy, realizing that emotional truth and natural consequence were intertwined. The tales of Psyche and Eros provided lessons in love, trust, and spiritual growth. Through trials imposed by Aphrodite, Psyche confronted fear, doubt, and suffering. Her perseverance led to divine transformation, demonstrating that mortal courage, virtue, and devotion could transcend human limitation, bridging the realm of the gods and the human soul. Medusa's narrative served as a stark reminder of injustice and resilience. Once a mortal priestess, unjustly transformed into a gorgon, her story revealed the power dynamics between mortals and immortals, and the enduring capacity for empowerment even when victimized. Mortals learned to navigate moral complexity, acknowledge suffering, and recognize strength in adversity. Even in moments of joy and festivity, divine influence guided mortal understanding. Dionysus rituals and celebrations taught that liberation, creativity, and emotional expression were vital for balance and growth. Mortals discovered that embracing the extremes of joy and chaos was essential to understanding life's full spectrum, and that communal celebration was both sacred and transformative. Apollo and Artemis illuminated the virtues of foresight, wisdom, and protection. Mortals observed that intellect and instinct, when aligned with ethical purpose, could guide decisions, avert danger, and cultivate growth. The lessons drawn from these twin deities emphasized balance, insight, and responsibility, reinforcing the moral framework within which human action unfolded. Hestia's quiet, enduring presence reinforced stability, continuity, and domestic harmony. Mortals understood that the hearth symbolized more than warmth. It represented constancy, order, and the ethical rhythm of life. Even amidst grand narratives of love, betrayal, and heroism, the everyday acts of care, vigilance, and nurturing reflected divine influence, teaching humans the value of consistency and devotion. Through these stories, mortals learned that life was a delicate interplay between divine guidance and human agency, between passion, ambition, and ethical responsibility. The actions of gods, whether by inspiration, wrath, or benevolence, shaped mortal society, culture, and moral understanding, ensuring that every choice carried weight, and that every triumph or failure offered lessons for reflection and growth. The Olympians' narratives, rich with love, betrayal, heroism, and consequence, served as a moral compass and cultural foundation. Heroes, demigods, and mortals navigated these stories, gaining insight into courage, loyalty, virtue, and perseverance. Even in the face of injustice, suffering, or divine whim, humans could act with wisdom, foresight, and moral integrity, guided by the enduring lessons of Olympus. In the interplay of desire, power, and consequence, mortal and divine realms were inseparable. The birth of heroes, the trials of demigods, and the guidance of gods in both subtle and dramatic ways ensured that civilization thrived not only through survival, but through reflection, courage, and ethical action. Thus, the stage was set for enduring narratives, stories where love, betrayal, and heroism intertwined with divine intervention, moral reflection, and the transformative journey of mortals and demigods alike. Through these tales, humanity discovered timeless lessons that courage, wisdom, endurance, and virtue were essential, and that even amidst divine complexity, the human spirit possessed the capacity to navigate, endure, and transcend. The adventures of demigods unfolded across lands both mortal and divine. Each hero's journey was a mirror of human potential, a reflection of courage, intellect, and moral choice. Heracles, the son of Zeus and Alcmene, was perhaps the most vivid example of divine-human interplay. His 12 labors were not merely tests of strength, but intricate trials that demanded intelligence, endurance, and virtue. From slaying the impenetrable Nemean lion, whose golden fur could resist any weapon, to capturing the elusive Erymanthian boar, each challenge symbolized the confrontation of mortal limitations with divine power. Yet it was not only physical strength that defined Heracles. His journey demanded self-awareness, moral judgment, and the ability to navigate consequences of actions, both his own and those imposed by gods. Through struggle, suffering, and triumph, mortals learned that true heroism required more than force. It required reflection, perseverance, and ethical wisdom. Perseus' path similarly illustrated the delicate interplay of mortal ingenuity and divine guidance. Armed with gifts from gods, Hermes' winged sandals, Athena's polished shield, and the helm of invisibility, he faced Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze could turn men to stone. Medusa, once a mortal priestess, had been unjustly punished by Athena, her beauty transformed into terror, her voice silenced by divine decree. Perseus' confrontation with Medusa was more than a tale of triumph. It was a study in strategy, courage, and respect for complexity. By using reflection to evade her deadly gaze, he demonstrated that intelligence and prudence could overcome even the most formidable obstacles. Mortals, observing these tales, internalized the lessons. That courage alone was insufficient, that wisdom, preparation, and ethical discernment were essential companions to bravery. The narratives of demigods extended beyond acts of combat. Their interactions with mortals, gods, and the natural world were woven with moral significance, teaching lessons about balance, responsibility, and human potential. Psyche's journey, though different in nature, echoed similar truths. Through trials imposed by Aphrodite, she faced fear, doubt, and suffering, yet her perseverance led to transformation and divine elevation. Psyche's story highlighted the enduring power of love, the capacity for growth through adversity, and the moral and spiritual potential inherent in the mortal soul. Medusa's tale provided stark contrasts and lessons of its own. Transformed against her will into a creature feared and reviled, she symbolized injustice and the consequences of divine caprice. Yet through her story, mortals learned resilience, the reclamation of power, and the complexities of morality where victimhood and strength coexist. Her image endured as both a weapon and a symbol of resistance, an eternal reminder that even in suffering, there is potential for empowerment. The influence of gods such as Dionysus, Apollo, and Artemis offered further guidance to mortals and heroes. Dionysus festivals encouraged liberation, joy, and creative expression, reminding humanity that life encompassed both discipline and ecstasy. Apollo's light, music, and prophecy illuminated the path of insight, while Artemis' protection of women and children demonstrated the importance of guardianship and ethical stewardship. Even Hestia's quiet presence shaped the moral landscape. Through her care for the hearth, humans learned the value of stability, continuity, and domestic virtue. Her understated guidance emphasized that everyday acts of responsibility and care were as significant as heroic feats or divine interventions. Through these stories, mortals discovered that life's challenges required a delicate balance of courage, intelligence, virtue, and resilience. Every action, whether in love, battle, or daily life, carried consequences that echoed the wisdom and complexity of Olympus. The heroes' journeys taught that greatness arose not only from power, but from the integration of skill, ethical reflection, and emotional understanding. The moral and cultural framework established by these narratives ensured that humanity internalized enduring lessons. Through observation and participation in ritual, storytelling, and reflection, mortals learned to navigate the complexities of relationships, ambition, and personal growth. Every challenge faced by a hero, every trial endured by a demigod, served as a template for human conduct, a guide to balancing desire with responsibility, courage with wisdom, and action with ethical discernment. Even in tales of betrayal, passion, and divine caprice, Mortals discovered patterns of consequence, justice, and moral clarity. Hera's vigilance, Zeus' impulsiveness, Poseidon's tempests, and the guidance of Apollo, Athena, and Dionysus illustrated that life, while unpredictable, was governed by principles that could be understood, honored, and navigated. Through these intertwining narratives, humanity gained insight into the nature of courage, the responsibilities of power, and the transformative potential of love, perseverance, and reflection. Mortals learned that heroism was multifaceted. It required strength, wisdom, ethical reflection, and emotional intelligence. Divine intervention, whether subtle or dramatic, served to illuminate these principles, guiding human action and cultural development. The Olympians' influence ensured that every mortal and demigod journey was imbued with lessons of enduring relevance. Through love, betrayal, courage, and adversity, humans were taught to reflect, persevere, and strive for virtue, recognizing that even in a world shaped by immortal power, the human spirit possessed the capacity to navigate complexity, endure trials, and discover meaning and fulfillment. Thus, the stories of demigods and heroes, Heracles, Perseus, Psyche, and others, wove a tapestry of morality, courage, love, and resilience. Mortals internalized these lessons, crafting civilizations grounded in wisdom, ethical reflection, and reverence for the complexities of existence. Through these narratives, humanity discovered that even amidst divine whim and cosmic power, the journey of the soul, the pursuit of virtue, and the exercise of courage remained central to navigating the intertwined realms of gods and mortals. As the journeys of heroes and demigods reached their zenith, the lessons they embodied became etched into the fabric of mortal understanding. Each trial, each confrontation with danger or injustice, was more than a story, it was a mirror reflecting the moral and ethical potential of humanity. Heracles, having completed his 12 labors, emerged not merely as a figure of physical might, but as a symbol of perseverance, courage, and the harmony of intellect and strength. Mortals reflected upon his journey and learned that endurance alone was insufficient. Wisdom, reflection, and ethical decision-making were equally essential in navigating life's complexities. Perseus, having vanquished Medusa, returned not just with a head of power, but with profound lessons on strategy, insight, and moral discernment. He demonstrated that even the most formidable obstacles could be approached with prudence, preparation, and ethical awareness. Through his story, humanity internalized the principle that courage, tempered by intelligence, was a guiding force capable of overcoming both mortal and divine challenges. The culmination of these demigod journeys also illuminated the role of divine guidance. Athena's wisdom, Hermes' cunning, and the subtle interventions of other deities underscored that even in human endeavors, guidance, mentorship, and reflection were vital to success and moral clarity. Mortals recognized that seeking counsel, learning from experience, and balancing ambition with ethical judgment were principles as enduring as the myths themselves. Psyche's story reached its own transformative climax. Through the trials imposed by Aphrodite, she had endured hardship, fear, and doubt. Yet, through perseverance and devotion, she transcended mortal limitation, ascending to divine status as a goddess of the soul. Her journey illustrated that love, when allied with courage and virtue, possessed transformative power. It revealed that the human spirit, when tested, could achieve divinity, not through might alone, but through endurance, ethical action, and moral fortitude. Medusa's legacy, though tragic, was equally instructive. Once a mortal priestess, unjustly punished and transformed, she embodied the complexities of justice, power, and resilience. Mortals learned that suffering and injustice were realities of existence, yet from adversity could emerge strength, agency, and moral authority. Medusa's enduring image, feared and revered, became a symbol of empowerment, resistance, and the reclamation of self. The gods' actions, both subtle and dramatic, shaped the moral and cultural consciousness of mortals. Dionysus celebrations taught the necessity of embracing joy, ecstasy, and creative freedom, while Apollo and Artemis illuminated the virtues of insight, protection, and foresight. Hestia's quiet presence reinforced stability, domestic harmony, and ethical continuity. Together, these deities provided a framework through which mortals interpreted the complexities of existence, morality, and human potential. Through the stories of heroes, demigods, and divine intervention, mortals understood the delicate interplay of power, desire, responsibility, and consequence. Every choice, every act of courage, love, or wisdom was part of a broader moral and cosmic order. Even amidst apparent injustice or divine caprice, humans learned to navigate ethical complexity, to reflect upon the consequences of their actions, and to strive for virtue in a world influenced by both mortal and divine forces. The mythic narratives, though ancient, remained eternally instructive. Through the lives of Heracles, Perseus, Psyche, and Medusa, humans learned the principles of endurance, courage, love, and moral reflection. The consequences of divine interactions highlighted the importance of foresight, strategic thinking, and ethical responsibility. Through ritual, storytelling, and cultural practice, these lessons were preserved across generations, shaping civilization, law, art, and philosophy. Even in the interplay of love and betrayal, humans discovered guidance for navigating relationships, ambition, and moral complexity. Hera's vigilance, Zeus' impulsiveness, Poseidon's temper, and the influence of other Olympians demonstrated that actions, both divine and mortal, were interconnected, consequences intertwined, and every decision carried weight beyond the immediate moment. The culmination of these stories emphasized a central truth: heroism, virtue, and moral growth were inseparable from challenge, adversity, and reflection. The interplay of mortal agency and divine influence revealed that courage, intelligence, perseverance, and ethical awareness were the qualities through which mortals could navigate complexity, achieve greatness, and discover meaning in life. As the tales of the demigods concluded, the moral, cultural, and spiritual lessons they embodied became deeply ingrained in the human psyche. Mortals understood that the journey of life, like the quests of Heracles, Perseus, and Psyche, required a harmonious integration of strength, intellect, virtue, and resilience. Thus, the myths of Olympus were not merely stories of entertainment or spectacle. They were frameworks of understanding, guidance, and reflection, providing humanity with enduring principles by which to navigate existence. Through these narratives, the complexities of love, betrayal, heroism, and divine intervention were transformed into lessons of moral clarity, resilience, and insight. In the end, every hero's journey, every trial endured, and every divine interaction served to illuminate the timeless interplay of power, courage, wisdom, and love. Mortals, inspired and guided by these stories, learned that even amidst the unpredictability of life, ethical reflection, perseverance, and moral insight could transform challenges into lessons, adversity into growth, and ordinary existence into a tapestry of meaning and fulfillment. The stage was now fully set for the final intertwining narratives: Persephone's eternal cycle of loss and renewal, Psyche's ultimate transcendence, and Medusa's lasting legacy of resilience and empowerment. Through these concluding stories, humanity would find enduring lessons. In the eternal dance between mortal striving and divine influence, learning that life's deepest truths were discovered not in ease, but in the pursuit of courage, wisdom, love, and ethical action. In the gentle glow of Olympus, where the air shimmered with both light and shadow, the tale of Persephone and Demeter unfolded, a story of love, loss, and the eternal rhythm of nature. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, was a maiden of radiant beauty and gentle spirit. Her laughter, like sunlight dancing on a quiet river, brought life and joy to the mortal world. She wandered the fields and forests, gathering flowers and listening to the whispers of the wind, unaware that fate, guided by divine hands, was quietly weaving a story that would forever alter the seasons. Hades, ruler of the underworld, moved through the shadows with a calm, inexorable authority. Though his realm was dark and somber, his love for Persephone was profound, a bond forged in desire, destiny, and the mysteries of life and death. The earth itself trembled the day he chose to claim her, pulling her into the depths beneath the mortal world. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, felt a grief that was as boundless as the fields she nurtured. Her daughter's absence emptied the world of vitality. Crops withered, rivers ran low, and the sun seemed dimmed. The mortals, dependent on Demeter's blessing for survival, sensed the sorrow that hung heavy over the land. Hunger and despair spread through the villages, and humanity learned that the divine heart, when grieved, could touch every corner of mortal life. Yet this tale was not one of despair alone. It was a story of resilience, compromise, and the delicate balance between love and duty. Persephone's abduction, though wrought with pain, led to the establishment of natural cycles, teaching humanity the inevitability of change and the necessity of patience. The bond between mother and daughter was a bridge between mortal understanding and divine emotion. Demeter's grief illuminated the profound connection between nurture, love, and responsibility. Through her suffering, mortals internalized the significance of care, empathy, and the interconnectedness of all life. The crops that failed, the fields that lay barren, became symbols not only of loss but of the sacred cycle of renewal. Hades, in his quiet dominion, exemplified the inevitability and permanence of change. Though his actions initially caused sorrow, they also established order, continuity, and understanding of life's rhythms. Mortals came to comprehend that even in sorrow, there exists potential for growth, renewal, and transformation. Persephone's journey into the underworld was not merely a descent. It was an initiation into the deeper truths of existence. Her time beneath the earth cultivated wisdom, resilience, and understanding. Through her transformation, mortals learned that challenges, even when painful, could illuminate hidden strength and insight. The reunion of Persephone with Demeter, though bittersweet, symbolized the harmonization of loss and joy, absence and presence, death and life. This reconciliation marked the return of abundance to the earth, teaching humanity that patience, endurance, and emotional awareness were vital in navigating the cycles of existence. The changing seasons, born from Persephone's cycles of descent and return, served as tangible lessons for mortals. Winter, a period of dormancy and reflection, reminded humanity of the necessity of rest, introspection, and preparation. Spring, a time of renewal and growth, celebrated resilience, hope, and the enduring power of love and reconnection. Through this eternal rhythm, humans learned the balance between activity and reflection, effort and surrender, desire and acceptance. Even beyond the immediate story of mother and daughter, the myth spoke to broader truths about life and the human condition. Grief and loss, though profound, are not final. Transformation and renewal are always possible. The cycles of nature became a mirror of the human soul, illuminating patterns of growth, adaptation, and enduring hope. Mortals internalized the moral, emotional, and spiritual lessons embedded in this tale. They understood that love is not possession, that grief can teach resilience, and that transformation often emerges from the most challenging circumstances. Persephone's dual existence, half in the light of the living world, and half in the depths of the underworld, symbolized the balance required for harmony, growth, and wisdom. Through ritual, storytelling, and observation, humanity embraced these lessons across generations. The planting of seeds, the waiting for harvest, and the cycles of life and death were all imbued with sacred meaning, guiding mortals in ethical reflection, patience, and appreciation for the interconnectedness of existence. The story of Persephone and Demeter also revealed the complexity of divine emotions. Even gods, with their immortality and power, experienced love, loss, and grief. Through this understanding, mortals realized that emotional intelligence, empathy, and moral consideration were essential not only in human affairs but in comprehending the wider cosmos. Thus, the myth of Persephone's abduction and return was a lesson in endurance, ethical reflection, and the cyclical nature of life. Mortals learned that even when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges, resilience, patience, and understanding could restore balance and harmony. Through observing the gods, humanity internalized principles of morality, love, and ethical action, woven seamlessly into the natural rhythms of the earth. And so, from the sorrowful winter to the joyous spring, the mortal world experienced the enduring influence of divine narrative. The lessons of Persephone and Demeter, rooted in grief, love, and resilience, became eternal truths guiding humanity in the cycles of life, illuminating the moral and emotional dimensions of existence, and providing the wisdom to navigate both challenge and renewal. The descent of Persephone into the underworld was more than a physical journey. It was an immersion into the depths of understanding, an encounter with the duality of existence, and a profound lesson in the interplay between loss and transformation. Mortals observing this narrative came to comprehend that life is not linear, nor is it bound solely to joy or sorrow. Every absence carries potential for growth. Every trial holds within it seeds of insight. Persephone's time in the shadowed realm of Hades taught endurance, reflection, and the recognition of unseen truths. Demeter's grief, conversely, illuminated the power of love to shape reality. Her sorrow was not passive lamentation. It was an active force that transformed the mortal world, halting the cycles of growth and abundance, and demonstrating the intimate connection between emotion and consequence. Mortals understood that feelings, when aligned with purpose and virtue, possess the power to influence not only the self but the broader community. The eventual compromise, the balance struck between Hades and Demeter, symbolized the necessity of negotiation, understanding, and ethical reflection. Persephone's partial return to the mortal world and partial existence in the underworld established the rhythm of seasons, reminding humans that life's fullness arises from equilibrium and that joy and grief, presence and absence, are inseparable components of existence. The psychological depth of this myth spoke directly to the human experience. Mortals internalized lessons in patience, resilience, and adaptation. The waiting for spring, the reflection during winter, became metaphors for personal and collective growth. Through observing the divine, humanity learned that emotional depth, ethical consideration, and reflection are essential guides in navigating both personal and communal challenges. This myth also underscored the moral and spiritual dimensions of love. Demeter's devotion, Persephone's endurance, and Hades' respect for the sacred illustrated that love requires patience, empathy, and recognition of others' agency. Mortals reflected upon these principles, understanding that relationships, whether familial, romantic, or communal, require balance, ethical action, and mutual respect. The cycle of Persephone's descent and return further highlighted the inevitability and necessity of change. Life seasons, like the human experience, are punctuated by periods of challenge, reflection, and renewal. Through myth, mortals learned that patience in adversity, acceptance of the unseen, and ethical action could transform hardship into wisdom, despair into growth. Persephone's dual existence, light and shadow, became a mirror for the human soul. It taught mortals that identity and growth are forged through experiences of both joy and suffering. Through endurance and reflection, the soul matures, gaining resilience, insight, and the capacity for ethical understanding. The natural world itself became a canvas of moral and spiritual lessons. The barren winter fields, the fertile spring meadows, and the cycles of planting and harvest reflected principles of causality, consequence, and interconnectedness. Humans observed, learned, and ritualized these truths, creating practices that aligned their lives with the rhythms of nature and the cosmos. Beyond the immediate narrative, the myth conveyed broader truths about divine-human interaction. Even immortals, with their power and wisdom, were bound by relationships, emotion, and consequence. Mortals, seeing the gods navigate grief, love, and compromise, gained insight into their own moral and emotional responsibilities. The lessons of empathy, patience, and ethical reflection were thus embedded not only in natural cycles but in cultural and spiritual consciousness. Persephone's story also introduced a template for understanding suffering and empowerment. Her time in the underworld, though initially a trial, became a source of insight, wisdom, and eventual authority. Mortals realized that adversity, when met with courage, reflection, and ethical action, could yield transformation, personal growth, and lasting influence. The interconnectedness of all things, a theme central to this myth, taught that actions, emotions, and decisions reverberate beyond immediate perception. Demeter's grief affected mortals. Persephone's endurance shaped the seasons. Hades' respect for balance maintained cosmic harmony. Through observation, humanity internalized these lessons, understanding that responsibility extends beyond the self, and that ethical action sustains both individual and collective well-being. Through ritual, reflection, and storytelling, the myth of Persephone and Demeter became an enduring framework for moral, psychological, and spiritual understanding. Humans recognized that love and loss, patience and action, reflection and growth were all interwoven threads in the tapestry of existence. These lessons, ancient yet timeless, guided the human spirit in navigating complexity, adversity, and the pursuit of virtue. The myth also underscored the cyclical nature of life. Death and rebirth, absence and presence, despair and hope were not merely abstract concepts but lived realities reflected in both the natural world and human experience. Mortals observed the changing seasons, internalizing the principle that growth and renewal follow periods of challenge, and that resilience, ethical reflection, and courage are essential companions in the journey of life. Thus, the tale of Persephone and Demeter, rich with emotion, moral complexity, and natural symbolism, became a cornerstone of human understanding. Mortals learned to navigate the interplay of grief and joy, to respect the cycles of nature and the rhythms of life, and to cultivate patience, resilience, and ethical awareness. Through this myth, humanity found guidance, reflection, and hope, discovering that even amidst loss, life's enduring beauty and wisdom prevail. And so, the eternal dance of the seasons, born of grief, love, and divine compromise, offered timeless lessons to mortals. That patience and reflection cultivate resilience, that love and ethical action guide the soul, and that transformation and renewal are always possible when courage, virtue, and wisdom are embraced. As the cycles of seasons continued, the mortal world gradually absorbed the wisdom embedded in Persephone's tale. Winter and spring, loss and return, absence and presence. Each phase became a living lesson in patience, reflection, and the balance of life. Yet, while the earth renewed itself, the hearts of mortals were drawn to another story, one of mortal and divine love, perseverance, and transformation. The journey of Psyche and Eros unfolded, a narrative of trials, devotion, and the ultimate triumph of the human spirit. Psyche, a mortal woman of extraordinary beauty, was admired and envied in equal measure. Her allure caught the attention of Aphrodite, whose jealousy and pride led to the imposition of divine trials upon the young mortal. Yet, in the shadows of challenge and adversity, Psyche's courage, intelligence, and unwavering devotion shone with radiant clarity. Eros, the god of love, moved silently through this story, bridging the realms of mortal vulnerability and divine power. His love for Psyche was profound and transformative, teaching both mortals and gods the enduring significance of empathy, trust, and the moral responsibilities inherent in love. Psyche's trials, though arduous and seemingly impossible, illuminated the human capacity for perseverance and moral growth. From tasks imposed by a goddess of wrath to confrontations with forces beyond mortal comprehension, she endured, reflected, and acted with courage and insight. Mortals learned that love, when allied with virtue and ethical action, has the power to transform both the soul and the world around it. The eventual union of Psyche and Eros was not merely a romantic conclusion. It was the culmination of endurance, wisdom, and moral fortitude. Through their story, humanity internalized the principle that trials, whether emotional, ethical, or practical, are essential to growth, self-awareness, and the realization of one's potential. In parallel, the enduring narratives of Medusa, Heracles, and Perseus reminded mortals that life is a complex tapestry, woven from courage, intelligence, love, suffering, and moral reflection. Every action, choice, and emotional response carries weight, shaping the self, influencing others, and interacting with forces beyond immediate perception. Medusa, once a mortal priestess unjustly punished, stood as a symbol of resilience, power, and the complexities of justice. Her transformation into a Gorgon illustrated that suffering need not result in destruction of the spirit. Instead, it can become a source of insight, agency, and enduring influence. Mortals observing her story learned the value of endurance, strategic action, and self-assertion, even in the face of systemic injustice or overwhelming adversity. Through these interwoven narratives, humanity internalized lessons about courage, resilience, ethical action, and emotional intelligence. The interplay of mortal and divine experiences provided mirrors of moral, psychological, and spiritual principles. By observing both the triumphs and the failings of gods and heroes, humans gained insight into the complexities of choice, consequence, and growth. The myths also emphasized the significance of wisdom and reflection. Athena's guidance, Apollo's light, and Hermes' clever interventions demonstrated that intellect and foresight are as crucial as strength and passion. Mortals understood that success, fulfillment, and moral clarity require the integration of courage, insight, and ethical awareness. Moreover, the emotional depth of the narratives, Demeter's grief, Persephone's endurance, Psyche's trials, and Medusa's resilience, illuminated the essential role of empathy, understanding, and moral discernment. Mortals recognized that life's challenges, while often complex and painful, are opportunities for growth, reflection, and transformation. The narratives also conveyed that love, in its highest form, is inseparable from virtue, patience, and ethical action. Eros' devotion, Psyche's perseverance, and even the trials imposed by Aphrodite taught that moral responsibility underpins authentic connection and transformative relationships. Through these lessons, humanity internalized principles of justice, care, and enduring moral reflection. The broader implications of these myths extended to every aspect of mortal existence. Life's cycles, challenges, and relationships mirrored the rhythms of divine narratives. The seasons, reflective of Persephone's journey, reminded humans of the necessity of patience and acceptance. The heroic trials of demigods and the moral complexities of divine intervention provided frameworks for ethical reasoning, personal growth, and societal cohesion. Through ritual, storytelling, and cultural practice, the wisdom of Olympus was preserved across generations. Mortals learned that ethical reflection, courage, patience, and love are central to navigating both individual and collective life. Every choice, every act of reflection, and every expression of moral agency became an echo of the divine narrative, resonating through time and shaping the development of civilization. Psyche's ultimate transformation, from mortal vulnerability to divine elevation, symbolized the potential for human transcendence through ethical action, courage, and endurance. Mortals internalized the lesson that suffering, when met with resilience and moral clarity, can lead to empowerment, insight, and lasting fulfillment. Medusa's legacy reinforced these teachings, reminding humans that power, agency, and ethical integrity can be reclaimed even after injustice, trauma, or marginalization. Through her story, humanity learned that resilience, strategic action, and moral reflection are essential tools for navigating adversity and asserting one's place in the world. Thus, the intertwined narratives of Persephone, Psyche, and Medusa formed a cohesive moral, spiritual, and cultural framework. Mortals gained guidance in the cycles of life, the endurance of trials, the navigation of love and loss, and the cultivation of virtue and insight. Through observation, reflection, and internalization, humanity discovered that courage, wisdom, and ethical action are central to both personal and societal flourishing. The myths illuminated the delicate balance of human and divine interplay, revealing that life's complexity, while daunting, offers opportunities for growth, reflection, and transformative insight. Every trial, every emotional struggle, and every moral challenge became an instrument through which mortals could cultivate resilience, wisdom, and ethical awareness. In the end, the stories of Persephone, Demeter, Psyche, and Medusa offered enduring lessons for humanity. That love requires patience and ethical reflection, that suffering can be transformative, that resilience and moral courage define heroism, and that growth and renewal are always possible within the cycles of life. Through these narratives, humanity internalized the timeless truths of Olympus, learning that virtue, courage, and moral clarity are not mere ideals but lived realities, woven into the very fabric of existence, guiding mortals through the challenges and triumphs of life itself. As the cycles of Persephone's descent and return stabilized, the mortal world witnessed the enduring rhythm of nature, a rhythm imbued with lessons of patience, resilience, and the harmonization of joy and grief. The reunion of mother and daughter was profound, yet it was not without its complexities. Persephone's time in the underworld had transformed her, imparting wisdom, insight, and a deeper understanding of both mortal and divine existence. Through this transformation, mortals recognized that life's challenges, even when involuntary or imposed, are opportunities for growth, reflection, and moral development. Demeter's sorrow and eventual reconciliation with Hades illustrated the power of negotiation, compromise, and ethical discernment. Mortals observed that even gods, in all their power and authority, must navigate relationships, consider consequences, and embrace moral responsibility. This recognition became a guiding principle for humanity, illuminating the interdependence of action, emotion, and ethical reflection. The lessons of the seasons, drawn from Persephone's dual existence, offered tangible metaphors for human experience. Winter, a period of dormancy and reflection, reminded mortals that patience and introspection are essential to growth. Spring, the time of renewal and abundance, symbolized the rewards of perseverance, ethical action, and emotional resilience. Through observation and ritual, humanity internalized the principle that life cycles, while inevitable, are opportunities for moral and spiritual enrichment. The narrative also highlighted the role of love and devotion as transformative forces. Demeter's love for her daughter, Psyche's trials for Eros, and Medusa's resilience demonstrated that deep emotional bonds, when allied with courage and virtue, possess the power to shape destiny, cultivate insight, and guide ethical action. Mortals reflected upon these truths, understanding that love is not merely a feeling but a framework for ethical and transformative engagement. Persephone's story, viewed alongside Psyche and Medusa, revealed the interplay between suffering, endurance, and empowerment. Mortals learned that adversity, while often challenging and painful, is a crucible through which character, wisdom, and ethical clarity are forged. Each trial, each period of absence or struggle, became an opportunity for reflection, a mirror through which the human spirit could discover resilience and insight. The myth also underscored the inevitability of consequence. Hades' choice to claim Persephone, Demeter's grief, and the shifting seasons demonstrated that actions, whether divine or mortal, produce effects that reverberate across time, space, and human experience. Mortals internalize the importance of foresight, ethical reflection, and responsibility, recognizing that every decision carries weight beyond the immediate moment. Furthermore, the narrative emphasized the integration of emotional intelligence and moral discernment. Persephone's endurance, Demeter's sorrow, and Hades' tempered authority provided models for navigating the complexity of life, relationships, and ethical dilemmas. Mortals understood that emotional depth, reflection, and ethical action are intertwined, essential components of both personal growth and societal harmony. Through the cycles of seasons, the lessons of love, and the enduring influence of divine narratives, humanity came to appreciate the delicate balance between challenge and renewal, grief and joy, action and reflection. The myths conveyed that resilience, courage, ethical awareness, and emotional insight are not abstract ideals but practical guides for navigating existence. Rituals, storytelling, and cultural practices preserved these lessons across generations. Mortals aligned their agricultural activities with the rhythms of the seasons, symbolically reflecting the deeper truths of patience, resilience, and balance. The cycles of planting, growth, harvest, and rest became living metaphors for the ethical, emotional, and spiritual principles embodied in the narratives of Persephone, Demeter, Psyche, and Medusa. In essence, the story of Persephone and Demeter taught that life's complexity, though often daunting, is navigable through reflection, endurance, and ethical action. Mortals internalized that love, patience, and resilience are guiding forces, capable of transforming adversity into insight, absence into presence, and sorrow into growth. The integration of Persephone's cycle with the lessons of Psyche and Medusa formed a cohesive moral and spiritual framework. Humans learned that trials, challenges, and emotional complexities are opportunities for reflection, empowerment, and ethical discernment. The divine narratives became mirrors for human experience, illuminating the principles by which life can be lived with courage, virtue, and insight. Through observation of the gods' emotional depth, moral complexity, and relational dynamics, mortals recognized the importance of empathy, ethical reflection, and emotional intelligence. The interplay of love, grief, perseverance, and moral responsibility demonstrated that life's challenges are inseparable from growth, wisdom, and the pursuit of virtue. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, mortals carried forward the lessons of Persephone, Demeter, Psyche, and Medusa. They understood that resilience, patience, courage, and ethical action are the essential tools for navigating the complexities of existence. Even amidst suffering, absence, or challenge, the human spirit could flourish, guided by insight, virtue, and reflection. And so, the mythic narrative of Persephone's descent and return became a foundation for understanding the interplay of life, love, and moral responsibility. Through observation, reflection, and practice, humanity internalized timeless truths. That endurance and patience cultivate wisdom, that love and ethical action guide the soul, and that transformation and renewal are always possible when courage, virtue, and reflection are embraced. Thus, the cycles of Persephone and Demeter, intertwined with the trials of Psyche and the resilience of Medusa, offered an enduring framework for human growth, ethical action, and spiritual insight. Mortals learned to navigate adversity with courage, to balance joy with sorrow, and to recognize that the rhythms of life, like the seasons, are both challenges and opportunities, inviting reflection, transformation, and the cultivation of virtue. In the quiet corners of myth, where shadows intertwine with light, the story of Medusa unfolds, a tale of injustice, transformation, and unexpected empowerment. Once, Medusa was a mortal woman, a priestess of Athena, devoted, disciplined, and serene. Her beauty was renowned, yet it was her devotion, her grace and virtue within the sacred temple that defined her standing among mortals and gods alike. She served the goddess with reverence, her heart pure, her intentions noble, believing that the sacred and mortal realms were intertwined in harmony. Yet even the purest devotion could not shield her from the complexities of divine desire and the caprices of fate. Poseidon, god of the sea, powerful and tempestuous, entered the temple with the force of the ocean itself. The encounter, violent and unjust, marked the beginning of a transformation that would ripple through history. Medusa, violated within the sacred sanctuary, became a symbol of the cruelty and capriciousness of divine authority. Athena, observing this violation, acted not with empathy but with judgment. Medusa, the victim, became the punished. Her beauty, once a blessing, was transformed into a curse. Her hair became serpents, her gaze turned mortals to stone, and she was exiled to the shadows, feared and shunned by the world. In this metamorphosis, Medusa embodied both victimhood and resilience. Mortals, listening to this narrative, learned that injustice, even from those in power, can be a catalyst for transformation, awakening latent strength, insight, and agency. The story revealed that the world is neither purely fair nor purely just, and that understanding, reflection, and resilience are essential tools for navigating the complexity of existence. Medusa's exile was a journey into both darkness and empowerment. From the depths of isolation, she discovered her own potency, her capacity to wield power, to command attention, and to assert agency, even in a world that sought to diminish her. Mortals reflected on this duality, recognizing that suffering and injustice do not preclude strength or influence. They can instead cultivate it, forging resilience and strategic wisdom. The myth of Medusa also examined themes of perception, fear, and misunderstood power. Her serpentine hair and petrifying gaze were interpreted by the world as threats, yet they were the instruments of survival, adaptation, and self-preservation. Mortals came to understand that what is feared may be misunderstood, and that judgment without comprehension often leads to injustice. In parallel, the story of Perseus' quest to slay Medusa unfolded, illustrating the complexity of heroism, morality, and consequence. Perseus, guided by divine gifts and mortal courage, approached the challenge with precision, strategy, and reverence for the unknown. Yet even his actions carried moral ambiguity, highlighting that the consequences of intervention, even when heroic, are rarely simple or purely just. The interplay between Medusa and Perseus offered profound lessons for humanity. Mortals learned that encounters with adversity, injustice, and powerful forces require wisdom, strategic thinking, and ethical reflection. Medusa's power, even in exile, was undeniable, and Perseus' victory, though celebrated, was complex, illuminating that the lines between heroism and aggression, justice and retribution, are often blurred in the tapestry of existence. Through the lens of Medusa's narrative, mortals internalize the principles of resilience, self-awareness, and strategic empowerment. Her transformation, while born of injustice, was also an awakening, a reclamation of agency, a manifestation of power, and a testament to the capacity for adaptation in the face of cruelty and marginalization. The story further highlighted the intricate dynamics of divine and mortal interaction. Mortals observed that gods, with their immense power, were not always just compassionate or comprehensible in their actions. Yet within this imbalance, humanity found lessons in discernment, reflection, and the cultivation of inner strength. Ethical reasoning, emotional intelligence, and moral courage emerged as essential tools for navigating a world where power and injustice coexist. Medusa's legacy extended beyond the immediate narrative. She became both a weapon and a symbol, her image inspiring fear and respect, yet also embodying the potential for reclamation, self-assertion, and moral clarity. Mortals reflected on the paradoxical nature of her existence. From victimhood to empowerment, from isolation to influence, from injustice to strategic mastery. The myth emphasized the importance of understanding context, motive, and consequence. Medusa's actions and attributes were not merely manifestations of malevolence, but responses to violation, injustice, and the world's misperception. Mortals internalized that perception alone is insufficient. Ethical insight, reflection, and discernment are essential for navigating complex moral landscapes. Moreover, the narrative underscored the transformative potential of adversity. In the face of injustice, isolation, and fear, Medusa cultivated resilience, strategy, and self-awareness. Mortals recognized that suffering, while painful and often undeserved, can catalyze personal growth, ethical insight, and empowerment. The lessons of endurance, adaptation, and strategic action resonated deeply across generations, forming a moral and psychological framework through which humans could understand their own challenges and opportunities. Through ritual, storytelling, and contemplation, humanity internalized Medusa's story. Her existence became a cautionary tale of injustice, a guide for strategic action, and an enduring symbol of resilience and empowerment. Mortals learned that power, agency, and moral clarity can be reclaimed even in circumstances of profound adversity. As the narrative unfolded, the connections between Medusa, Persephone, Psyche, and the broader pantheon revealed a cohesive moral, emotional, and spiritual framework. Mortals understood that life is a complex interplay of justice, injustice, love, suffering, and transformation. Through observation and reflection, they internalized that courage, patience, ethical action, and emotional intelligence are essential for navigating the human experience. Medusa's story, intertwined with the cycles of seasons and divine human relationships, offered enduring lessons that suffering can catalyze growth, that injustice can inspire strategic empowerment, and that ethical and emotional insight is vital in understanding both self and world. And so, from the shadows of the underworld to the gaze of mortals, Medusa's legacy endured, a paradoxical blend of fear, respect, and empowerment. Through her story, humanity internalized timeless truths: resilience, strategic insight, ethical reflection, and moral courage are essential tools in navigating the complexities of existence, and that transformation and empowerment are always possible, even amidst injustice and adversity. Medusa's story, though born of injustice, extended far beyond the shadows of her isolation, touching the hearts and minds of mortals across generations. Her existence became a mirror through which humanity could explore the interplay of power, morality, and resilience. Perseus, armed with divine gifts and mortal courage, approached Medusa with strategy and caution. The gods provided guidance, Athena's shield reflecting Medusa's gaze, Hermes' winged sandals, and Hades' helm of invisibility. Even the preparation for confrontation revealed layers of divine-human interaction, illustrating that understanding, strategy, and ethical discernment are crucial when navigating forces beyond immediate comprehension. The moment of confrontation was both heroic and morally complex. Perseus, a mortal acting with courage and guidance, used his intellect, skill, and tools to subdue Medusa without direct harm. Yet the act itself raised questions. Was this victory simply heroism, or did it carry moral ambiguity? Was Medusa's defeat a liberation, a punishment, or an inevitable consequence of divine decree? Mortals, reflecting on this narrative, realized that life rarely offers simple answers, and that ethical clarity often requires nuanced understanding and reflection. Medusa's death, or rather the removal of her threat, was not merely a narrative of defeat. It was the beginning of a legacy that transcended her mortal existence. From her severed head, Pegasus, the winged horse, emerged, a symbol of creativity, inspiration, and transcendent potential. Mortals observed that even in endings, there can be beginnings, that loss and transformation can catalyze innovation and insight. Her gaze, once a weapon of survival, became a symbol of protection, vigilance, and strategic empowerment. Mortals internalize the principle that strength, even born of adversity, can serve both defensive and constructive purposes. Medusa's legacy thus became a guide for navigating complex moral landscapes, where power, perception, and ethical responsibility are deeply intertwined. The narrative also emphasized the importance of context, empathy, and discernment. Medusa's actions, attributes, and eventual confrontation with Perseus were shaped by circumstances beyond her control, violation, divine judgment, and societal fear. Mortals learned that evaluating actions requires understanding context, recognizing both the influences upon behavior and the responsibilities it entails. Furthermore, the myth highlighted the duality of perception. What the world feared in Medusa, the serpents, the gaze, the power, was also the manifestation of survival, adaptation, and moral resilience. Mortals came to understand that appearances can deceive, that fear often masks misunderstanding, and that ethical judgment requires insight, reflection, and compassion. Medusa's story, in conjunction with the tales of Persephone, Psyche, and the broader pantheon, illuminated fundamental truths about human experience. That adversity is inevitable, that resilience and strategic reflection are essential, and that ethical discernment guides both action and understanding. Mortals observed that divine narratives often contain paradoxes. Heroes may act with courage yet produce consequences of moral ambiguity. Victims may transform suffering into power, and the cycles of justice and injustice are rarely linear or predictable. These lessons fostered in humans an awareness of complexity, encouraging reflection, ethical reasoning, and emotional intelligence. The myth also emphasized the enduring power of transformation. Medusa, once a mortal priestess, became a symbol of resilience and empowerment. Her story illustrated that circumstances, even when unjust, can catalyze the development of strength, insight, and strategic wisdom. Mortals internalize the principle that transformation is possible at every stage of life, and that growth often emerges through challenges, reflection, and perseverance. Through her legacy, humanity learned that power carries responsibility, that strength without insight can be destructive, and that ethical reflection is essential in wielding influence. Medusa's narrative became a cornerstone for understanding the interplay of adversity, empowerment, and moral clarity, offering guidance for both personal and societal navigation. The integration of Medusa's story with those of Persephone and Psyche reinforced the principle that adversity, when met with courage, reflection, and ethical action, yields insight, resilience, and empowerment. Mortals internalized that suffering, love, and moral complexity are integral to growth, shaping character, wisdom, and ethical judgment. Through ritual, storytelling, and reflection, humanity preserved these lessons. The cycles of suffering and empowerment, the moral ambiguity of action, and the potential for transformation became guiding frameworks for both individual development and collective cultural wisdom. Medusa's narrative, intertwined with the broader pantheon, revealed that life is a tapestry of complexity, justice and injustice, power and vulnerability, love and loss, endurance and transformation, all woven together in intricate patterns. Mortals understood that navigating existence requires insight, courage, ethical reflection, and an awareness of the interconnectedness of actions and consequences. Her story also illustrated the importance of reclaiming agency. Even when victimized, marginalized, or misunderstood, the potential for strategic empowerment, resilience, and ethical action remains. Mortals internalize the principle that adversity can reveal latent strength, that moral clarity can guide even in complex circumstances, and that transformation and empowerment are always possible. The myth of Medusa, therefore, transcended the immediate narrative. It became a lens through which humanity could explore moral, psychological, and spiritual principles, the balance of power and responsibility, the interplay of perception and reality, and the enduring potential for growth and transformation through adversity. As mortals reflected on her story, they learned to navigate fear, misunderstanding, and moral ambiguity with discernment and courage. Medusa's gaze, once feared, became a symbol of vigilance, strategic empowerment, and the capacity for transformation amidst injustice. Ultimately, the story of Medusa emphasized the enduring lessons of resilience, ethical action, and empowerment. Mortals internalized that life's challenges, however unjust or complex, offer opportunities for insight, moral reflection, and strategic action. Through reflection, perseverance, and ethical awareness, they could transform adversity into strength, injustice into empowerment, and fear into understanding. Thus, the narrative of Medusa, intertwined with the broader pantheon, became a timeless guide for humanity, encouraging reflection, resilience, ethical reasoning, and moral clarity. Through her story, mortals learned that the human spirit, when aligned with courage, insight, and ethical action, can navigate the complexities of existence with wisdom, strength, and enduring empowerment. High upon Mount Olympus, where clouds caressed golden spires, the gods convened in a realm both resplendent and formidable. Here, power was absolute, yet fraught with complexity, authority intertwined with ambition, desire, jealousy, and love. Zeus, the king of gods, presided over this assembly with the weight of divinity upon him. His presence was commanding, his voice echoing across the heavens. Yet beneath the mantle of authority lay impulses, desires, and flaws. Zeus' decisions were decisive, sometimes just, sometimes reckless, and they rippled through mortal and divine realms alike, teaching humanity that power, while potent, carries inherent responsibility and consequence. Hera, his sister and consort, embodied the paradox of fidelity and vengeance. She was regal, discerning, and vigilant, yet her wrath toward Zeus' lovers and offspring revealed the intricate tensions between loyalty, justice, and personal grievance. Mortals observing her actions learned that authority is entwined with moral complexity, that power exercised without discernment or reflection can produce conflict, and that the pursuit of justice often demands courage, strategy, and emotional intelligence. Poseidon, lord of the seas, introduced another dimension of divine influence: fluidity, volatility, and unpredictability. His moods shaped oceans, storms, and earthquakes, reminding mortals that forces beyond comprehension govern both nature and human experience. Yet Poseidon was not capricious without cause. His anger and favor were contingent upon respect, reverence, and circumstance. Mortals internalized that understanding natural and societal forces requires observation, discernment, and ethical responsiveness. Conflict and cooperation coexisted among the Olympians, demonstrating that relationships, divine or mortal, are rarely linear or simple. Athena's wisdom often tempered Ares' chaos. Hermes' cunning balanced Apollo's rationality. Dionysus' wild freedom contrasted with Demeter's maternal constancy. Through these dynamics, humanity recognized that collaboration, negotiation, and emotional intelligence are vital in navigating social and political complexity. The interplay of desire, jealousy, and affection among gods mirrored mortal experience in amplified form. Zeus' numerous liaisons produced demigods, heroes, and unforeseen consequences. Hera's vigilant justice underscored the protective yet punitive dimensions of authority. Poseidon's intervention in mortal affairs revealed the unpredictability of power's influence. Mortals, reflecting upon these patterns, internalized lessons about ethics, foresight, patience, and the consequences of action and inaction. Love and rivalry coexisted, shaping both divine and mortal narratives. Aphrodite's allure, Ares' belligerence, and Hephaestus' ingenuity exemplified the multifaceted nature of divine influence. Mortals understood that human relationships, power structures, and ethical choices are interconnected, complex, and imbued with both risk and potential reward. The narrative of Zeus and his interactions with both gods and mortals revealed the duality of authority. Power is a tool for creation, protection, and order, yet without reflection, it can become a source of chaos, injustice, and suffering. Mortals internalized that leadership, courage, and moral clarity are essential to harness authority for beneficial outcomes. Hera's vigilance, while sometimes vengeful, demonstrated the necessity of boundaries, moral discernment, and the courage to uphold justice, even when opposed by greater power. Her story illustrated that ethical action may require courage, strategy, and emotional resilience, lessons vital for both mortal governance and personal integrity. Poseidon's influence over nature underscored the importance of understanding forces beyond immediate control. Mortals observed that external circumstances, storms, natural disasters, societal shifts, demand observation, foresight, and responsive action. Ethical and strategic thinking, combined with awareness of environmental and social dynamics, emerged as essential tools for navigating complex realities. Athena, embodying wisdom, strategic insight, and skill, provided a model of measured authority. Her guidance, intelligence, and diplomacy offered mortals a template for leadership, problem-solving, and ethical engagement. Through her example, humanity learned that intellect, patience, and moral clarity can temper the excesses of passion, impulse, and volatility. In contrast, Ares personified the raw, untamed force of conflict. While his energy was necessary for courage and action, unchecked aggression produced destruction and suffering. Mortals internalized that power and action, without ethical reflection, can create harm, emphasizing the importance of balance, foresight, and restraint. Dionysus' influence further complicated the dynamics of Olympus. He represented liberation, joy, and the transformative power of ecstasy. Yet his presence also reminded mortals that chaos, passion, and unpredictability carry both creative and destructive potential. The lesson was clear: embracing freedom and joy requires responsibility, ethical awareness, and respect for the boundaries of self and others. Hermes, with his cunning and versatility, revealed the subtle power of intelligence, communication, and adaptability. Mortals recognized that insight, strategy, and agility are as essential as force or authority. Through observation of Hermes' interventions, they understood that ethical navigation requires flexibility, foresight, and moral discernment. Apollo, god of light, prophecy, and music, illuminated the value of clarity, rationality, and disciplined pursuit of excellence. His guidance and artistic influence emphasized that wisdom and skill can harmonize human experience, elevate understanding, and cultivate virtue. Mortals internalize the principle that disciplined practice, insight, and reflection are essential for personal and societal growth. The interactions among Olympians, their conflicts, alliances, and passions provided humanity with a complex mirror of social, emotional, and moral reality. Mortals learned that life's challenges, power dynamics, and relationships are rarely simple, that ethical discernment is essential, and that emotional intelligence and strategic reflection are necessary to navigate the interwoven tapestry of action and consequence. Even Hestia, goddess of hearth and domestic order, demonstrated the quiet, stabilizing power of presence, vigilance, and constancy. Her role, though less dramatic, was essential, reminding mortals that enduring influence often emerges through consistency, ethical reflection, and the nurturing of relationships and structures that sustain life. Through these stories, humanity internalized enduring principles. That power carries responsibility, that love and desire intertwine with ethical challenges, that resilience and reflection are essential for growth, and that wisdom, strategy, and courage are vital for navigating complexity. The Olympian pantheon, in its emotional depth, moral ambiguity, and relational intricacy, served as a living classroom for mortal understanding. Through observation, reflection, and ritualized engagement with myth, Humans learned to anticipate consequences, cultivate insight, and balance action with ethical and emotional discernment. In essence, the dynamics of Olympus were a guide for human development, revealing that power, passion, love, conflict, and wisdom must be harmonized to navigate existence with understanding and integrity. Mortals internalized that courage, reflection, ethical action, and insight are the tools through which life's challenges can be met, and through which personal and societal growth is achieved. The actions of the Olympians, while rooted in divine motives, rippled profoundly through the mortal world. Cities flourished or crumbled depending on Zeus' favor. Storms unleashed by Poseidon shaped the fates of sailors, and festivals honoring Dionysus brought both joy and chaos. Mortals, observing these interactions, came to understand that the consequences of actions, divine or human, are intertwined with responsibility, foresight, and ethical awareness. Every decision, from the smallest choice to the grandest decree, produced outcomes beyond immediate perception. The myths taught that vigilance, reflection, and moral discernment are essential tools for navigating the uncertainties of life. Zeus, though supreme in authority, was not exempt from conflict or consequence. His impulsive decisions, passionate affairs, and acts of judgment demonstrated that power, untempered by wisdom, can produce strife, heartbreak, and moral complexity. Mortals internalized that leadership, whether divine or mortal, requires balancing authority with ethical reflection, empathy, and foresight. Hera, through her vigilant pursuit of justice, offered lessons in both courage and restraint. Her actions were protective and corrective, yet sometimes harsh, revealing that ethical action often involves difficult choices. Mortals observed that standing for justice requires moral clarity, emotional intelligence, and the courage to navigate resistance, even when confronting greater power or enduring personal cost. Poseidon's influence over the seas illustrated the unpredictable nature of existence. Storms and calm, upheaval and fertility, reminded humans that life is governed by forces beyond immediate control. Yet within these uncertainties, mortals learned to cultivate foresight, strategy, and ethical responsiveness, recognizing that understanding environment and circumstance is as essential as moral insight. Athena's guidance in both mortal and divine affairs highlighted the integration of wisdom, strategy, and ethical discernment. Through her interventions, humanity learned that careful thought, reflection on consequences, and prudent action can harmonize competing forces, mitigate harm, and promote growth. Ares' embodiment of conflict reminded mortals of the duality of power. Courage and aggression, when disciplined, protect and defend. When unchecked, they destroy. The myth of Ares encouraged reflection on the balance between action and restraint, highlighting that ethical awareness is essential in wielding power. Dionysus' influence revealed the interplay between freedom and responsibility, the euphoria of celebration, the ecstasy of release, while transformative, carried the potential for excess and disruption. Mortals internalized that liberation and creativity, while valuable, must be tempered with ethical discernment, awareness of consequences, and respect for the well-being of self and others. Hermes' cunning illustrated the value of adaptability, communication, and intelligence. Mortals recognized that ethical insight often requires flexibility, strategic thinking, and understanding the dynamics of human and environmental interaction. His interventions emphasized the nuanced balance between cleverness and integrity, reminding humanity that skill without virtue is incomplete. Apollo's presence exemplified the harmony of reason, art, and insight. His guidance revealed that clarity, foresight, and disciplined practice are foundational for both personal and societal development. Through his influence, mortals internalized that ethical action is strengthened by wisdom, knowledge, and reflective engagement. Even Hestia, in her quiet vigilance, demonstrated the transformative power of constancy, care, and ethical stewardship. Her subtle influence reminded humanity that foundational principles, such as honesty, hospitality, and domestic integrity, sustain both individuals and communities through stability and reflection. Through observing Olympian dynamics, mortals learned essential life lessons: that love, power, desire, and conflict are intertwined, that ethical discernment, patience, and courage are necessary, and that reflection and moral awareness guide the effective exercise of authority. The myths illuminated that existence is a balance between action and consequence, impulse and reflection, passion and ethical insight. The consequences of divine intervention also emphasized the unpredictability of life. Mortals recognized that circumstances beyond their control, whether environmental, societal, or interpersonal, shape outcomes in ways both profound and subtle. The myths offered guidance in navigating this complexity, encouraging observation, foresight, and adaptive ethical action. Mortals internalized that suffering and challenge are not merely obstacles, but opportunities for growth, reflection, and empowerment. Just as Persephone learned from dual existence, Psyche endured trials for love, and Medusa transformed injustice into power, humans observed that adversity is a catalyst for insight, strategy, and resilience. In witnessing Olympian interplay, humanity also confronted moral ambiguity. Heroes and gods acted with courage, cunning, and devotion, yet outcomes were not always just or predictable. Mortals recognized that ethical clarity often requires discerning context, weighing motives, and understanding the interplay of power, desire, and consequence. The myths of Olympus, therefore, functioned as living guides, teaching that power is inseparable from responsibility, that courage is intertwined with wisdom, and that reflection and ethical action are vital for navigating complexity. Humanity learned that insight, patience, and strategic thinking are necessary for both survival and flourishing. Furthermore, the narratives underscored the enduring influence of observation and reflection. By studying the lives of gods and demigods, mortals cultivated ethical awareness, emotional intelligence, and a nuanced understanding of justice, power, and consequence. The myths reinforced that life's challenges, while often unpredictable and formidable, offer opportunities to develop courage, moral clarity, and resilience. The lessons of Olympus extended into social, cultural, and personal realms. Mortals internalized that leadership, collaboration, and ethical judgment are essential for sustaining communities, navigating relationships, and promoting harmony in the face of complexity. They recognized that balance between action and reflection, passion and prudence, strength and empathy is the cornerstone of ethical and effective existence. Even as the gods quarreled, loved, and intervened, humanity learned that observation, discernment, and reflection allow individuals to navigate the interplay of forces, both internal and external, with insight and strategic foresight. The Pantheon stories became moral, psychological, and spiritual frameworks, guiding mortals in ethical reasoning, emotional resilience, and courageous action. Through centuries of observation, ritual, and storytelling, the narratives of Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Athena, Ares, Dionysus, Hermes, Apollo, and Hestia formed a cohesive blueprint for understanding human behavior, society, and morality. Mortals internalized that life's challenges, whether imposed by circumstance, nature, or others, can be met with wisdom, courage, and ethical discernment. Ultimately, the Olympian myths taught that power, passion, love, conflict, and insight must be balanced with reflection, responsibility, and moral awareness. Humanity learned to navigate complexity with patience, courage, and strategic understanding, recognizing that ethical and emotional intelligence are essential for personal growth, societal harmony, and enduring wisdom. Through these stories, mortals came to understand that life is a tapestry, woven from actions, consequences, desires, and insight. By observing the gods, humanity internalized the enduring principles of resilience, ethical reasoning, emotional intelligence, and moral courage, tools that illuminate the path through the ever-shifting landscape of existence. In the delicate weave of myth, where love and trial intertwine, the story of Psyche and Eros unfolds, a journey of longing, endurance, and transformation. Psyche, a mortal woman of extraordinary beauty, captured the attention of mortals and gods alike. Her radiance, both physical and spiritual, provoked admiration, envy, and ultimately divine intervention. In a world where beauty is both gift and challenge, Psyche's presence illuminated the intricate interplay between mortal virtue, desire, and fate. Eros, the god of love, moved with both subtlety and force, the embodiment of desire, transformation, and connection. His interventions in the mortal world were neither simple nor predictable. They required reflection, trust, and courage from those who encountered them. The union of Psyche and Eros, though profound, was a journey marked by trials, ethical testing, and personal growth. The narrative begins with separation and anticipation, as Psyche, despite her mortal origins, becomes a focus of divine attention. Venus, driven by envy and insecurity, imposed impossible challenges upon her, testing not only Psyche's resilience but also her capacity for insight, endurance, and love. Mortals observing her journey internalized the principle that trials, though daunting and seemingly unjust, serve as catalysts for transformation and insight. Each task imposed by Venus was a reflection of life's complexity. Psyche gathered impossible grains, sorted intricate mixtures, retrieved precious treasures from perilous realms, and journeyed through the unknown with courage, patience, and strategic thought. Mortals listening to this narrative understood that adversity, while challenging, develops strength, discernment, and ethical clarity. Eros' presence, though often unseen, symbolized the guiding force of love, ethics, and divine support in the mortal journey. His interventions were subtle, teaching humanity that love is not merely passion, but also patience, guidance, and the courage to navigate trials. Through reflection on Eros' guidance, mortals internalized the principle that enduring connections require trust, insight, and ethical alignment. The myth further illustrates the interplay of fear, curiosity, and wisdom. Psyche's moments of doubt, hesitation, and longing reveal the human experience, where uncertainty, temptation, and ethical decision-making coexist. Mortals learned that discernment, self-awareness, and courage are essential in navigating complex circumstances, and that the pursuit of love and virtue requires reflection and ethical fortitude. Through each trial, Psyche's character evolved. Her resilience, insight, and unwavering dedication transformed her from a mortal of great beauty into a being of spiritual and moral depth. This metamorphosis was not instantaneous but emerged through perseverance, reflection, and the courage to confront fear, uncertainty, and injustice. The culmination of Psyche's journey is profound. Having endured Venus trials and navigated mortal and divine challenges, she achieves transformation, becoming immortal, a goddess of the soul, fully aligned with Eros' divine love and guidance. Mortals observing this narrative understood that growth, spiritual insight, and ethical maturity are cultivated through sustained effort, endurance, and reflection upon trials. The story also emphasizes the interplay between mortal limitation and divine potential. Psyche's mortal origins highlight human vulnerability, while her transformation underscores the potential for transcendence through courage, ethics, and engagement with forces beyond immediate control. Mortals internalized that human limitations are not final, and that reflection, courage, and perseverance can elevate the spirit. The myth further explores the principles of trust, patience, and ethical reflection. Eros, though divine, required Psyche to act with discernment, to navigate trials with both intelligence and moral awareness. Mortals recognize that relationships, guidance, and personal growth require ethical engagement, reflective action, and the courage to confront challenges. The narrative also highlights the consequences of envy, insecurity, and unchecked emotion. Venus' actions, motivated by jealousy, imposed trials that seemed unjust. Yet through these challenges, Psyche attained insight, resilience, and empowerment. Mortals learned that external adversity often reveals latent strength, and that transformation emerges when courage, discernment, and ethical action align. Psyche's story, intertwined with Eros' guidance, illustrates the dynamic interplay between love, suffering, and moral development. Mortals internalize the lesson that enduring love, spiritual insight, and ethical wisdom require both patience and engagement with life's complexities. Through ritual, storytelling, and reflection, humanity preserved these lessons. Psyche became a model of resilience, moral courage, and the transformative potential of love. Eros embodied the guiding principles of patience, ethical connection, and divine alignment. Mortals understood that love, while powerful, requires discernment, reflection, and strategic action to foster growth, ethical alignment, and personal transformation. The narrative further emphasized the integration of human and divine experience. Psyche's mortal journey intersected with divine guidance, revealing that insight, growth, and empowerment emerge from the interplay of agency, trial, and support. Mortals internalized that challenges, when met with reflection and courage, are opportunities for transformation, wisdom, and ethical maturation. The story of Psyche and Eros, observed over generations, became a framework for understanding human desire, growth, and moral development. Mortals learned that trials are essential for cultivating discernment, that ethical insight is necessary for navigating relationships, and that transformation and empowerment are possible through courage, patience, and reflection. In essence, Psyche's journey represents the human path, a passage through uncertainty, trial, and ethical challenge, guided by principles of love, insight, and reflective action. Her transformation illustrates that perseverance, courage, and moral discernment can elevate the soul, harmonize human and divine potential, and illuminate the enduring power of love, insight, and ethical engagement. Through her story, humanity internalized the principle that adversity, when approached with courage, reflection, and ethical awareness, becomes a pathway to transformation, empowerment, and the cultivation of soul-deep wisdom. The trials of Psyche illuminate the timeless truth that love, courage, and insight, when aligned with ethical action, have the power to elevate humanity beyond limitation, injustice, and fear. And so, Psyche, mortal and divine, emerges not only as a figure of beauty, but as an enduring symbol of resilience, transformation, and the moral and spiritual ascent of the human soul. Her union with Eros exemplifies the harmonious integration of love, courage, and insight, a testament to the potential within each human heart to navigate trials, embrace growth, and achieve transcendence through reflection, patience, and ethical alignment. The final trials of Psyche, imposed by the goddess Venus, were not merely tests of strength or endurance, but profound examinations of courage, insight, and the capacity for ethical action. Each challenge, though daunting, revealed her evolving character, her resilience, and her ability to navigate adversity with reflection and care. Psyche's journey into the underworld to retrieve a box of beauty for Venus illustrated both the peril of external challenges and the potential for internal growth. Though the task seemed impossible, her focus, patience, and strategic thinking allowed her to navigate the unseen dangers, symbolizing the human ability to confront fear and uncertainty with courage, reflection, and ethical awareness. Mortals, observing this narrative, internalized the principle that life's greatest challenges often appear insurmountable, yet through discernment, patience, and courage, adversity can be transformed into insight, wisdom, and personal evolution. Psyche's encounter with mysterious forces, her careful attention to guidance, and her ability to act ethically amidst uncertainty highlighted the human capacity to integrate experience, reflection, and moral discernment. Even when confronted with deception, peril, or divine intervention, she maintained focus on her ultimate goal, learning lessons of humility, patience, and the nuanced balance between action and reflection. Eros' presence, though often unseen, provided essential support. His guidance, gentle and precise, emphasized the importance of trust, insight, and ethical engagement in the pursuit of love and virtue. Mortals recognized that the attainment of meaningful goals requires both personal effort and the wisdom to receive guidance, whether divine, familial, or societal. The trials imposed by Venus, though seemingly harsh, were transformed into opportunities for reflection, growth, and moral clarity. Psyche's endurance demonstrated that adversity, when approached with courage, patience, and ethical insight, catalyzes transformation. Her evolving wisdom, resilience, and insight illustrate the human potential to rise above limitation, fear, and injustice. Upon completing her trials, Psyche's ultimate transformation was profound. Granted immortality by Zeus and joined eternally with Eros, she became a goddess of the soul, a symbol of enduring resilience, moral courage, and the harmonization of mortal experience with divine potential. Mortals observing this transformation internalize timeless truths that perseverance, reflection, and ethical alignment cultivate growth, that love guided by insight transcends limitation, and that the soul's evolution is a journey of courage, learning, and alignment with higher principles. The narrative emphasized that the human experience is enriched through trial, reflection, and the ethical pursuit of meaningful goals. Mortals internalized that suffering, uncertainty, and challenge are not mere obstacles, but pathways to insight, wisdom, and empowerment. Psyche's journey became a model for navigating adversity, highlighting the enduring principles of patience, courage, and ethical discernment. Moreover, the story underscored the balance between personal agency and external influence. While Psyche's actions were decisive, her journey was shaped by divine forces, both supportive and challenging. Mortals learned that life involves an interplay of personal choice, responsibility, and responsiveness to circumstances beyond immediate control, and that ethical engagement with these dynamics fosters growth and resilience. The union of Psyche and Eros also conveyed lessons about love, trust, and integrity. Their relationship, though tested by adversity, exemplified harmony, mutual respect, and the integration of wisdom with passion. Mortals internalized that enduring relationships require courage, reflection, ethical discernment, and the capacity to navigate challenges with grace and insight. The myth further revealed that transformation is both gradual and cumulative. Psyche's evolution from mortal beauty to goddess of the soul was not instantaneous but emerged through sustained effort, reflection, and ethical action. Mortals recognized that personal growth, moral clarity, and spiritual insight are cultivated through perseverance, engagement with challenges, and reflective integration of experience. Through ritual, storytelling, and contemplation, humanity preserved the lessons of Psyche's journey across generations. Her narrative became a framework for understanding the human soul, its capacity for love, resilience, and transformation, and the ethical principles necessary for navigating life's complexities. The story illuminated the integration of mind, heart, and soul. Psyche's trials developed insight, ethical awareness, and emotional resilience, while her union with Eros exemplified the alignment of desire with virtue, passion with reflection, and love with moral clarity. Mortals internalized that meaningful life requires harmonizing these aspects through courage, patience, and ethical action. Even the moments of doubt, error, and hesitation in Psyche's journey offered profound lessons for humanity. Mistakes, misjudgments, and fear are not signs of weakness, but opportunities to cultivate discernment, courage, and strategic insight. Through reflection and ethical engagement, adversity becomes a teacher, revealing latent strengths and pathways to growth. Psyche's ultimate elevation to divine status exemplified the potential, within each human being to rise above limitation, injustice, and fear. Mortals observed that the journey of the soul is continuous, that love, courage, and ethical reflection are interdependent, and that the integration of experience, insight, and moral clarity guides the evolution of character, spirit, and destiny. The enduring power of the myth lies in its universality. Psyche's trials, transformation, and union with Eros resonate across time, culture, and circumstance. Humanity internalized that the soul's journey is marked by challenge, reflection, and alignment with higher principles, and that ethical insight, courage, and love are essential to transcend limitation. Through this narrative, mortals learned to navigate the interplay of fear, desire, adversity, and opportunity with wisdom, patience, and ethical awareness. The myth reinforced that personal growth, spiritual development, and the cultivation of insight emerge through engagement with trials and through reflection upon experience, guidance, and ethical principles. Ultimately, Psyche's journey illuminates the human potential for transformation, the capacity of the soul to evolve through adversity, and the profound impact of courage, love, and moral reflection on life's trajectory. Her story, interwoven with the divine influence of Eros, offers timeless guidance that insight, ethical engagement, and perseverance can elevate the human spirit, harmonize experience, and foster enduring wisdom. And so, Psyche and Eros stand as enduring symbols of the human soul's resilience, the transformative power of love, and the profound lessons embedded within trial, reflection, and ethical engagement. Through their story, mortals internalize the path to courage, insight, and soulful transformation, a journey as timeless and essential as life itself. The lives of mortals and gods were intertwined in ways both profound and subtle. Each action of the Olympians, whether born of desire, wrath, wisdom, or whim, echoed across the mortal world, shaping destinies, cities, and civilizations. From the height of Olympus, Zeus' decrees fell upon humanity with both benevolence and unpredictability. Fertile fields flourished under his favor. Storms and earthquakes tested human resilience when his temper turned. Mortals observed these fluctuations and learned that life is shaped not solely by effort, but also by forces beyond immediate control. This recognition encouraged humility, reflection, and adaptive wisdom, as humans navigated an existence both remarkable and fragile. Hera's vigilance, often manifesting as protective vengeance, illustrated the complexities of justice. Her pursuit of fairness, retribution, and balance, though sometimes severe, served as a moral mirror for humanity. Mortals understood that justice is neither simple nor absolute, but requires discernment, patience, and courage to enact responsibly. Poseidon's dominion over seas and earthquakes emphasized the duality of nature: creation and destruction, calm and chaos, life and peril, are inextricably linked in the natural world. Humans internalized that the ability to adapt, to prepare, and to reflect is essential in responding to unpredictable forces, whether environmental, social, or spiritual. Athena's wisdom offered mortals a model for integrating intellect, strategy, and ethical action. Through her interventions, humanity learned that foresight, deliberation, and careful planning can mitigate suffering and guide collective progress. Her presence exemplified the harmony of reason with moral purpose, reminding humans that wisdom and ethics must coexist to navigate life successfully. The impulsive nature of Ares contrasted sharply with Athena's strategy. The god of war revealed both the necessity and the dangers of force. Mortals recognized that courage, while vital, must be tempered with insight and reflection. Unchecked aggression leads to chaos, yet disciplined courage can protect, defend, and transform. Thus, the myths became a guide for balancing passion, restraint, and ethical action. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and transformation, highlighted the liberating and destructive potential of human emotion. Through festivals, rituals, and ecstatic experience, humanity learned the value of release, celebration, and creative expression, while also recognizing the need for moderation, ethical reflection, and awareness of consequence. Hermes, ever the cunning messenger, demonstrated the importance of adaptability, intelligence, and ethical navigation. Mortals internalized that insight, cleverness, and skill are most powerful when guided by moral awareness and reflection. The ability to navigate complex situations, communicate effectively, and act ethically became central to human understanding of success, virtue, and survival. Apollo, representing prophecy, music, healing, and light, revealed the harmony between talent, wisdom, and ethical responsibility. Mortals observed that disciplined practice, thoughtful reflection, and ethical alignment enhanced the potential to influence the world positively. Through Apollo, humanity internalized the integration of skill, insight, and moral awareness. Hestia, quiet yet vital, embodied constancy, domestic harmony, and the maintenance of order. Her example showed that stability, care, and ethical stewardship form the foundation for society, community, and individual growth. Mortals learned that often the most profound influence is subtle, rooted in consistency, reflection, and ethical engagement. Persephone and Demeter's narrative offered profound lessons on grief, love, and balance. The cycle of seasons, reflecting Persephone's dual existence, illustrated the interconnection of emotion, action, and consequence. Humans internalized that life's natural cycles are mirrored in human experience, that sorrow, growth, and renewal are inseparable, and that patience and reflection allow the soul to endure and flourish. The story of Psyche and Eros reinforced the principles of trust, resilience, and transformation. Through trials imposed by divine authority, mortals observed the capacity of love, courage, and insight to overcome adversity. Their journey symbolized the integration of mortal and divine potential, and the transformative power of enduring ethical, emotional, and spiritual trials. Medusa's tale illuminated the complexities of justice, victimhood, and resistance. Her transformation from a wronged priestess to a powerful, feared figure revealed that injustice, while profound, can catalyze empowerment, awareness, and reflection. Mortals understood that adversity and marginalization are opportunities to cultivate insight, resilience, and ethical strength. Collectively, these narratives shaped human perception of morality, consequence, and destiny. Mortals internalized that life is a tapestry of action and reaction, passion and restraint, joy and suffering. The actions of gods, whether benevolent or capricious, offered insight into the dynamics of power, responsibility, and ethical choice. Humanity came to understand that while divine forces influence circumstances, reflection, courage, and ethical engagement define response and growth. Through observation, storytelling, and ritual, humans cultivated insight, adaptability, and resilience, navigating life with wisdom, foresight, and moral awareness. The Olympian myths, therefore, served as ethical and philosophical frameworks, guiding mortals in understanding the balance between power and responsibility, emotion and reason, freedom and consequence. Life's trials, adversity, and joys became opportunities to practice discernment, courage, and ethical engagement, reflecting the enduring influence of divine narrative on human development. Through these intertwined stories, mortals recognized the interconnectedness of experience. Every action, desire, and decision, divine or mortal, rippled across the web of existence, teaching that foresight, reflection, and ethical action are essential for harmony, growth, and resilience. Even as gods quarreled, loved, and intervened, mortals observed the patterns of cause and effect, internalizing lessons about power, consequence, and moral alignment. The myths emphasize that insight, courage, and ethical reflection are vital tools for navigating a world both magnificent and uncertain. Mortals learn to integrate observation, reflection, and action. The Pantheon's narratives demonstrated that enduring wisdom emerges from the interplay of experience, patience, ethical engagement, and courage. Through these lessons, humanity cultivated the ability to navigate both internal and external forces, to act with discernment, and to embrace the responsibilities of freedom and choice. Ultimately, the Olympian myths illuminated the pathways to resilience, ethical insight, and personal evolution. Through the interplay of divine and mortal actions, humans internalized the principles of courage, reflection, love, and moral alignment. They recognized that life's challenges, joys, and uncertainties are opportunities to cultivate insight, virtue, and soulful growth. And so, the stories endured, echoing across generations, guiding humanity through adversity, illuminating moral complexity, and revealing that the balance of wisdom, courage, and ethical action is central to navigating the world and cultivating the human soul. Through the myths of Olympus, mortals learned that reflection, patience, ethical discernment, and courage are essential companions on the journey of life, a journey marked by challenge, opportunity, and the enduring pursuit of wisdom. As mortals walked the earth, they witnessed the subtle and dramatic influence of gods upon their lives. From the fields that yielded crops to the storms that destroyed them, from the fortunes of cities to the fates of kings, divine intervention shaped existence in ways that demanded attention, reflection, and humility. Consider the cities favored by Zeus and the rulers who thrived under his gaze. Their prosperity was a reminder that virtue, strategic thinking, and alignment with ethical principles could attract favor and opportunity. Yet, when Zeus' temper manifested, earthquakes, storms, and divine retribution revealed the fragility of human plans in the presence of greater forces. Mortals internalized a fundamental lesson. Success requires not only effort and intelligence but also reflection, adaptability, and respect for forces beyond one's control. Hera's actions, though often feared, illustrated the principles of accountability, vigilance, and justice. Her pursuit of those who transgress divine or moral boundaries showed humanity that consequences exist and that ethical awareness is a necessary companion to ambition, desire, and action. Mortals learned that justice, even when imperfect, is a guiding principle for maintaining harmony in personal, communal, and societal spheres. Poseidon's duality, his ability to nurture life and destroy with storms, mirrored the natural cycles of creation and chaos. Mortals, observing his temperamental influence, cultivated resilience, preparedness, and adaptability. They internalized that life's challenges often come without warning, and that the capacity to endure, reflect, and respond ethically is as vital as skill, effort, and strength. Athena's wisdom offered guidance for decision-making, strategy, and ethical leadership. Through her interventions, humanity learned that insight, patience, and reflection enhance the effectiveness of action. Whether in battle, governance, or personal endeavors, the integration of ethical principles with strategic thought ensured not only success but also justice and sustainability. The impulsive force of Ares contrasted with Athena's strategic approach. Through observation, mortals realized the dangers of unchecked aggression, the costs of impulsive action, and the necessity of tempering courage with reflection. True strength, they learned, is not merely the capacity to act boldly, but the wisdom to act judiciously, guided by ethical awareness. Dionysus' influence over ecstasy, celebration, and madness reminded mortals of the power and danger of human emotion. Joy, creativity, and release are essential to a fulfilled life, yet excess without insight can lead to chaos, destruction, and moral compromise. Mortals internalize the principle that balance, reflection, and ethical consideration must accompany even the most liberating experiences. Hermes, the cunning messenger and guide, exemplified adaptability, communication, and the subtle navigation of complex moral landscapes. Mortals observed that cleverness alone is insufficient. Ethical discernment, timing, and insight are required to transform skill into lasting benefit. Apollo's presence illuminated the connection between discipline, talent, and ethical responsibility. Through music, prophecy, and healing, he demonstrated that insight, reflection, and moral alignment amplify the impact of human endeavor. Mortals internalized that mastery of skill, when paired with ethical awareness, contributes to both personal fulfillment and societal benefit. Hestia's quiet influence reminded humanity of the value of constancy, domestic harmony, and the ethical stewardship of community and household. Even without dramatic displays, her presence underscored the necessity of care, reflection, and consistent ethical action as foundations for resilience and stability. The grief of Demeter and the dual existence of Persephone revealed the profound impact of emotion on both personal and environmental cycles. Mortals recognized that love, sorrow, and reflection are inseparable from life's rhythms. Patience, acceptance, and thoughtful action became necessary skills for navigating both the predictable and unforeseen cycles of human experience. The story of Psyche and Eros provided enduring lessons in trust, resilience, and transformative love. By observing Psyche's navigation of trials, mortals understood that endurance, ethical reflection, and the integration of insight with courage facilitate the growth of the soul. The journey illustrated that transformation is achieved through deliberate action, learning from adversity, and cultivating moral and emotional awareness. Medusa's narrative, a powerful account of injustice, victimhood, and resistance, demonstrated the complexities of morality and the dynamics of power. Her endurance, transformation, and ultimate symbolic significance highlighted the capacity to reclaim agency, foster insight, and internalize lessons from hardship. Mortals recognized that adversity, when met with reflection and courage, can be transformed into empowerment, wisdom, and ethical clarity. The tapestry of these myths collectively instructed humanity on the dynamics of action and consequence, courage and reflection, desire and restraint, justice and mercy. The Olympians, through their acts, mistakes, and guidance, revealed the interdependence of power, responsibility, and ethical engagement. Mortals internalized that wisdom arises from observing, reflecting, and navigating the complex interplay of forces, divine, societal, and internal, that shape existence. Humanity absorbed these lessons through oral tradition, ritual, and meditation on myth. Communities and individuals alike found guidance in the narratives, learning to act with insight, discernment, and moral awareness. The consequences of divine actions, whether perceived as benevolent or capricious, served as mirrors for the ethical choices mortals must make in their own lives. Thus, the myths of Olympus became not merely stories, but frameworks for ethical reflection, moral development, and practical guidance for navigating the uncertainties of human experience. Mortals came to understand that adversity, desire, success, and failure are intertwined with ethical action, reflection, and courage. The integration of these lessons fostered resilience, wisdom, and spiritual insight. In contemplating the Olympians' influence, humanity recognized that life's trajectory is shaped both by external forces and internal alignment. Ethical awareness, reflection, and courage emerged as essential companions, allowing mortals to navigate the unpredictable tides of existence. With grace, insight, and resilience, the enduring lesson is clear. While divine or external forces may influence circumstances, the cultivation of discernment, patience, ethical action, and courage defines the human response, enabling transformation, empowerment, and the growth of both character and soul. Through these narratives, mortals internalized the principles of balance, insight, and reflection. They learned to harmonize courage with patience, passion with reason, and action with ethical understanding. The stories of gods and mortals alike became a meditation on life itself, illuminating the profound interconnections between experience, consequence, and moral awareness. Ultimately, the Olympian myths provided a continuous meditation on the human condition. Through observation of divine action, reflection upon consequence, and engagement with ethical principles, mortals cultivated resilience, insight, and a profound understanding of their own capacities for growth, courage, and moral alignment. Thus, the influence of the divine upon mortals is not merely a tale of power, but a guide to ethical, reflective, and courageous living. The myths endure as living frameworks, illuminating the pathways through adversity, the integration of experience with insight, and the cultivation of moral, emotional, and spiritual wisdom. As the threads of myth intertwine, the stories of Psyche, Medusa, and the Olympians converge into a tapestry of insight, reflection, and moral clarity. Each narrative, while distinct, resonates with shared principles: the consequences of action, the interplay of desire and restraint, the transformative power of courage, and the enduring value of reflection. Medusa, once a mortal wronged by divine injustice, embodied the consequences of cruelty, envy, and misjudgment. Her transformation into a Gorgon was both punishment and protection, a symbol of power, fear, and the resilience of those marginalized. Mortals observed that suffering, while often unjust, can catalyze insight, empowerment, and moral understanding. Psyche, through trials imposed by divine forces, demonstrated endurance, courage, and the integration of insight with action. Her journey, culminating in transformation into a goddess of the soul, illustrated that growth emerges from reflection, ethical engagement, and the perseverance to navigate adversity. The human lesson was clear: trials are opportunities for growth, and resilience is cultivated through patience, courage, and moral clarity. The Olympians, in their diverse personalities and actions, provided a mirror for human experience. Zeus' authority, tempered by moral ambiguity, reflected the complex responsibilities of power. Hera's vigilance and protective wrath revealed the dynamics of justice, loyalty, and female agency. Poseidon's volatility mirrored the unpredictability of nature, while Athena's wisdom illuminated the value of strategy, insight, and ethical decision-making. Ares' impulsiveness contrasted with Athena's deliberation, teaching humanity the balance between courage and foresight. Dionysus' liberation and chaos highlighted the duality of joy and risk, and the need to integrate emotion with ethical awareness. Hermes' cunning, Apollo's discipline, Artemis' independence, and Hestia's constancy together formed a multidimensional guide to understanding human potential, limitation, and responsibility. Persephone and Demeter's cyclical narrative offered lessons on grief, renewal, and the interconnection of human emotion with natural processes. Mortals recognized that sorrow and joy are integral to the rhythms of life, and that ethical reflection, patience, and adaptive insight allow the human spirit to endure and flourish amidst change. Through the lens of these myths, humanity observed the delicate interplay of cause and effect, action and consequence. The narratives of mortals and gods alike highlighted that ethical discernment, patience, courage, and reflection are essential for navigating the complexities of life. The myths encouraged contemplation, offering guidance on how to respond to the unpredictable forces of the world with wisdom, resilience, and moral clarity. The convergence of stories also revealed the integration of mortal and divine principles. Psyche's trials and transformation, Medusa's victimization and empowerment, and the Olympians' influence collectively taught that the human soul is shaped by both internal effort and external forces. Insight, moral courage, and reflective action are necessary to harmonize these dynamics, allowing mortals to transform adversity into understanding, growth, and virtue. In contemplating the interconnectedness of these myths, mortals learn to recognize patterns of cause, consequence, and ethical opportunity. Adversity was not merely a challenge to overcome, but a medium through which character, insight, and moral judgment could develop. Through these narratives, the ancient world provided a meditation on the essential qualities of human resilience, ethical awareness, and spiritual growth. The myths also emphasize the importance of love, empathy, and relational insight, Eros and Psyche illustrated the transformative potential of love when tempered by reflection, patience, and ethical understanding. The relationships among gods and mortals, marked by loyalty, betrayal, desire, and restraint, revealed the profound moral and spiritual lessons embedded in human connection. Furthermore, the narratives of justice and injustice, seen in Hera's wrath, Medusa's punishment, and divine intervention, highlighted the consequences of action, the impact of moral and immoral choice, and the importance of cultivating discernment in the face of complexity. Mortals internalized that wisdom requires observation, reflection, and courage, and that growth is inseparable from ethical engagement with life's challenges. The convergence of mythic lessons also underscored the balance between vulnerability and empowerment. Mortals observed Psyche's evolution, Medusa's reclamation of agency, and the Olympians' diverse influences, understanding that resilience is cultivated through experience, reflection, and the integration of insight with courage. Life's trials are not random, they are opportunities to develop strength, discernment, and wisdom. Through these interwoven narratives, humanity internalized the principles of reflection, patience, ethical action, and the harmonization of desire and restraint. The myths encouraged contemplation of one's own choices, the cultivation of empathy and understanding, and the acknowledgement of forces beyond immediate control. In this way, the stories became tools for moral, emotional, and spiritual guidance. Mortals also recognized the enduring power of storytelling itself. By transmitting these narratives across generations, humans preserved lessons on resilience, insight, and ethical conduct. The myths functioned as a mirror, reflecting the possibilities of human growth, and as a map, guiding mortals through the complexities of existence. With courage, reflection, and moral awareness, the combined narratives of Psyche, Medusa, and the Olympians illustrated the dynamic interplay of suffering, desire, courage, and ethical action. Mortals learned that the soul's journey involves both internal cultivation and external navigation. Wisdom, resilience, love, and moral insight are the guiding principles that enable one to traverse life's uncertainties, challenges, and opportunities. Ultimately, the convergence of these myths highlights the universality of human experience. Love, courage, suffering, reflection, and ethical engagement are threads that connect all lives across time and space. The stories of the gods and mortals remind humanity that the cultivation of insight, virtue, and resilience is both a personal responsibility and a shared journey across generations. In reflecting upon these lessons, mortals understood that life's tapestry is woven from action, consequence, courage, and reflection. Ethical discernment and moral courage illuminate pathways through adversity, desire, and uncertainty. Through the myths of Olympus, humanity discovered that reflection, patience, and alignment with ethical principles foster growth, insight, and soulful transformation. And so, the convergence of these myths, from the trials of Psyche to the empowerment of Medusa, from the guidance and turbulence of the Olympians, offers an enduring meditation on life, love, morality, and resilience. The human soul, guided by reflection, courage, and ethical awareness, can navigate complexity, transform adversity into wisdom, and harmonize mortal experience with higher insight and understanding. The tapestry of Greek mythology is more than a collection of stories. It is a reflection of life itself, an intricate framework through which humans may contemplate morality, virtue, and the soul's journey. Through the lives of gods and mortals alike, humanity learned that existence is defined by the interplay of action, consequence, and reflection. Zeus, in his authority and moral ambiguity, illuminated the power and responsibility inherent in leadership. His triumphs and failures alike serve as mirrors, reminding mortals that ethical awareness and discernment are central to wielding influence responsibly. Hera's vigilant protection and righteous vengeance revealed the complexities of justice, particularly within relationships and communities. Mortals observed her actions and internalized the necessity of accountability, of standing firm in principles, and of balancing protection with fairness. Through her, humans understood that power and morality are inseparable, that authority without ethical alignment can become destructive, and that vigilance rooted in justice safeguards harmony. Poseidon, the god of seas and storms, embodied duality, creation and destruction, calm and chaos, fertility and devastation. Mortals understood that nature's power mirrors life itself, unpredictable, formidable, and transformative. They learned that resilience, preparation, and ethical decision-making are essential to navigate forces beyond their control, and that adaptability and reflection cultivate survival and wisdom. Athena's wisdom offered guidance on strategy, intellect, and ethical leadership. Mortals observed her interventions, learning that insight and patience enhanced the effectiveness of courage and action. Through Athena, humanity embraced the principle that knowledge must be paired with ethical reflection to achieve enduring benefit. The impulsive and often destructive force of Ares demonstrated the necessity of restraint. Mortals internalized that courage alone is insufficient. It must be guided by reflection, foresight, and ethical awareness. Unchecked aggression brings chaos, while measured action, grounded in moral clarity, protects, nurtures, and transforms society. Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and ecstatic liberation, revealed the transformative potential of joy, creativity, and emotional release. Yet mortals learned the importance of balance. Liberation without insight can devolve into destruction. The duality of ecstasy and chaos underscores the necessity of integrating desire with ethical reflection. Hermes, the cunning messenger and trickster, exemplified adaptability, communication, and subtle navigation. Mortals observed that cleverness alone cannot sustain success. Ethical discernment, reflection, and moral alignment are essential companions to intelligence and skill. Apollo, the god of prophecy, music, healing, and light, highlighted the integration of talent, discipline, and ethical purpose. Mortals internalized that personal skill, when guided by insight and morality, becomes a force for positive transformation. The cultivation of reflection, mastery, and ethical alignment amplifies both human potential and societal well-being. Hestia, through her constancy and guardianship of domestic harmony, illustrated the profound impact of subtle, continuous care. Mortals recognized that quiet ethical action, responsibility, and attention to stability form the foundation for resilience, both personally and communally. The stories of Persephone and Demeter conveyed deep truths about the rhythms of life. Sorrow, love, renewal, and patience are intertwined. Human experience mirrors the cycles of nature. Mortals learn that grief and loss, when integrated with reflection and ethical conduct, become sources of wisdom, endurance, and spiritual growth. Psyche and Eros demonstrated the transformative power of love and perseverance. Through trials, reflection, and courageous engagement, mortals internalized that growth is achieved through endurance, patience, and ethical alignment. Love, when integrated with insight and moral awareness, catalyzes the evolution of both soul and character. Medusa's story revealed the complexities of justice, victimhood, and resilience. Her journey highlighted that injustice, while profound, can be transformed into empowerment, awareness, and ethical insight. Mortals observed that strength arises not merely from external action, but from reflection, courage, and the reclamation of agency amidst adversity. The moral framework of Greek mythology teaches that every action carries consequence. Every desire carries responsibility, and every choice offers opportunity for growth. Mortals internalize the importance of reflection, patience, courage, and ethical alignment. Through the interwoven narratives of gods and mortals, humans recognize that wisdom, resilience, and virtue emerge from thoughtful engagement with life's challenges. The myths also illuminate the spiritual journey of the soul. Reflection, ethical action, courage, and perseverance are the pillars upon which human growth is constructed. Mortals learned that adversity, whether imposed by divine or mortal forces, provides an opportunity to cultivate insight, moral clarity, and spiritual understanding. The convergence of these narratives illustrates universal principles. Ethical discernment shapes the outcomes of action. Reflection tempers desire and guides courage. Adversity, approached with insight, becomes a catalyst for growth. Love, compassion, and empathy transform both individual character and communal harmony. Through meditation upon these myths, mortals were encouraged to observe, reflect, and act with purpose. The narratives serve as mirrors, revealing the consequences of choices, and as guides, illuminating the pathways toward moral, emotional, and spiritual development. The Olympians, in their diverse personalities, desires, and actions, mirror the spectrum of human experience. Mortals, observing the gods' triumphs and failures, learned that power, passion, and influence must be balanced with insight, restraint, and ethical clarity. The myths reinforce the interconnectedness of all life and the necessity of aligning action with reflection and moral purpose. Ultimately, Greek mythology provides a timeless framework for living. Through the tales of Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Athena, Ares, Dionysus, Hermes, Apollo, Hestia, Persephone, Psyche, and Medusa, humans internalize lessons on courage, reflection, ethical action, and resilience. Life's trials, joys, and challenges are navigated through the cultivation of insight, moral awareness, and spiritual reflection. These myths endure because they illuminate the human condition, providing a meditative framework for understanding life, guiding mortals through adversity, joy, love, and loss. They teach that reflection, ethical engagement, and courage are essential companions on the journey of existence. In contemplating these stories, mortals recognize that life is both fragile and magnificent. Through insight, patience, courage, and ethical action, the human soul can navigate adversity, embrace transformation, and align personal growth with universal principles of morality, reflection, and resilience. The moral and spiritual framework embedded within Greek mythology remains an enduring guide to act with courage and wisdom, to reflect upon consequences, to cultivate insight, love, and compassion, and to harmonize action with moral and spiritual purpose. Through these narratives, humanity discovers the profound truth that life, in all its complexity, offers both challenge and opportunity, and that the cultivation of virtue, resilience, and reflective awareness is the pathway to both personal fulfillment and alignment with the greater order of existence. In the lands beneath Olympus, mortals lived their lives guided, challenged, and shaped by the presence of the gods. Each decision, each action, carried the weight of potential consequence, divine favor, or divine wrath. The myths were not distant tales, they were living lessons, mirrors reflecting the moral, ethical, and spiritual dimensions of human existence. Consider the tale of a young prince who, through courage and reflection, sought to lead his city wisely. Though he faced storms, invasions, and internal strife, he drew inspiration from Athena's wisdom, seeking counsel before action, balancing courage with strategy. In doing so, he navigated both the political landscape and the ethical challenges of leadership, earning prosperity and harmony for his people. Through his story, mortals learn the value of measured action, reflection, and ethical leadership. In contrast, another mortal, seduced by the allure of unchecked power, ignored guidance, dismissed counsel, and acted impulsively. Like Ares' chaotic influence, his aggression led to ruin. His kingdom fell, and his legacy became a cautionary tale. The people witnessed the consequences of impulsive desire and internalized the necessity of reflection, restraint, and ethical alignment in decision-making. The story of a devoted farmer highlighted the lessons of Demeter and Persephone. Through patient labor, reverence for the cycles of nature, and attentiveness to the land, the farmer's fields flourished. Yet, During the harshest seasons, famine reminded the community of the consequences of imbalance and the importance of respecting natural rhythms. Mortals understood that life requires both diligence and humility, and that harmony with the natural world emerges from observation, reflection, and ethical stewardship. A healer in the city, inspired by Apollo, demonstrated the integration of skill, knowledge, and compassion. Through careful study, practice, and reflection, the healer not only cured ailments but also imparted wisdom on maintaining balance, preventing harm, and cultivating resilience. The mortal community recognized that mastery of craft, when guided by moral awareness, elevates both the individual and society, creating lasting benefit rooted in ethical action. Another story tells of a young woman, guided by the protection of Artemis, who navigated the dangers of her environment with courage, reflection, and ethical integrity. Through vigilance, courage, and understanding, she safeguarded herself, her family, and her community. Her example taught mortals the value of independence, prudence, and ethical responsibility, and illustrated that empowerment arises from reflection, courage, and moral alignment. In the tale of a cunning merchant, Hermes' influence was evident. Through cleverness, negotiation, and strategic thinking, the merchant flourished, yet he learned that skill alone cannot sustain prosperity. Ethical conduct, respect for others, and reflective decision-making ensured that his success endured, demonstrating that insight and morality are inseparable from practical skill. The narratives of Psyche and Eros resonated deeply among mortals. Couples and families observed the transformative power of love tempered by reflection, patience, and courage. The story became a guide for navigating relational challenges, emphasizing the integration of empathy, ethical awareness, and commitment. Mortals recognized that love, when informed by moral clarity, nurtures growth, resilience, and mutual understanding. Medusa's story also influenced mortal consciousness. She became a symbol of victimhood, resilience, and the reclamation of agency. Through reflection on her tale, mortals understood the importance of justice, empathy, and the transformative potential of insight in the face of adversity. Her narrative served as both caution and inspiration, encouraging moral vigilance and ethical engagement with the complexities of human experience. The interplay of these mortal stories with Olympian influence highlighted the seamless integration of divine guidance and human choice. Mortals learned that wisdom arises from attentive observation, ethical reflection, and courageous action. The myths and stories intertwined, creating a continuous thread, linking experience, consequence, and moral understanding. Through ritual, storytelling, and meditation upon these narratives, communities internalized lessons on resilience, courage, and virtue. The stories were not merely entertainment, they were living frameworks for ethical, emotional, and spiritual cultivation. Mortals recognized that challenges, both external and internal, provide opportunities for growth, reflection, and alignment with virtue. The influence of Olympian myths extended to every facet of life: agriculture, governance, family, trade, art, and spiritual practice. Mortals learned that skill, insight, courage, and reflection must be harmonized with ethical principles to ensure lasting prosperity and moral alignment. Through these integrated lessons, humanity internalized the interconnectedness of personal action, community well-being, and cosmic principle. The stories of mortals and gods alike emphasize that each choice, however small, resonates through the web of existence, affecting both self and society and inviting reflection upon morality, courage, and resilience. Even the simplest actions, preparing a meal, tending the fields, teaching a child, were imbued with significance, guided by reflection, ethical consideration, and reverence for the divine. The mortals' lives became meditations, practices in patience, insight, courage, and ethical alignment. The myths served as mirrors, reflecting both potential and responsibility, reminding humanity that every action contributes to the unfolding tapestry of life. The culmination of these mortal experiences with Olympian guidance revealed a coherent spiritual and ethical framework. Courage must be guided by reflection. Desire must be tempered with ethical awareness. Knowledge must be integrated with moral purpose. Suffering, joy, and adversity are catalysts for growth. Love, empathy, and compassion are transformative forces. Mortals recognize that life's challenges, successes, and failures are opportunities to cultivate insight, resilience, and virtue. By observing, reflecting, and acting ethically, humanity aligned with the greater principles revealed through mythology, creating harmony between personal conduct and universal order. The stories also reinforced the principle of interconnectedness. Every action, whether of gods or mortals, produces ripple effects through families, communities, and the natural world. Understanding this interconnectedness fosters responsibility, reflection, and ethical engagement, allowing mortals to navigate life with wisdom, patience, and moral clarity. Through these lessons, mortals learned that the cultivation of the soul is inseparable from engagement with ethical principles and reflective action. By integrating courage, insight, and moral awareness, humans navigated adversity, embraced joy, and cultivated resilience. Ultimately, the mortal stories illuminated how the influence of the Olympians shapes human character, ethical understanding, and spiritual insight. Life, in all its complexity, becomes a meditation on reflection, courage, virtue, and the harmonization of desire, action, and consequence. Through the interplay of myth and mortal experience, humanity discovered the pathways to growth, understanding, and alignment with the greater order of existence. And so, mortals walked the earth, guided by the stories of gods and heroes, reflecting upon each decision, observing the consequences of action, and cultivating the virtues necessary for a life of resilience, insight, and ethical alignment. In the quiet reflection of twilight, the lessons of gods and mortals merge into a harmonious understanding, revealing the intricate connections between action, consequence, and ethical discernment. The narratives of Olympus, interwoven with the lives of mortals, illuminate universal principles that guide thought, behavior, and the cultivation of the soul. From Zeus' authority and moral ambiguity, mortals learn the profound responsibility inherent in power. Leadership, influence, and decision-making are bound to ethical reflection, and the well-being of others must always be weighed against ambition and desire. Through observation of Zeus, mortals internalize the principle that power is a tool, neither inherently virtuous nor inherently corrupt. Its moral weight derives from the choices of those who wield it. Hera's vigilance and protective justice underscore the importance of accountability. Mortals recognize that defending principles, ensuring fairness, and standing for ethical conduct require courage, resilience, and discernment. The tension between love and vengeance, between protection and punishment, offers insight into the complexities of relational ethics and the balance of justice. Poseidon's volatile influence demonstrates the dual nature of forces beyond human control. Mortals understand that life's challenges, storms of circumstance, tides of fortune, and the unpredictability of existence demand adaptability, reflection, and courage. The sea becomes a mirror for life's uncertainties, teaching humans to navigate both external upheaval and internal turmoil with insight and moral clarity. Athena, embodiment of wisdom, strategy, and ethical insight, provides guidance on integrating knowledge, foresight, and moral awareness. Her example illuminates the value of contemplation before action, of blending intelligence with ethical understanding, and of recognizing that decisions have far-reaching consequences beyond immediate perception. Ares' impulsiveness illustrates the danger of untempered action. Mortals internalize the necessity of balancing courage with reflection, desire with ethical awareness, and strength with restraint. The lessons of war and conflict are not merely external, they are reflections of inner balance, discipline, and moral responsibility. Dionysus' duality, ecstasy, and chaos, reminds mortals that joy, creativity, and liberation must be harmonized with insight and ethical awareness. Excess without reflection breeds destruction, yet measured integration of emotion, ritual, and freedom nurtures growth, self-understanding, and societal cohesion. Hermes exemplifies adaptability, cunning, and communication, demonstrating that intelligence, skill, and ingenuity are most effective when aligned with ethical reflection and consideration of consequences. Mortals observe that cleverness, devoid of moral clarity, may bring temporary advantage but ultimately invites instability. Apollo's discipline, artistry, and prophetic insight illuminate the necessity of integrating talent, ethical reflection, and purpose. The pursuit of excellence, when guided by moral awareness, produces benefits that extend beyond the individual, fostering communal well-being. Hestia's constancy, devotion to the hearth, and attention to domestic harmony highlight the importance of stability, care, and subtle ethical engagement. Mortals recognize that quiet acts of responsibility, reflection, and virtue lay the foundation for enduring resilience and moral alignment. The cycles of Persephone and Demeter illustrate the interweaving of grief, renewal, and life's natural rhythms. Mortals learn that sorrow and joy are not opposites, but complementary forces, and that reflection, patience, and ethical consideration allow humans to navigate the inevitable fluctuations of life. The transformative journey of psyche reveals that love, perseverance, and ethical insight contribute to the evolution of the soul. Mortals internalize that trials, when approached with courage and reflection, yield growth, understanding, and resilience. Love, tempered by ethical awareness and patience, nurtures both personal and collective flourishing. Medusa's narrative demonstrates the reclamation of agency, the transformation of victimhood into empowerment, and the ethical complexity of justice. Mortals learn that suffering, injustice, and adversity may catalyze insight, courage, and moral clarity if met with reflection, ethical engagement, and perseverance. The mortal stories shaped by divine influence illuminate the integration of insight, courage, and ethical reflection in everyday life. Farmers, healers, leaders, and artisans embody these principles through diligence, skill, compassion, and observation, internalizing the lessons embedded within myth and reflecting them in practical, ethical action. Together, these divine and mortal narratives converge to form a comprehensive ethical and spiritual framework. Mortals recognize the interconnectedness of action and consequence, the interplay of desire and restraint, the necessity of reflection, and the transformative potential of courage, insight, and love. The Greek myths become a meditative guide, encouraging humans to observe, reflect, and act with purpose. Life, in its complexity, becomes a canvas upon which the principles of courage, wisdom, ethical alignment, and resilience are painted. Each choice, each act, contributes to the tapestry of existence, weaving lessons into the soul, the community, and the natural world. The ethical and spiritual synthesis derived from these narratives provides insight into the human condition. Action without reflection risks consequence. Desire without restraint invites chaos. Knowledge without ethical guidance risks harm. Suffering, when reflected upon, becomes an avenue for growth. Love, compassion, and courage transform both the individual and society. The convergence of divine influence and mortal experience illuminates the interconnectedness of all life, the importance of reflection, and the cultivation of resilience, ethical awareness, and moral insight. Mortals understand that life's trials, joys, and opportunities are instruments for growth, meditation, and the development of virtue. Through meditation upon these stories, humans internalize the principles of ethical discernment, reflective action, and courageous engagement. The myths provide a lens through which mortals may observe the consequences of choices, the interplay of power and responsibility, and the enduring potential for personal and spiritual growth. The lessons from Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and mortal exemplars converge to illuminate the path of ethical and spiritual synthesis. Life becomes a continuous practice of reflection, courage, insight, and ethical alignment, where each act, each decision contributes to the harmonization of the soul. With universal principles, mortals learn that the cultivation of virtue, resilience, and insight is inseparable from engagement with ethical principles and reflection. Through courage, reflection, and moral awareness, humans navigate life's complexities, embrace transformation, and harmonize personal growth with the universal order of existence. Ultimately, the synthesis of divine and mortal lessons demonstrates the enduring relevance of Greek mythology to guide reflection, to cultivate ethical awareness, to foster resilience, and to illuminate the pathways to growth, love, and spiritual alignment. And so, mortals, guided by myth, reflection, and ethical insight, walked their paths with courage, patience, and wisdom, integrating the lessons of Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and mortal experience into the tapestry of their lives, ever mindful of the balance between action, reflection, and the greater order of existence. Time, in the eyes of the Greeks, was both a river and a mirror, flowing endlessly while reflecting the deeds of gods and mortals alike. The myths preserved in memory, song, and ritual were more than tales. They were vessels of immortality, ensuring that actions, choices, and reflections endured beyond the fragile span of mortal life. Zeus, though bound by time like all beings, exerted authority that rippled across generations. His triumphs and transgressions echoed through the stories, teaching mortals that legacy is not merely a product of duration, but of the impact one leaves upon the hearts, minds, and lives of others. Through his actions, humanity understood that every choice, however fleeting it seems, reverberates through the tapestry of existence, shaping memory, culture, and the moral fabric of society. Hera's vigilance and protective wrath remind mortals that legacies are intertwined with justice. The consequences of actions, whether measured in love or vengeance, continue long after the moment has passed, influencing future generations. Mortals saw that integrity, courage, and ethical discernment form the foundation of lasting remembrance, and that unjust deeds, even when cloaked in power, invite reflection, reckoning, and eventual understanding. Poseidon, lord of the seas, symbolizes the ceaseless passage of time and the unpredictability of legacy. Islands rise, civilizations fall, and the tides of fate sweep all into motion. Mortals observe that actions, like waves, can erode, reshape, or preserve the contours of life. Through his example, humanity internalized that patience, reflection, and ethical conduct determine the endurance of influence across temporal boundaries. Athena's wisdom stands as a beacon for shaping lasting legacy through thoughtful action. Mortals recognize that intellectual and ethical refinement ensures the persistence of meaningful deeds. Knowledge, insight, and virtuous action become eternal not by their grandeur, but by their capacity to guide, inspire, and uplift those who follow. Ares' impulsive aggression demonstrates the fragility of legacy when action is divorced from reflection. Mortals learned that reckless pursuit of desire or domination may leave a mark, but rarely one of enduring honor or benefit. The myths emphasize that enduring influence derives from balance, ethical awareness, and discernment. Dionysus' celebrations, rituals, and liberating chaos reflect a different facet of time and legacy. Joy, creativity, and emotional expression, when guided by reflection and moral awareness, create ripples that inspire generations. The vitality of art, celebration, and communal experience illustrates that legacy is not solely achieved through power or conquest, but through the resonance of lived experience and transformative joy. Hermes embodies the subtle, enduring influence of communication, cleverness, and connection. Mortals learn that ideas, messages, and ethical guidance, when shared thoughtfully and ethically, can persist across time. Legacy emerges not merely from strength or status, but from the integrity and wisdom embedded in one's words, actions, and relationships. Apollo, patron of music, prophecy, and healing, demonstrates that legacy is woven through skill, creativity, and the ethical application of talent. Mortals observed that excellence integrated with insight and moral awareness ensures that influence transcends temporal boundaries, and that the fruits of disciplined, virtuous action are remembered, cherished, and perpetuated. Hestia, with her unwavering dedication to hearth and home, embodies the quiet endurance of legacy. Through consistent care, responsibility, and reflection, she imparts stability and continuity, preserving the moral and ethical framework of families, communities, and traditions. Mortals learned that legacy often resides not in spectacle, but in the enduring value of steady, ethical, and thoughtful engagement with the world. Persephone and Demeter exemplify the cyclical nature of time and memory. Seasons change, life ebbs and flows, and mortality is balanced by the constancy of renewal. Through grief, patience, and ethical alignment with natural rhythms, mortals understood the value of continuity, remembrance, and respect for the cycles of existence. The passage of time becomes a teacher, revealing that enduring influence arises from understanding, patience, and harmony with the greater order. The story of Psyche and Eros demonstrates that love, patience, and ethical perseverance leave a legacy far beyond the temporal. Mortals internalized that acts of courage, reflection, and fidelity contribute to spiritual and moral continuity, shaping the hearts and minds of generations. The soul's journey, nurtured by love and ethical awareness, becomes eternal through the transformative power of story and reflection. Medusa, once victimized and unjustly punished, embodies the enduring complexity of memory and justice. Her story, preserved across time, teaches mortals that adversity, injustice, and suffering may be transformed into enduring insight, courage, and moral understanding. Legacy, therefore, is not only about honor or renown, but also about the enduring lessons drawn from experience, reflection, and ethical engagement. The convergence of divine and mortal narratives reveals the interdependence of time, action, and memory. Mortals learn that the imprint of life is shaped not merely by duration, but by the ethical and reflective quality of deeds, relationships, and insights. Immortality, in the Greek understanding, resides in the resonance of wisdom, virtue, and transformative influence upon others. Through contemplation of these myths, humanity internalized the principle that time is not merely a measure of moments, but a canvas upon which the moral, ethical, and spiritual dimensions of life are painted. Actions aligned with virtue, courage, reflection, and insight persist beyond the immediate, shaping memory, culture, and the enduring moral consciousness. The tales of Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and mortal exemplars converge to illuminate the enduring interplay of mortality and immortality. Mortals understand that while their physical existence is finite, the impact of ethical action, insight, and courage may transcend time, leaving a legacy that resonates across generations and informs the ethical fabric of life itself. The myths invite reflection that the cultivation of virtue, resilience, and insight ensures the continuity of moral and spiritual influence. Through patience, reflection, courage, and ethical engagement, mortals contribute to the eternal tapestry of human experience. Even the simplest acts, a word of guidance, a protective gesture, a moment of courage or compassion, become threads in this expansive, ongoing pattern. Greek mythology, in its preservation of divine and mortal deeds, offers a framework for understanding the enduring consequences of choice and the intimate relationship between time, reflection, and moral legacy. Ultimately, the stories teach that immortality is not the mere preservation of name or fame, but the ethical, emotional, and spiritual resonance of one's actions across time. Mortals internalize that life's purpose emerges from the integration of courage, reflection, wisdom, and ethical conduct, and that the impact of these choices transcends the limitations of the mortal span. Through this reflective meditation, humans come to understand the intricate interplay of temporality, legacy, and immortality. Ethical reflection ensures the endurance of influence. Courage and insight shape the moral resonance of action. Love, compassion, and perseverance become eternal forces. Adversity, observed and navigated wisely, enriches the legacy of the soul. The myths, preserved in memory, song, and contemplation, illuminate the pathways through which mortals align with eternal principles. Through observation, reflection, and ethical engagement, humans transform fleeting existence into enduring influence, bridging the mortal and the immortal, the temporal and the eternal. And so, time flows, stories endure, and legacy persists. Through reflection, courage, love, and ethical awareness, mortals navigate existence with mindfulness, cultivating virtue, resilience, and insight that resonate beyond the confines of their lives, echoing through eternity, guided by the eternal lessons of Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and the mortal exemplars of history. Beneath the eternal canopy of the sky, mortals walked paths shaped by both fate and choice. Guided by the narratives of Olympus, they navigated the complexities of existence, integrating courage, insight, reflection, and ethical discernment into their daily lives. The human spiritual journey, illuminated by myth, became both practice and meditation, a continuous unfolding of understanding, resilience, and moral alignment. Each mortal, in their own way, engaged with the lessons of Zeus, understanding that authority and ambition require careful ethical reflection. Leaders observed the ripple effects of decisions, realizing that power is inseparable from responsibility. From Zeus, mortals internalized that wisdom in governance emerges from balancing desire with ethical principles, and that the impact of leadership extends far beyond immediate perception. Hera's protective vigilance reminded humans that moral courage is as crucial as physical courage. Standing for justice, upholding ethical principles, and safeguarding the vulnerable were recognized as integral to spiritual development. Mortals learned that ethical engagement often requires patience, resilience, and the courage to navigate conflicts with discernment and moral clarity. Poseidon's restless seas mirrored the inner turbulence of the human spirit. Life presents storms, unpredictable tides, and challenges that test endurance. Mortals observed that emotional and ethical balance, cultivated through reflection, enables one to navigate both internal and external upheaval. Adaptability, foresight, and thoughtful action are essential tools for the spiritual traveler. Athena's guidance offered insight into the integration of knowledge and ethics. Mortals learned that intellectual mastery alone is insufficient. Wisdom must be aligned with moral awareness and reflection. Strategic thought, contemplation, and discernment foster resilience and provide a pathway toward ethical and spiritual fulfillment. Ares' example illustrated the consequences of impulsive aggression. The human journey requires restraint, reflection, and ethical consideration, ensuring that courage and ambition are channeled constructively. Mortals internalize that reckless pursuit of desire may bring temporary gain, but sustainable influence arises from ethical alignment and thoughtful action. Dionysus' duality, the tension between liberation and chaos, illuminated the interplay of joy, creativity, and ethical responsibility. Through celebration, ritual, and reflection, mortals learned to harmonize emotion with insight, expressing freedom without succumbing to disorder, and cultivating joy that nurtures both individual and communal growth. Hermes exemplified the human capacity for ingenuity and strategic communication. Mortals observed that skillful navigation of relationships, commerce, and ideas requires reflection, ethical consideration, and adaptability. The spiritual journey includes the responsible application of cleverness, ensuring that intellect and insight serve virtue rather than self-interest alone. Apollo's mastery of music, prophecy, and healing taught mortals that talent and skill acquire meaning only when integrated with ethical awareness. Art, medicine, and foresight, when exercised responsibly, enhance the spiritual and moral development of self and society. Mortals internalize that excellence without virtue is incomplete, and that true influence endures when guided by ethical reflection. Hestia's devotion to the hearth highlighted the spiritual significance of stability, care, and attentiveness in daily life. Mortals recognized that small, consistent acts of responsibility, patience, and ethical reflection lay the foundation for long-term harmony, resilience, and spiritual growth. The quiet observance of duty becomes a practice of meditation, an ongoing cultivation of virtue within the rhythms of ordinary life. The cycles of Persephone and Demeter illustrated the spiritual resonance of suffering, renewal, and continuity. Mortals observed that grief, loss, and adversity are natural components of existence, and that reflection, patience, and ethical engagement transform challenges into opportunities for growth, insight, and alignment with universal order. The transformative journey of Psyche demonstrated the spiritual power of love, patience, and perseverance. Mortals internalized that the cultivation of relational insight, courage, and empathy strengthens the soul, contributing to ethical and spiritual development. Through endurance, reflection, and ethical engagement, the human spirit evolves, transcending immediate suffering to achieve a more profound understanding of virtue, love, and wisdom. Medusa's story offered a spiritual lesson in resilience and moral clarity. Mortals observed that injustice, suffering, and adversity can catalyze insight, courage, and ethical awareness. Her legacy teaches that reflection upon suffering, when paired with ethical engagement, fosters spiritual empowerment and illuminates the path toward moral wisdom. The synthesis of mortal experience with divine guidance created a comprehensive framework for human spiritual development. Life became a continuous meditation on reflection, courage, ethical alignment, and relational understanding. The stories of gods and mortals alike provided the tools and archetypes through which humans explored moral, spiritual, and emotional growth. Every act of courage, kindness, and ethical reflection contributed to the cultivation of virtue, resilience, and insight. Through this ongoing practice, mortals internalized the interconnectedness of action, relationship, and consequence, understanding that each choice resonates beyond immediate perception, shaping both self and society. The human spiritual journey, illuminated by myth, emphasized the balance of desire, reflection, courage, and ethical discernment. Through contemplation, meditation, and thoughtful action, humans align their lives with the greater principles observed in divine narratives, integrating morality, insight, and spiritual growth into the rhythm of daily existence. Even the smallest gestures, helping a neighbor, guiding a child, offering counsel, or standing for justice, became instruments of spiritual and ethical cultivation. Mortals recognized that these acts, grounded in reflection and virtue, echo through time, influencing both personal development and collective well-being. The myths serve as mirrors, reflecting both the challenges and potential of the human spirit. Through observation, reflection, and ethical engagement, mortals navigate their lives with purpose, cultivating resilience, insight, and spiritual awareness. Life becomes a sacred practice where each decision contributes to the ongoing evolution of character, wisdom, and ethical understanding. Through meditation upon divine narratives, human experiences, and ethical reflection, mortals internalize the principles of courage, patience, insight, and virtue. The spiritual journey is not linear, it is an ongoing process of observation, engagement, reflection, and growth, where every choice, act, and relationship contributes to the cultivation of the soul. Ultimately, the integration of Olympian lessons into mortal life illuminates the path toward ethical, emotional, and spiritual development. Mortals learn that reflection, courage, insight, and virtue are the pillars of resilience, moral alignment, and spiritual fulfillment. And so, humans walk their paths with mindfulness, guided by myth, reflection, and ethical awareness, transforming ordinary existence into a continuous practice of virtue, insight, and spiritual growth, ever attentive to the lessons of Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and the enduring stories of mortal experience. Love, in the eyes of the Greeks, was never a simple or singular force. It flowed like a river, at times gentle and nurturing, at times tumultuous and consuming. Desire, intertwined with love, carried the potential for joy and suffering, pleasure and consequence, liberation and destruction. The stories of gods and mortals alike illustrate the delicate balance between the pursuit of desire and the exercise of ethical responsibility. From the numerous unions of Zeus, mortals understood that desire, if unchecked, can lead to strife, jealousy, and unintended consequences. Love is a force that must be tempered by wisdom, reflection, and consideration, lest it disrupt harmony and ethical balance. Zeus' impulsive choices, though divine, reflected human tendencies magnified, and the resulting turbulence served as a guidepost for mortals to navigate their own passions with care. Hera's vigilance, fueled by both love and resentment, reminds mortals that relationships are complex and require ethical engagement. Love intertwined with moral responsibility ensures fairness, respect, and attentiveness to the welfare of others. Hera teaches that ethical awareness is essential in guiding desire, protecting what is sacred, and maintaining relational balance. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, embodies both the blessings and the chaos that desire can bring. Mortals learned that beauty and attraction, when pursued without reflection, can incite conflict, manipulation, or suffering. Yet, when embraced ethically, desire inspires connection, creativity, and mutual growth. Love, aligned with virtue and discernment, becomes a transformative force that elevates both heart and spirit. The tale of Psyche and Eros offers profound guidance in the navigation of love. Psyche's trials, born of curiosity, patience, and resilience, reveal that love demands courage, reflection, and ethical sensitivity. The journey toward union is not without challenge, yet perseverance guided by insight nurtures transformation, leading to the elevation of the soul and the cultivation of lasting virtue. The gods' narratives underscore the moral dimension of desire. Desire, though natural and compelling, carries ethical weight. Mortals internalize that true fulfillment arises not from unbridled indulgence, but from reflection, responsibility, and attentiveness to the impact of one's actions on others and oneself. Medusa's story, intertwined with desire, injustice, and transformation, provides insight into the consequences of violation and the importance of ethical responsibility in interpersonal interactions. Mortals observe that harm inflicted through misuse of desire or power leaves lasting impressions, shaping both legacy and moral awareness. The integration of love, desire, and ethical responsibility requires ongoing reflection. Mortals recognize that relationships, whether with family, friends, or partners, demand attentiveness, empathy, and moral discernment. Ethical engagement transforms desire from a potentially destructive force into an avenue for growth, understanding, and spiritual development. Dionysus' influence reminds mortals that joy, pleasure, and passion must be harmonized with ethical reflection. Celebration, creativity, and sensuality, when aligned with insight and responsibility, enhance personal fulfillment and communal well-being. Desire, when approached with mindfulness, becomes a tool for exploration, connection, and transformation rather than a source of chaos. Apollo's example teaches that love for art, beauty, and purpose can be integrated with ethical responsibility, guiding desire toward meaningful expression. The pursuit of excellence, inspired by love and passion, becomes a channel for personal growth, ethical engagement, and societal contribution. Hermes' cunning and cleverness demonstrate that desire, intellect, and skill, require ethical reflection to avoid manipulation or harm. Mortals internalize that ethical guidance ensures desire serves the greater good, balancing ambition, curiosity, and relational responsibility. Artemis, protector of women and children, exemplifies the importance of autonomy, respect, and ethical consideration in matters of desire. Mortals learn that freedom and choice, exercised responsibly, are essential in fostering ethical, equitable, and compassionate relationships. The cycles of Persephone and Demeter illuminate the interplay between longing, absence, and renewal. Mortals observe that desire, tempered by reflection, patience, and understanding, aligns with natural rhythms and ethical imperatives, yielding growth, insight, and emotional resilience. In daily life, mortals apply these principles through acts of attentiveness, compassion, and mindful engagement with others. Love, when exercised ethically, nurtures connection, promotes harmony, and cultivates the moral and spiritual development of the self and community. Even the smallest gestures, a kind word, a protective action, a listening ear, or a moment of empathy, reflect ethical love in practice. Mortals recognize that such acts, grounded in reflection and virtue, resonate through relationships, shaping character, and fostering spiritual growth. The human spiritual journey integrates the lessons of Olympus into the ethical management of desire, love, and interpersonal engagement. Mortals learn that emotional intelligence, ethical awareness, and reflective action ensure that desire becomes a source of enrichment rather than destruction. Through meditation on divine narratives and human experience, mortals cultivate patience, resilience, empathy, and moral discernment. Desire and love are transformed into instruments for growth, reflection, and the harmonious alignment of self with ethical and spiritual principles. Ultimately, the lessons of Greek mythology reveal that ethical engagement with love and desire shapes legacy, nurtures virtue, and promotes spiritual evolution. Mortals internalize that thoughtful reflection, courage, insight, and responsibility are essential in guiding passion toward meaningful and transformative expression. Through this reflective practice, life becomes a meditation where every emotional choice, every act of love, and every reflection on desire contributes to the ongoing cultivation of virtue, insight, and spiritual fulfillment. The human journey, informed by Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and mortal exemplars, emerges as a continuous practice of balance, ethical engagement, and spiritual evolution. And so, mortals navigate the currents of desire, love, and passion with mindfulness, courage, and reflection, aligning heart, mind, and spirit with enduring ethical principles, transforming ordinary experience into a sacred journey of growth, insight, and lasting moral and spiritual resonance. Justice, in the Greek imagination, was neither abstract nor distant. It flowed through the deeds of gods and mortals alike, shaping the world through consequence, reflection, and moral accountability. The myths of Olympus serve as a living meditation on fairness, ethical responsibility, and the enduring impact of choices made with insight or heedlessness. Zeus, as arbiter of cosmic order, reflects both the power and the fallibility inherent. In judgment, mortals observed that authority, even divine, carries the weight of ethical responsibility. Decisions, whether executed swiftly or pondered deeply, resonate far beyond the immediate, influencing lives, societies, and the moral fabric of existence. Through his triumphs and errors, humans learned that justice requires reflection, courage, and foresight. Hera embodies the protective and corrective dimensions of justice. Her vigilance, driven by loyalty, love, and righteous indignation, teaches that justice is intertwined with responsibility, moral awareness, and empathy. Mortals internalize that fairness demands attention, active engagement, and the willingness to address harm when it arises, balancing retribution with ethical discernment. Poseidon's temper and unpredictability demonstrate the consequences of injustice and unchecked power, Mortals observed that unbalanced actions, whether born of emotion or desire, create turbulence, conflict, and suffering. Justice, therefore, emerges not merely from authority, but from the deliberate and thoughtful alignment of action with ethical principles. Athena exemplifies reasoned justice, tempered with wisdom and foresight. Mortals internalized that fairness requires reflection, measured judgment, and a balance between moral insight and practical application. Through her example, humanity learned that true justice preserves order, nurtures ethical growth, and considers the broader consequences of decisions on individuals, communities, and future generations. Ares demonstrates the peril of justice divorced from reflection. Unbridled aggression, impulsivity, and passion without ethical guidance yield chaos rather than order, highlighting the importance of discernment, moderation, and thoughtful consideration in the pursuit of fairness. Dionysus rituals, blending ecstasy with moral ambiguity, reveal the delicate balance between freedom, responsibility, and ethical conduct. Mortals learned that liberation, pleasure, and celebration must be guided by insight, reflection, and moral awareness, ensuring that joy does not devolve into harm or injustice. Hermes' cunning illustrates that cleverness, negotiation, and adaptability must be accompanied by moral clarity. Mortals recognize that strategic thinking, if ethically grounded, supports fairness, equitable resolution, and enduring positive impact. Yet, when separated from virtue, ingenuity can perpetuate injustice and imbalance. Apollo, through music, prophecy, and healing, teaches that justice must harmonize with wisdom, ethical discernment, and foresight. Mortals observe that fairness extends beyond immediate recompense, encompassing the nurturing of understanding, moral growth, and societal well-being. Hestia, in her devotion to the hearth and communal stability, demonstrates the quiet, persistent maintenance of justice in daily life. Through care, attentiveness, and ethical constancy, mortals understand that justice is not always dramatic or grandiose, but emerges through consistent responsibility, integrity, and reflection. The cyclical narrative of Persephone and Demeter embodies restorative justice. Mortals internalize that ethical correction, patience, and the rebalancing of consequences are natural and necessary processes, linking human responsibility with cosmic order. Through reflection and adherence to moral principles, fairness is restored, even amidst loss, suffering, and uncertainty. Psyche's journey underscores the transformative power of ethical endurance. Mortals observe that perseverance through trials, guided by reflection and ethical choice, yields both personal growth and the restoration of harmony in relationships. Justice, therefore, is not only a matter of retribution but also of learning, reflection, and the cultivation of virtue in the face of adversity. Medusa's narrative illuminates the consequences of ethical failure, both human and divine. Mortals learn that injustice inflicted through abuse, violation, or negligence resonates across time, leaving enduring impact. Ethical awareness, reflection, and accountability become essential tools for mitigating harm and fostering balance in human relationships and society. The human engagement with justice, fairness, and moral responsibility involves continuous reflection on choices, consequences, and ethical alignment. Mortals internalize that fairness is not merely the rectification of wrongs, but the ongoing cultivation of virtue, insight, and responsible action. Through meditation upon myth, humans discern patterns of cause and effect, understanding that each decision contributes to the moral and spiritual architecture of individual and collective life. Even small acts, speaking truth, protecting the vulnerable, offering restitution, or exercising restraint, manifest justice in practice. Mortals recognize that these actions, rooted in ethical reflection, resonate beyond immediate context, shaping both personal integrity and societal harmony. The myths offer a mirror, the triumphs and failings of gods and mortals alike. illustrate the necessity of ethical reflection, accountability, and measured action. Justice, observed through myth, requires awareness, courage, and ongoing engagement, with both internal conscience and external consequence. Mortals learn that ethical responsibility, tempered by reflection and insight, is the foundation of enduring fairness. Through attention to moral principles, courage in decision-making, and perseverance in rectifying harm, humanity cultivates a framework that aligns personal action with universal order, harmony, and justice. Ultimately, the Greek narratives reveal that human responsibility extends beyond immediate perception. Each choice, each act of fairness, each reflection on consequence contributes to the ethical and spiritual evolution of the self, while shaping the moral landscape of society and the world. Through this meditative contemplation, mortals internalize the principles of courage, insight, fairness, and ethical reflection. Life becomes a continuous practice of justice, balance, and responsibility, where each decision echoes through time, shaping the legacy of character, virtue, and moral awareness. And so, humans navigate their lives with mindfulness, guided by the lessons of Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and mortal exemplars, cultivating ethical discernment, reflective judgment, and an enduring commitment to fairness, responsibility, and moral growth, transforming the ordinary path of life into a meditation on justice, virtue, and the harmonious alignment of action with ethical principle. Mortality, in the eyes of the Greeks, was a profound teacher. It whispered lessons of impermanence, urging mortals to reflect, to cherish, and to act with awareness of the fleeting nature of existence. Time, measured by the rise and fall of civilizations, the passage of seasons, and the brief span of human life, imparted the urgency of purpose, ethical alignment, and meaningful action. Zeus, though immortal, serves as a mirror for human ambition. Mortals observe that power, if untempered by ethical reflection, may leave fleeting marks on the world. True purpose is not in dominion alone, but in the resonance of action, the cultivation of virtue, and the ethical influence upon others. Hera reminds mortals that devotion, loyalty, and care shape enduring significance. Mortality highlights the value of intentional action, where every choice contributes to a legacy of wisdom, empathy, and reflection. Through vigilance and protective guidance, she illustrates how ethical commitment transcends time, creating patterns that endure long after individual lives conclude. Poseidon's ceaseless seas mirror the impermanence of all things. Mortals internalize that challenges, upheavals, and change are natural components of life. Through reflection, resilience, and ethical navigation, humans learn to adapt, preserving their integrity, while engaging meaningfully with the ever-shifting currents of existence. Athena teaches that the pursuit of wisdom, ethical understanding, and strategic reflection provides stability amid impermanence. Mortals learn that intellectual and moral cultivation imparts enduring value, allowing one to contribute meaningfully, even in the brief span of mortal life. Aries demonstrates that unchecked aggression and impulsivity yield transient impact, often leaving chaos behind. Mortals internalize that purpose must be guided by reflection, ethical discernment, and alignment with enduring principles. The fleeting nature of life magnifies the importance of deliberate action. Dionysus, with his celebration of joy and liberation, illuminates the vitality of embracing life's experiences. While maintaining ethical awareness, mortals observe that pleasure, creativity, and communal engagement contribute to a meaningful journey, but must be balanced with reflection to ensure enduring value. Hermes reminds mortals that communication, adaptability, and cunning carry significance only when guided by ethical insight. Actions and choices, though powerful, are transient unless aligned with virtue and reflection, ensuring that influence endures beyond immediate circumstance. Apollo demonstrates that beauty, healing, and prophecy attain lasting relevance when tempered by reflection and ethical guidance. Mortals learn that skill, talent, and insight must be exercised with purpose and mindfulness, transforming fleeting action into meaningful legacy. Hestia embodies constancy and care amidst impermanence. Through dedication to hearth, home, and community, mortals internalize that steady, ethical engagement provides a foundation of resilience, continuity, and moral coherence. Even small acts of care, repeated consistently, carry enduring significance in the tapestry of life. The cyclical narrative of Persephone and Demeter illuminates the rhythm of mortality and renewal. Mortals observe that impermanence, though inevitable, can be embraced as a source of reflection, patience, and ethical engagement with the natural order. Through acceptance and understanding, humans cultivate resilience, aligning their purpose with cycles that transcend individual lifespan. Psyche's journey underscores the transformative potential of facing trials and ethical challenges with courage and reflection. Mortals internalize that purpose emerges from perseverance, ethical action, and the alignment of desire with virtue. Life's fleeting nature amplifies the significance of thoughtful, deliberate action, ensuring that influence resonates beyond temporal boundaries. Medusa's story reflects the enduring impact of injustice, the necessity of ethical reflection, and the potential for transformation. Mortals learn that awareness, moral courage, and resilience enable one to navigate adversity, leaving a legacy that transcends immediate suffering and contributes to collective understanding. Through the contemplation of these myths, mortals internalize the intimate connection between mortality and purpose. Impermanence magnifies the significance of ethical reflection, deliberate action, and the cultivation of wisdom, ensuring that life, though brief, is rich with meaning, virtue, and enduring impact. Even the smallest gestures, acts of compassion, guidance, protection, or creative expression acquire amplified significance within the finite span of life. Mortals recognize that intention, reflection, and ethical alignment transform ephemeral actions into lasting contributions to both the human community and the moral fabric of existence. The integration of Olympian lessons into human life encourages mortals to embrace impermanence with mindfulness, to act with ethical clarity, and to cultivate resilience. Purpose emerges through reflection, virtue, and the deliberate application of insight and courage to daily experience. Life becomes a sacred practice, a meditation upon mortality, where each choice contributes to enduring spiritual, moral, and ethical development. Through reflection on divine narratives, mortals cultivate insight into the fleeting nature of personal experience and the enduring impact of ethical action. Mortality becomes a teacher, guiding humans to live with awareness, responsibility, and purpose, while leaving a legacy of virtue, compassion, and moral resonance. Ultimately, the Greek myths reveal that impermanence does not diminish the value of life. Rather, it amplifies the importance of reflection, ethical action, and intentional engagement. Mortals learn that the cultivation of courage, wisdom, love, and ethical insight ensures that life, though brief, resonates with meaning, influence, and spiritual fulfillment. Through meditation upon the narratives of Olympus, Psyche, Medusa, and mortal exemplars, humans align intention, action, and reflection, embracing the ephemeral while cultivating that which endures. Wisdom, virtue, ethical engagement, and the transformative impact of mindful, purposeful living. And so, mortals navigate the impermanence of existence with mindfulness, courage, and reflection, aligning heart, mind, and spirit with enduring principles, transforming the transient journey of life into a meditation on purpose, ethical engagement, and lasting moral resonance. As the myths of Olympus unfold, mortals slowly perceive the intricate tapestry of life, woven with threads of wisdom, courage, love, justice, and ethical reflection. Each story, each trial, each triumph of gods and mortals alike becomes a mirror reflecting the potential for growth within the human soul. Zeus' authority, Hera's vigilance, Poseidon's tempestuous nature, Athena's wisdom, Ares' boldness, Aphrodite's allure, and Dionysus' ecstatic liberation all offer facets of understanding. Mortals learn that every action, every emotion, every reflection carries the potential to shape both individual character and the collective experience of humanity. Love and desire, tempered with reflection and virtue, become instruments of growth and connection. Courage and insight, applied ethically, cultivate resilience. Justice, fairness, and accountability create harmony within the self and the broader community. Mortality teaches the preciousness of time, guiding mortals to act with purpose, wisdom, and integrity. Through Psyche, mortals grasp the transformative power of perseverance, and through Medusa, they learn that adversity, injustice, and suffering can catalyze insight, courage, and moral awakening. The lessons are woven together, forming a living framework for ethical, spiritual, and emotional evolution. Reflection becomes a sacred practice. Every breath, every choice, every moment of awareness contributes to the cultivation of virtue, compassion, and wisdom. The human journey, guided by the divine narrative, is not linear nor simple. It is a continuous unfolding, an intimate dance between desire, action, and reflection. By observing the lives of the gods, mortals internalize patterns of behavior, recognizing both the dangers of impulsivity and the rewards of reflection. They learn that ethical engagement, coupled with courage and insight, produces enduring influence, shapes relationships, and nurtures personal and societal growth. Mortals integrate these lessons slowly, mindfully, allowing reflection to shape desire, action, and purpose. Life, though fleeting, gains depth and meaning through attentive observation, ethical practice, and spiritual alignment. The myths of Olympus are thus not merely stories, but meditative tools guiding mortals toward wisdom, virtue, and lasting fulfillment. As the cycle of reflection deepens, mortals embrace interconnectedness. Each act of courage, each expression of love, each exercise of wisdom resonates beyond the individual, influencing families, communities, and the collective moral consciousness of humanity. Mortality and impermanence underscore the urgency of thoughtful, deliberate engagement with life's challenges, joys, and responsibilities. Through meditation on these narratives, mortals cultivate patience, ethical discernment, emotional depth, and spiritual insight. They understand that the transient nature of existence heightens the significance of intentional, reflective action. Life becomes a sacred journey, a continuous meditation on virtue, love, courage, and moral responsibility. As the night deepens and the world grows still, mortals rest, carrying the wisdom of Olympus within. The stories of gods and mortals intertwine, offering guidance, solace, and insight into the human condition. Reflection, love, courage, and justice now reside in the quiet chambers of the mind, like gentle streams nourishing the roots of the soul. Mortals recognize that the journey of life is enriched by mindfulness, ethical awareness, and the attentive cultivation of virtue in every thought, word, and action. Love, tempered by wisdom and virtue, becomes a source of connection, linking hearts and souls across time. Desire, when guided by reflection, nurtures growth rather than chaos. Courage, informed by insight and ethical discernment, enables humans to navigate adversity, conflict, and uncertainty. Justice, fairness, and moral responsibility form the foundation of lasting influence, shaping communities and societies. Through reflection, action, and accountability, mortality, impermanence, and the cyclical nature of existence serve as constant reminders to act with care, intention, and purpose. Through meditation on the myths of Olympus, the wisdom of Athena, the vigilance of Hera, the courage of Ares, the liberation of Dionysus, the love of Aphrodite, the guidance of Hermes, the steadfastness of Hestia, and the trials of Psyche and Medusa. Mortals internalize a framework for living with virtue, insight, and spiritual resonance. Sleep, now gentle and encompassing, cradles the mortal mind, allowing reflection to integrate, memories to settle, and insight to emerge softly like the dawn. Each breath carries the lessons of courage, love, justice, and ethical awareness, embedding them in the quiet corners of consciousness. Mortals realize that life, though fleeting, is a sacred opportunity to cultivate virtue, nurture wisdom, and act with compassion. The divine narratives are no longer distant tales. They become companions, guides, and meditative tools, helping humans navigate desire, adversity, love, and ethical challenges with mindful awareness and enduring purpose. And as the night deepens, mortals rest in the gentle embrace of reflection, knowing that each choice, act, and thought resonates within the moral, ethical, and spiritual tapestry of life. In this quietude, the teachings of Olympus settle like starlight upon the mind and heart. Mortals carry the insight of gods and mortals alike, integrating courage, wisdom, love, and ethical responsibility into dreams, into waking life, and into the unfolding of their journey. The myths fade gently into the background, not as endings but as living threads, woven into the continuous fabric of existence. Mortals drift deeper into sleep, their hearts attuned to reflection, their minds enriched with understanding, their souls aligned with virtue, courage, and love. Here, at the threshold of consciousness and rest, mortals embrace the infinite lessons of Olympus, allowing them to guide, nurture, and illuminate the unfolding journey of life, with all its impermanence, beauty, challenge, and purpose. And so, beneath the quiet canopy of night, humans rest in the gentle embrace of myth, reflection, and meditative insight, carrying the wisdom of Olympus softly into dreams, where courage, love, justice, and ethical awareness continue to weave the tapestry of life endlessly, peacefully, and beautifully.